It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Saturday stream. It is October 9th, 2021. It is 7:30 Eastern, and I hope everyone is looking forward as much as I am to the next session here of Eberron, Oracle of War. This is part 2 of Oracle of War, Voice in the Machine. It's actually the second part of Oracle of War, and it's part 2 of the second part, so to speak. I feel like I'm doing some kind of Monty Python sketch, but you get the idea as we continue to move on into this epic campaign. Before I go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. That is always appreciated, as is checking out our Discord with !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets, as I just posted before, where you can always see where I'm going live and announcements and things like that. And then, of course, you've got the exactly live sewing. And then you've also, of course, got the website for this, which is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and beyond, this very crew, and you can get swag as well for Adventures in Middle-earth, and soon you'll be able to get stuff for Esper Genesis as well. That section is under construction, so please excuse the mess, but you can support us by checking that out with !ARV shop. Patreon is !ARV Treon, where you can check out various things to support us. You can support at various tiers that will get cool stuff for you, like an epic character background written for you, or an epic poem written about you, a copy of one of my band's albums, a professional writing critique, stuff like that. And, of course, inspirations to help the players. I should say, by the way, that inspirations have been reset, so everything is now current for the month of October, and so we are set to go with inspirations and the like. So you can do that by supporting the Patreon, and as we continue to move up with that, we can move towards channel goals as well. And then, of course, subbing to the channel is always appreciated. You get those custom sub badges and emotes that you can use everywhere across Twitch, and also get inspirations to help the players as well. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, award-winning graphic novel, actually, from Athos Arts. !Library for my 5e adventure and source book, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which has been doing very well, and I am very excited to see when retail stores, I should say, like sort of the general public, is able to get access to print copies. Otherwise, the only way to do it is to get a copy directly from me or to get one from your friendly local game store. But if you are, assuming you were not an original Kickstarter backer, that is, but soon it will be made available to the broader public, and in the meantime, you can still get it, of course, in digital form as well, over at !Library. And last but certainly not least there, !Grayshade KS for details about my Grayshade Kickstarter, which I'm going to be launching in the not too distant future, and which is going to have some really awesome components to it, including stuff from Alligator Rally, which makes the Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, and Athos Arts, which makes Icarus. And so, there are a lot of good people working on that project I'm excited to talk more about in the future. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, quick note about schedule. We have got Eberron making its triumphant return today with the Infinity and Beyond crew. Tomorrow, we have also got the triumphant return of the Blades in the Dark crew, my joint channel/speculate podcast event with Case of the Cindered Seal. And so you will be joined, as always, by Yuri Kusanu and Yoi Gawain Lin and Mike Underwood and Valerie Valdez, with Brandon O'Brien as your GM. And that's going to be coming at you tomorrow, Sunday the 10th, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then we have a busy week ahead. We've got Adventures of Middle-earth. We've got some Talisman Adventures coming at you on GOG. We have got the Community D&D, of course, with the Shadow Crew, DM'd by the Able Shadowed Mage. And then we've got Espergenesis coming up on Friday, and all that kind of good stuff. So we got a lot of stuff coming up, which is super exciting, and I am very happy to share it with all of you. But what we've got right now, of course, is the spectacular and awesome Infinity and Beyond crew. So I have unmuted myself so they know we're ready to go. I apologize for interrupting whatever awesome conversation they were having. And then I'm going to unmute them and head over to reveal the incredible and amazing... They are here. You see them all. The full crew has arrived and is prepared to go. And there we go. And by the way, I have a feeling I know who Chenrezzy might actually be. If it's someone who's been commenting on my YouTube channel a lot, in which case, welcome. I've been enjoying those comments quite a bit. And I'm happy to see everyone here with this incredible crew. And I'm going to begin, the crowd intensifies, yes. I'm going to begin by welcoming, first of all, the bottom of the ziggurat/pyramid on the left. And it is that person. Okay, well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here to watch.
What?
And that, of course, is the amazing Trendane Sparks, who it looks to me is like looking over the big wolf to me, I think is what is like. So it looks as if you're like observing the wolf leaping over you while looking at me at the same time. Yes, that's kind of what it looks like.
He's more of a German Shepherd than a wolf, but you're way up there. It's easy to tell how you could mistake him from above.
Yeah, I can't, I just see I see ears and a tail. That's basically.
Right.
How you doing, Trent? How's life in the universe with you, sir?
It's been a pretty good week so far.
Okay.
Some information I've been waiting a long time to get, I finally have, and so I can continue working. And also, I got some stuff in the mail today, one of which is this t-shirt here, which probably looks fairly dark, but I like D&D t-shirts. I get all kinds of D&D t-shirts, and this one just recently went up, and I think it's awesome. It says if the DM is smiling, it's already too late. It's from the Dungeons and Doggos comics. It's fantastic.
That's super awesome.
The other thing which came in the mail from the Canadian Mint, which I've been waiting, the Royal Canadian Mint, which I have been waiting for, they are doing a Creatures of the Night silver coin thing. And on one side, it has a lovely picture of Her Majesty, and on the other side, it's got a werewolf.
That's amazing.
Of course, I'm going to get you. Are you out of your mind? Of course I am. And yeah,
that's
it's been a pretty good week thus far. As for who I am, which I guess I could have led off with, who am
I? Keep it in the dark. Keep it a secret. Don't reveal it too quickly.
It's just because there's so much light coming through the window behind me that I look really, really dark.
Here, do it in a sequence of clues. Give us the first clue now, and then
flames up the side of. Oh, that's a different clue. Sorry, that's the movie clue, which is well worth watching if you haven't.
And now we're going to the study.
Which we could kind of do in this map we're on, but anyway, there's probably secret passages that lead to the kitchen and whatever. So I am Trent Sparks. I'm a professional audiobook narrator and voice actor and all around jerk on the internet. At least for those of you who are in the furry fandom,
it's true.
You know what a much of a jerk I am and can be. So I am playing Tantan. No.
Nope.
I am
not till Tuesday.
A soon-to-be battlesmith. Well, someday, like probably next year, when we get to level 3, a battlesmith. He will be artificer.
You might not be that far off at this point. There aren't that many weeks left in the year.
Named me Tantan Tagashaw de Kenneth, and yeah, he's currently talking to a lovely little pseudo dragon. You have to pronounce the P; it's required.
Pseudo, yes.
Pseudo, especially if you're going to be a psychiatrist. That's an old Bugs Bunny cartoon reference for those of you who are too young to remember when Bugs Bunny existed. But he's hanging out with a lovely little pseudo dragon named Nimble in the shop called the Dragon's Hoard in this lovely little ruin of a bazaar that we're in. But more importantly than that, Marie.
Yes, very happy to have Trent with us, and it is very good to have Marie with us, who told us that everything was fine and there are no emergencies at all that have ever happened to Marie in the recent time. So everything is great. It's all good. How are you, Marie? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
Very good. I had just returned from a lovely cottage on a lakeside with, all the fall colors on a hill on the other side and the sky reflected in the morning, cottage with soft dew dancing around. And on the first day, it was perfect full fall foliage on the other side. And by the end of it was just coming down like Fast and Furious. So we got out of there. It's like, no, stay longer. We love you, fall. And yeah, it has been quite good. For those of you interested, there is some baking happening right now in my kitchen, and I don't know what it is. And it's so exciting. So just throwing it out there. And I am today playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a bard who sometimes plays tank a bit for the party while trailing the actual tank. And I am excited to sing songs and stab some people for all of you. I have adopted Nisiana, Jen's character, as my sister. And also, Tren mentioned level 3, and I'm still debating the college of that I will be joining. Right. So we'll see how that goes, and it's exciting. So We'll
right.
chat
You
more
know,
about that later.
you all chat know the college selection process is a very involved
Texas
one.
A&M.
You know, it's like
Get rejected out of your first couple.
Yeah, no,
and then,
exactly. You know, you need to get recommendations. It's all. No, it is a pleasure to have Marie with us and to see what Marame gets up to in this session today. And that's not all. We have the brand new person below who none of you have ever seen. No, that's not quite true. That, of course, is one Mr. now clean-shaven John Helfers, who is with us.
It's a bit of a shadow.
Okay, there's just a stubble, you know, and a new haircut. The whole thing, everything just looks, you know.
The hair's just longer.
Yeah. Well, does it? I mean, it looks different. It looks, you know,
swept to the side.
It's swept to the side with the wind. How are you, John?
Channeling
How's
my
life
inner
in the
Bieber.
universe with you, and who are you playing today?
Right?
John, you're sounding different today. You're sounding very, very professional. You're very audioized. Very. What is
won't
that?
last, don't worry.
What is that sound that I hear?
Cheese headery.
Is it quality?
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, that's an expensive mic, that's for damn sure. Anyways, yes, thanks to Rob's assistance, I do have a new mic that I'm speaking into, which is an interesting experience. I don't have the headset on because it doesn't plug in to the microphone like it's supposed to. Sorry. And there's some other audio surprises that will be coming during the campaign tonight. Anyways, I am John Helfers. I am the executive editor for Shadowrun and BattleTech Fiction at Catalyst Game Labs. And in my few hours of off time, I apparently spend it role playing with these crazy people. And
thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. I am playing Ilarion, the Starforged Warforged, which is a subset of the Warforged class for Eberron, which has been a lot of fun so far. And they are a class called the Aegis, which is kind of a beefed up armored warrior, which builds off of the Warforged ability to kind of, you know, merge with their armor. It takes it one step further, and I thought that was a very logical class to play with this one. So yeah.
Would you say you're a Star War for? Oh wait, no, sorry, no, Disney. No,
Get out.
Disney, go right now.
Get out, Rob.
Anyway,
anyways, it's a pleasure to be here. Look forward to this long month. Some people have family obligations or something. I don't know what the deal is. Anyways, it's great to be back. So yeah. In October, of all places.
In October. It is good to have John with us. I have noted that one person in chat has suggested that you look a little like Hawkeye from MASH. Cannot be unseen. I think there is something to that.
Wow.
All of his time.
It's also dating yourself seriously.
Also, well, hey, it could be a fan just going back and likes the old stuff. Well, so welcome everyone in chat. Great to have you here, old and new alike. It's all good.
And it's good to have John with us. And it's also, as always, good to have Jennifer Brozek with us. And I actually had a chance to see Jen in person at Origins, which was the convention last week. Marie was supposed to be a part of this also, and then the virtual part didn't quite... anyway, that was, yeah.
There were technical
problems, but for which we are all very sorry. But I did get to see Jen in person. Origins was a lot of fun, and it was one of the biggest reasons it was fun is being able to get to see friends and people that I had not seen for a while. So that was a good time. And I even managed, thanks to being misunderstood when I asked for my food to be wrapped up, to get a free meal for Jen and her husband. So I feel even they were trying to treat me to a meal, and instead what happened was no one had to treat anybody because apparently they didn't know what wrap this up meant. So that was, that was how that all went down. And it was great, and I'm sure we all enjoyed it.
To be fair, the people who were bussing were like the back kitchen people, and the bartenders were the managers. It was a thing.
It was definitely a thing. How are you, Jen? How's life with you? And who are you playing today?
Well, I am doing very well. I have survived not one, but 2 conventions in the last 3 weeks.
Right.
I went to Gen Con with 40,000 people, and I went to Origins with 8,000 people. And I will say, I'm going to give props to the Gen Con gamers because 98% of them were really damn good with their masks. Mm-hmm. And they were very good with the social distancing. Origins gamers, I'm going to say it was about 90%. And it was complicated by the fact that the Ohio Dental Association did not seem very concerned about the mask mandate.
Yeah.
But I had a good time. I've had 3 COVID tests in the last 3 weeks. I have been negative all time. So I'm super happy about that. Here is Mina. She has decided she needs love. I think it's because one of her fans has decided that they wanted to see. Yes, Gen Con.
Quite right, Lady Passion. Quite right.
Well, seriously, my Aunt Jackie actually thought it was what she asked me, what do you do at a convention for Jennifers? And she was serious, and I had to explain gaming conventions to her. But
just said, I rule over them all.
Yeah, I mean, we still pointed out that Jen missed an opportunity to be like, well, when I began the Gen Con these many years ago.
Not with my Aunt Jackie. Oh no, not with the matriarch of my family. I do not screw around with that. I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco. She is a halfling healer from the House of Healing. And I'm going to say, basically, she chooses joy. This is her first time outside of Sharn. She's with her sister. She's looking for the silver lining in every cloud, because that's what I choose to play. And this is my cat trying to
Brace to jump.
Go on.
Wait for it.
on.
Wait for it.
Thank you. I am now distracted. I'm also an author and editor. Coming up sometime, I think in the next week, I'm going to have a Kickstarter for 99 Tiny Terrors, my next anthology.
My goodness, what is that?
Well, I don't know. There's a certain narrator for the video that did a god darn good
I
job.
don't know who could that possibly be.
I don't know, but
Emo Phillips.
as soon as it goes live, we're
Emo
gonna let
Phillips.
Yes, George Takai.
We wanted Gilbert Gottfried, but he was unavailable.
Gilbert
Yeah, we're gonna
Oh
let everybody
my.
know, and a certain adopted
99 Tiny
sister is
Terrors.
also in the anthology, and I'm super excited about that happening. So there are a lot of good things happening, and so yes, I'm choosing joy right now. That is my catchphrase for the month. And also, it's very, very, very nice to have a meal with Greg, an attempt to buy him dinner.
Hey,
I wouldn't
listen,
know.
You know, no, you're right. I wouldn't know either, Rob. I certainly
You guys
wouldn't.
have always lived so far apart.
It's true. You know, part of it is someday Rob and I may be in the same geographic location for
Trent,
a
you don't
period of
really
10
realize
years,
how far
and-
the country of Connecticut is from me, okay?
Well,
Actually-
Connecticut.
I do. I've driven from Manhattan to Connecticut.
usually it's John who buys me a meal at Origins because we talk business, but John didn't make it, and I was very, very sad.
But I look forward to seeing Rob's new apartment before Greg does. So
Yeah, no, I have no doubt that these things will occur. But
'cause I saw his old one before you did, so you know.
I
I'm
know,
just saying.
I know. It was did the finale of Tyranny of Dragons there.
Right. It was awesome.
It is very good. It was good to see Jen at Origins, and I enjoyed the meal as well. And I'm looking forward to what Nisiana gets up to tonight. I'm also looking forward to seeing what the gentleman who I have never met in person, despite living closest to him,
We will
more
fix
than all
this.
of
We
you.
will fix this.
And that is our good friend Darkside Rob. Rob, it's good to see you, my friend. How is life in the universe with you? And who are you playing?
I'm doing all right. My name is Darkside Rob. I'm playing Yana, and I'm choosing violence tonight.
I choose hate.
let's just set this up right from the beginning. Yana has chosen violence because she's being eaten alive by a rug. So we will see. I'm gonna put my Sith Lord hoodie up. I'm wearing the right hoodie for it.
Yes,
The
definitely.
Force works
and-
backed by Twitch apparently, but you know.
I mean, Twitch
not
also
wrong.
has chosen violence in the last couple of weeks. So, but yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Spooptober. I am very happy to be here with all of you in this month-long Halloween festival that Arv does not partake of because he doesn't like raisins or something.
What?
And
I like Halloween.
So,
What are you talking about?
Not what he
oh, I
said.
thought you were like I'm still waiting for you to play Oxenfree. The sequel is coming
I
out.
just don't
Play
like horror
Oxenfree.
games, but I like spooky stuff. I always play like
Oxenfree
Sunless
is
Sea.
oh, you will love.
But I played
Oxenfree.
Oxenfree. I did play in Oxenfree.
Oh, you did play it.
Yeah, I did.
So the second one is
did.
coming out this month. I'm so
No,
excited.
people were
And then
telling
they-
me about wanting to play Metroid Dread, which I definitely want to play because Metroid, I love that anyway.
Is
So,
that okay? So let me back up for just a second here and explain to everybody who I am and what I do. Hello, everybody. My name is Darkside Rob. I'm a variety caster here on Twitch TV. I am also a professional voice actor, video editor, audio producer, musician, comedian, and all around maker of the goofs. I have recently, less recently now, because we're about a month or two away from when they first came out, released 2 audiobooks in the Shadowrun universe, which John definitely knows something about since I sent them to him before you were all able to listen to them. They are Shadowrun Neat and Shaken by the fantabuloso Russell Zimmerman. You can get them on Audible right now where other books are sold. I also have more stuff coming out before the end of the year, hopefully some sooner rather than later, that I've been working on the last couple of days. It's been a lot of fun. There's some great stuff coming soon. Also, as part of my Twitch casting, I am currently in the middle of a thing that I like to call Dark Side of the Damned Month, which I do every October, where I play 30 days of spooky games, progressively spookier games on my channel as the month goes along. I'm currently in the middle of Little Nightmares 2, chosen by my viewers, which I am really enjoying the hell out of. We have a poll up for the next game that I'm going to play, which is going to be between Bloodstained, Resident Evil Remake, and a third game, which I cannot remember right now. But if you go to my channel, you can find the poll for that, and you can sign up for that, and you can vote on that. And we'll be playing that tomorrow on my channel, and also doing more spooky games throughout the month, including there's like a Fatal Frame remake coming out later in the month. There's Oxenfree 2 coming out. There's some other games people are talking about. We might be playing some retro horror games, some smaller horror games from years past, revisiting some stuff that we've done, in previous years, and just having a good old time of it. And then in November, I'm going to be doing a lot of music stuff before, we figure out what the hell we're doing for once the holidays are in full effect in December. But yeah, that's me. That's everything I'm doing. And tonight I'm going to be playing on the stream, this one here that I am with all of these wonderful people. I haven't said this in a month. Fuck. The Shifter Swift Stride Shaman. Shashafresh.
That's pretty good, actually.
And her name is Yana, and her shaman water spirit totem Altus, they're both currently, like I said, being eaten by a rug. So that's not particularly good, but like I said, violence. We'll get through this. It certainly can't be as bad as the 3 sniper shooter saber 2-hit per round motherfathers who we were fighting before. Jen, wait. If this rug hits me 8 times in a row in the first turn, I'm quitting.
Well, you are being smothered by it, so
that was the only reason I went down last time. It was like, okay, and this one goes 4 times, and this one goes 8 times, and this one goes 15 times, and how much health do you have left?
We don't know how many.
Negative 2,000.
That's why we're a party
usual.
Together. We can help each other.
Except he's completely wrapped in Yana is completely wrapped in a rug, and we can't just stab it without stabbing.
You can.
You could certainly do that. This is the
yes.
first 20 minutes where they're like, can we afford to get rid of a Swift Stride shifter? I do want to say, by the way, that I was immediately reminded for some reason that when Rob was going over the name, that the trend was out of his seat. So this is the classic Sesame Street. Big Bird could never convince anyone that Snuffleupagus existed. Like Rob's like, I got it right, and Trent's like, no, you didn't get it right. You're like, God damn it, I did it right this time. And so Trent was conveniently out of the frame when that was all happening. But it is.
And the last thing I will say is, because I didn't say it for the rest of it, twitch.tv/DarksideRob RAHB. That's where you can find me on Twitch TV.
Awesome stuff. I'm very happy to have this crew with me, and I'm very happy to get into the recap for what happened. And as you notice, a rug is going to feature prominently, people.
And Jen, who is your cat playing in the party? I want to know who's your cat.
The rug, right?
This is Mina, and Mina can't decide what the hell she wants. And Mina is currently having my lap for the moment, but shortly she will claw me and then crawl up my shoulder and then fall off the chair.
So she's just doing that in a loop.
Yeah,
good to have a schedule.
Pretty much.
I like that I like that she's going to do that also and claw you as if like, well, this wasn't it. Like it's your fault, smash and then like.
I don't know. My cats do that. Pharaoh's going to show up. He's now 19 pounds. The vet says he's 19 pounds. So it's 19 pounds of dumb love when he shows up.
Yeah, that's not a cat. That's a furry dumbbell. That's what that is.
Yep, that is a lot of stuff.
That is a lot of cat.
And anyway, she is playing the pseudo dragon. How's that?
There
Nice.
you go. Perfect.
There you
Hi,
go.
Nimble.
She's not very nimble, but she's playing nimble.
It is good to have everyone here with us, and let us get into the recap, folks, as we
Yes.
find out what happened last time. Let's move over to the map, and let's talk a little bit about what happened as I fire up some music with some Western Streets, although it's shortly to become combat music in just a moment, I think. The party, let me actually move us down to where we all are. There we go. That's better. The party, the King's Citadel, left the town of Salvation and headed into the Gray in our last session. And the reason they did this was that they were trying to track down a group of people who had been sent out into the Gray, who were salvagers. Sort of the same people, in fact, or not the same people, the same kind of people that the party had saved in one of their first sessions as they were trying to ingratiate themselves to the people of Salvation. But of course, whenever you go into the Mournland, whenever you go into the morning, it's to the Gray, it's always kind of a risky, iffy proposition in terms of what you're going to find. In this particular case, the party discovered the devastated ruins of what used to be a very fancy and profitable and rich bazaar known as the Fireweave Bazaar. When the party reached what was left of the bazaar this time, they found that it's not so much that way, that a lot of it has been sort of devastated and destroyed by the morning, and that what's left is kind of this sort of strange combination of certain places that have been more preserved than others, and other places that are just completely, devoid of all apparent life or anything else. But as they go into this area, they manage to find this map, which is actually the map that you see before you. That is not my scribbling that you see having marked off the map, but apparently is the scribbling of the scavengers that preceded the party here. And as the party had a chance to look at this, they decided that they would start making their way in to try to find these scavengers by going in and almost sort of doing a room-by-room search. What they found in that room that you see to the south there, called the Dragon's Hoard, was the aforementioned pseudo-dragon, which was guarding a hoard of items, or at least so it appeared, in this thing that clearly at some point might have been a magic shop. It was a pseudo-dragon named Nimble, and once the party was able to convince it that it was not attempting to, quote, take its stuff, Nimble was much more willing to deal with them and to talk to them, and made it clear that there had been others before. Now, the part that was a little confusing to the party was the fact that the pseudo-dragon suggested that there were others who came by, but that there were a number of others, like far more than the scavengers were, and so the party doesn't know what that means, but it seems to suggest that there may be more than just the scavengers that were hanging out here at some point. And so the party continued its exploration and eventually found their way here to the place that is known as the Carpet Realm. The Carpet Realm. And when they went into this place that was called the Carpet Realm, what they actually saw there was
when Yana went into the place
when
called the
Yana
Carpet
went
Realm.
into the Carpet Realm. Yeah, there was a series of rugs and carpets stretching back into the gloom, and right near the entrance was a human corpse that was lying down near one of the rugs. When Yana entered into the room, one of the rugs leapt from the rail and attacked and basically swarmed / swallowed / I don't want to overdo it, not swallowed, but definitely
Burrito.
Wrapped around in a loving embrace,
Burrito,
by which we might mean a burrito style embrace, the body of Yana. And so for the last month, since we've been waiting to play again, Yana has just been there, just constantly being exactly. Which shows you the strength that Yana has to be able to resist for that long without food, water, or air. It's very impressive. But in any case, so that is what the party has just heard. And so it seems like a good place for us to lead off, folks, with me firing up.
Before we jump in, I just have to make this is totally off the game, but bear with me because I've never seen this before. So I was doing a little bit of pre-email clearing up before the show started, and I stumbled across something I think people should be aware of, is today on Amazon or other book-selling places, the tie-in novelization of Star Trek The Wrath of Khan is available for 99 cents and it's written by Vonda McIntyre, one of
Okay.
the
Oh.
finest science fiction writers
Yeah,
of the 70s
absolutely.
and 80s. And I think anyone who is a fan of the film, like I am, and wants to see what I hope is a very good, novelization of the film, should go pick it up for $1. So I just did, and I just want to let people know that. So there you go.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh,
I thought you're gonna be like, and Vonda McIntyre was here to play with us now, and I'd be like, well, like
That
what?
would be difficult for her, since
Yes.
I think she,
She is-
passed away.
Yeah, I was
yeah,
ju- I
shuffled
was
off this
just
mortal
about
coil.
to-
I know. That's why I was about to be just incredibly amazed. Yeah, no, I know.
So,
Um,
And
but
here
I
she
did-
is as the rug, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm sorry.
I didn't know she ever did any tie-ins at all. So that's very interesting.
yeah, I didn't know that either.
So-
That's wild.
all right, we
is-
will return you to the game currently in progress.
Shenrizi is asking about a link. Do you have a link to this thing? So if you can maybe take a look and see where you got it and sort of pop it up for people.
Well,
that would be-
it's honestly Amazon. You can go there and just find it. It's on for $1 right now. So
Okay.
I would just suggest, or Amazon, Kobo, if that's your thing, or Barnes and Noble. It runs across all of them.
Yeah,
so
that's
if
cool.
someone wants to get a link, because I would put it up, but I do this. I watch the stream on my iPad, so it makes it a
There.
little more difficult to put it up. There, Jen's got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so yes, I that is really cool. But not as cool right now as what we're about to get with. No, I don't want to do that. That's too modern. No. Let's
Dance
go
Dance Combat.
instead
Is that what we're
with-
doing?
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. How about-
Welcome to D&D Shadowrun edition today on
No, that's too. Let's go with this one.
It's just a transparent GIF of Yana wrapped up in a carpet going, "She's a maniac, maniac."
Let us
it's
get
your
some,
favorite song.
Let us get
actually.
some initiative going, folks.
By the way,
Yeah,
Trent,
we
I love
should
your backdrop. It looks like you're in the middle of a glacier or an ice castle or something. It's actually pretty cool.
That would
So-
finally be cold enough for me to be comfortable. Yes.
All right, I gotta click this and then
Not
click
so bad.
this, right?
Of course, I'm not
Of
sure what
course.
I'm going to do to not hurt Yana in the process of trying to free her.
Right, exactly. It's like, I get to go first, and I don't know what I'm going to do now
Yeah.
that I know.
Well,
Oh dear.
I'm probably going to smite her anyway, but
Oh,
Sorry.
shoot.
I mean,
I have
if-
3 healing spells now.
Yay.
And there's the question of whether your character knows that damage transference is even a thing yet.
She doesn't. This is
Wow,
literally her
some
first time
people
out.
have been like,
Hey, guess who gets to go first?
Trash, trash, trash.
I am
gonna
somehow
guess
not
that
surprised
Yana
that,
would
yeah.
like not
well,
to be hugged by
The
the
person
bug.
wrapped in the rug is like, I'm ready to
guess
go.
who gets to put this rug up first?
Oh man, that is really funny.
Yeah.
Also,
I
hi,
realize
Geezer.
you have to make a strength check.
Arv, can you put
against
me
a
on the
grapple,
damn turn
right?
order, please? Because it doesn't seem to be working.
Oh sure.
There's 2 of you.
I-
That's
Yeah. Why
why.
is there 2 of you?
I don't know.
All right. Let's see. I will.
But I
Have
tried
you-
doing the clicking the thing, and yes, all right. Big whopping 3.
Woohoo! All right.
Well, at
there's
least I'm
your-
getting those out of the way. He said, hopefully.
All right, let's see. So, as I understand this, we have got Yana with a 22, because Yana is really anxious not to be in this rug.
Yeah.
Nisiana with a 15. We've got Tantan with a 13. Chat, let me know if that's too loud, by the way, the music, or if it's okay. Let's see. Oh, also a reminder, by the way, to the party that each of you have at the moment 1 hero point.
Yes.
So just recall that exists as a thing. Okay, Tantan with a 13. We have got Alarian with the aforementioned 3. And did I see Mermay's got a 6? Are you not on the thing, Mermay?
Am I
Let's
not?
see.
Oh,
Let's see.
I think I forgot to click myself.
That's okay. I think. Let me just make sure this is you. No, not that. Darn it. This thing. Okay, I think that's you. And it's
Yeah, that's me.
6, right? All right. So.
Wow, I go second. This is not a good thing.
You got this.
Yana, get yourself out before I accidentally hurt you.
A little
I'm gonna
fire
feel
never
really
hurt.
bad about
if it
Well, the real question is, do those guys at the other room even know anything's going on just yet?
We're right
Right,
there at
well,
the door.
someone's right next to me who's gonna let them know.
Well, I am, yeah, but I'm
There,
saying
there you go.
I was right
at,
next to.
at 3.
I've made a
Rob.
scream, I'm sure, at this point.
It'll
Yes,
just
but
be-
I was also right there too.
Oh,
so
you're the one next to me with the strange...
Yeah, I'm-
Okay,
I've been sticking next to you because you're large and I can hide behind you.
okay.
Okay.
Good, then you can yell faster than I can, so that's a plus.
Which I will once Yana gets herself free.
Okay, here we go.
We hope.
I hope.
Let us lead off here with the aforementioned Yana. So let me explain the situation that you're in right now. So at the moment, this rug, which is a large, by the way, thing. It's one of the classic. They sell these as the sort of the Oriental rugs, they call them. Not specifically, they use that word for this particular thing.
Right.
And it's very large. So it actually is surrounding you pretty much completely, and so you are grappled. At the moment, what that means is that you are restrained, blinded, and at risk of suffocating. So what that means is, so that's great, right? So that means that if you cannot release yourself at the beginning of your next turn, not this turn, but your next turn, you're going to take bludgeoning damage because you are literally being like, type of thing. So to escape from this, you need to escape by making a strength check to basically break out of this grapple. So not a saving throw, but a strength check.
My weakest stat. Perfect.
Sadly. And this thing is not speaking to you or anything. It's silent. It is just, coupled around you.
All right.
Maybe I can just attack with a knife and cut you.
Stab right through it, right into the heart.
No, cut an air hole.
I know.
So my only action that I have available to me is to try to get rid of the grapple.
No, no, that's not true. You're restrained, which means you could still act. I mean, you could do other stuff, but the thing that is going to break you free from it is the attempt to get out of the grapple, is the break grapple that I mentioned. But you can still
okay. So I'm gonna use my bonus action to activate Swift Stride.
Okay.
So that gives me +2 to Dex plus. Oh well, no, sorry. The part is plus. Yeah. Why don't I have it here? Oh, wait, did we say that it gives me temporary
HP
hit points?
Yes.
HP. Did I not put that in this?
No.
Why do I not have
Well,
this
let's
here?
double check that though, because
I know I'm
we
looking
went
at
through
it
this
again
last
because I don't
time,
remember.
and
I don't remember.
I don't know that Swift Stride did that. It was speed, I think, that we were talking about, that it gives you.
It does both.
Does it really?
We actually looked it up. Yeah, hang on. I'll check it for you.
Check this too.
Squish.
If Yana is rolled up in the rug, how do the others attack without hitting Yana? Yes, you have definitely fixed on the problem.
You've hit the nail on the Yana.
You should have heard what was going on in the green room before the game started, with them being like, so if we flame the rug, does that, can we do that? How
when
does
you
that
shift,
work?
you gain temporary hit points equal to your level plus your constitution modifier, minimum of 1.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So that means I am at 2. So I have 16.
Okay. So so basically 2 temp, basically, right?
And then so I'm trying to remember what the other temporary element. Oh, they'll be able to I get 10 extra feet on my movement, which in this case doesn't help me at all. Cool.
10 extra squirms.
And I can react to when an enemy turns is within 5 feet of me. I can react by moving 5 feet away if someone ends their turn within 5 feet of me. An enemy ends with their turn within 5 feet of me.
Also remember, by the way, Rob, that because I mentioned the hero point, you can, on an ability check, and this is an ability check, you can spend a hero point after the roll is made, but before you know whether it's successful or not, to add a d6 to it. So you could do that.
Now,
so that's the thing.
I am a D&D idiot. So when you say after the roll is made, but before it succeeds, that means I see what the roll is, but you don't tell me if it's worked or not?
That's exactly right.
Okay, that is a concept that's like brand spanking new to me, because that's not something we've actually had an opportunity to do before.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That is the case.
So for those of you who are not as good at D&D, or at the same level as D&D that I am, which is noob, yeah, that explains what that is. Cool. All right, sorry for headphones listeners. Anyway.
5-year-old noob.
I mean, this game takes a while. All right, we can talk about it later. But anyway, so I'm gonna try to get out of this grapple because I don't want to be here. I don't want to stay here anymore.
That's right.
Finally, we can go home. Thank you. That's from Armageddon. So I have to do a strength check, right?
That is correct.
All right, so let's do
And not a save check.
Damn it! Can I take that anyway? That was a good roll.
Let's see. I guess so.
I mean, it was an 18.
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah. Well, the reason is because the strength save being a -1.
they're both
Oh,
minus
just
one.
-1. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Which one includes your proficiency modifier?
Oh, right.
No, they're both -1. I
No,
don't
but
get a
that's your-
proficiency. Oh, wait, proficiency modifier.
What's your
What do you mean?
strength?
It's 9, so it's a
Okay, it is
-1.
a
and I-
-1.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's the same. My strength is bad for me.
probably doesn't
so
have
it's the
proficiency
same.
on the strength check either way. So, okay, so we're looking at an 18. All right. So the question is, do you before you know whether it succeeds, do you want to use the hero point or not?
I mean, if an 18 fails, it's my own damn fault, so I'm not going to use it.
Okay. It failed. No, I'm just kidding.
God, I
you
knew you were going to do that.
No, I'm kidding. So you are actually able to break free. So Yana, you just kind of
Lovely.
like pull yourself out. And when you emerge, you kind of see this strange sight of the carpet that you kind of pulled your way out of, this rug, which is like rolled and flapping on end, and it looks, the sort of tassels on the end of it look very much almost like kind of strange like hands that are almost ready to whip towards you, and it looks like it is ready to attack you again. Now, it did take that was your action to do that, but I assume you're glad to be free of it before you took damage from it.
That's an improvement.
So you are free of this thing.
Yeah, and am I able to move?
You are able to move. That was your action to break free. So yes, you are able to move.
All right, so I am going to which way do I want to move? I'm going to move back toward. So wait, the carpet is directly to the top of it. Oh, that's the carpet. I thought that was like some really weird like TV colored static. Yeah, like artifacting on a like
The Pollock painting that was hiding behind the carpet.
Eberron
Flanking
Television
it would
Network.
Be good.
What?
Or flanking it would be good for Elrond.
I don't think I can flank it from here, and also she's not going to move towards this thing. She's going to move back.
Call me Ellerin?
Sorry.
What did I say?
I don't know anyone who
I
has the
called
name
it
of
Jen.
Elrond.
Jen called me Ellerin.
Who names
Yes.
anyone
Valerian.
Elrond? Am I right? Who does that?
Yeah.
It's been a long
Eberron
time.
Hubbard.
Totally not a play on your last name there, buddy.
Okay, so you move clear of it, and sort of you note that those who did not yet realize what was going on can probably see that you've emerged looking disheveled and probably
She
a little
basically
worried
she
about it.
backs up and she kind of goes and hisses at the thing.
Terrible case of static shock from the carpet.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh yes, all of she doesn't have that much hair on her. She's not
Frizzed,
a
you
very
know?
particularly hairy
Yes.
shifter, but you can definitely see that like
All
all of
the
her.
rays.
Yeah, it's just like
Yep, doubles as a children's museum exhibit now. You just walk up and you just like, you know,
Yeah.
all the way. Okay, so good stuff out of Yana, who is now clear of the rug, and that leads
You
us
have to remember, she doesn't look as shiftery as you would think from her. She has the characteristics, but she's not.
Right.
She's not as much. She's not as animal form as you would normally consider a shifter to look.
Right. So Nisiana, that leads us to you. You, based on where you were standing, you can see just sort of flapping, menacingly right near the entrance to this thing is what looks like a kind of threadbare, but obviously moving on its own rug, and you just saw Yana emerge from it.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to ask Elrond to smite our enemies with a bit of sacred flame.
Are you just doing that now to piss him off?
What do you mean?
Did Elrond again.
Did Eberron?
Hilarious.
Oh my god, Eberron. Yeah, you do not understand. I've been home for like 3 days.
Well,
Hey.
Eberron, I really loved you in the friendship council. So I think your role was
Actually,
you did
it's
wonderful
because
work.
it's written right here, and it's right in front of my face. So
Mm-hmm. And Geister, yeah, the Doctor Strange and the cloak beating the heck out of that guy is actually that's not that far off from that. I did want to, very quickly before you go on, I noted one thing about Rob I wanted to ask. When Yana
Yes.
backed up, you just backed up like 5, thank you, hon. You just backed up 5 feet, right? Like you didn't back up further than that, yes? Because
No, this was just like pushing away. She's you know,
Okay,
she's
that's what I thought.
recovering from getting out of the thing. She probably isn't going to
Okay,
be able to get
that's
very
what I
far.
thought.
She just doesn't want to be on top of it. She wants to be able to, you know,
Gotcha. Okay,
if she
cool.
needs
That's
to
what I
leap
thought.
in.
Okay.
Got it. Cool. Sorry about that. All right, back to Nisiana. So, this is what
We're
you
back
see.
to Eberron smite our enemies.
Okay.
And I shall Sacred Flame this thing
All
with
right.
a, oh, Jesus Christ, a 1.
Well, let's see if it makes its deck
Apparently,
save. Thank you for the follow,
Nisiana is as tired
Cindy.
as I am.
I don't know. You saw my rolls for initiative. It might be spreading, Jen. So just letting you know.
So it does actually make the save. It kind of, kind of billows away as the flame hits it, or it almost hits
Okay.
it. So it does not get hit
It's
by the 1 point of damage.
fast.
Why
Yes.
can't my carpet ever make the save when I spill something on it accidentally? That's what I want to damn know. It's making this save. Spill some
Wow.
cranberry juice on the carpet. Make the save. Just absorb it and make it disappear.
Well, you see, it's a color fast surface, but it's a whole different. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that was a joke that you will all love sometime in the future. Probably when you all become dads and make dad jokes. Okay, so anyway,
Arv,
so
you're making enough for all of us. So
I'm
I'm
sure.
gonna say.
there's never enough. Okay, so yes, sadly, does not do the job, Nisiana. Where do you want to stay where you are, or back up, or what do you want to do?
we need
no,
a dad of holding for all these
I
dad
am
jokes.
Staying where I am because I'm right next to Ilarion.
There you
Right
go.
now I'm like can't figure out what anybody's name is right now. Because yeah, just in case healing has to be done or smiting has to be done.
All right, sounds good. And thank you, Critchwitch. Splash some red wine on the carpet. My weakness. Okay, that's going to lead us then to Tantan. You were up next. Now, Tantan has been hanging out, as was previously pointed out, with Nimble in the Dragon's Horde. At this point, though, I imagine, Tantan, you would have heard a lot of like a strange flapping sound, and then a bunch of disruption, and you heard what sounded like a spell being cast, and so there's stuff going on outside the Dragon's Horde.
Do remember that his wisdom is 11, right? His perception is not good.
Yes, and Nimble's really cute. Nimble is
Nimble
like
is really cute.
Nimble's really cute. Yeah,
And yeah, there was supposed to be something about the screaming, and all that seems to have been said was, Eberron smite our foes, which she says so often. I mean,
It's what I do, but
Just
I
when
don't
she wakes
do
up
it
in the
without
morning.
a reason.
right. So he didn't notice. He's just sitting there like spinning gold coins for Nimble on the shelf. Just
and Nimble's like looking up and down at it, and kind of like tilting its head, and then reaches out a paw and like tries to, or a claw, I should say, and tries to like pick the coin from the air and stuff. And it's a wonderful.
It is very dark in there, so
It's a wonderful,
might be hard
charming
to see.
scene. We get a montage moment of this, and meanwhile, back in, hey, like battling. Okay, are you going to continue to focus your attention on only Nimble, or
Focus,
is that
that's funny.
yes?
Translate. He said he didn't notice.
Never give Tantan a fidget spinner. Just never do that. We'll just lose him entirely for the.
Well, yeah, until he's like, wait, how does it do that? And then he'll take it apart, and then he'll be.
Unless
then
he
he'll be
invents it
focused.
and becomes the richest person in Eberron. So.
Right. Mhm.
True. So pretty much the answer is no.
That's what he's doing.
That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
Okay, seems logical. All right. So it is now the rug's turn, and so the rug is sort of like kind of flapping about, and since Yana still is the closest creature,
And the
it
rug
is-
comes forward and goes, "Hey, do you know the way to JFK? Is it this way?"
Listen, it looks at you and is like, I'm lying like a rug. No, it is going to attack Yana.
Hold on. Arv, I'm a little confused.
Sure.
Yana, where are you? Because on the map, you're not the closest person. You're like the
I'm
third
not. I'm
closest
nowhere near
person.
to the closest
so
person.
we need to clarify this.
All right. Well, so
This-
you
I
Very
just,
moved back to
confusing.
the door
What
of the
you-
room that that Tantan
like
is
a-
in.
Okay, no,
10
but
foot.
let's yeah, hold on. Let me explain. We can't
Yeah,
do
go
that because that's more than 5 feet. This is what I was asking you about.
Ah.
If you're moving back out of the way, it's going to get an attack of opportunity on you if you go only like if you just back up all the way. You'd have to disengage, which is 5 feet. So you can disengage from it, but you can't go all the way back to that door. That's why I was asking that, Rob. You follow what I mean?
I do. What I'm trying to decide is whether I want to get further away and have it try to make an attack on me, or
Right.
if I just want to move back to 5 feet.
And Ilarion, and let me ask, actually, Ilarion's right outside the door too, right? Like, is pretty much right there.
I'm right there.
Yeah, so
Ilarion
you
was
could
on
go
top of
even.
me.
You could go even with Ilarion, Yana, I think.
That's
think
what I wanna
fair to
do.
say. Sure,
Yes.
you could do that. And then the rug is going to have a decision to make. Is it going to go after... All right, you know what? I'm going to
And
I'm
you
going
know
to
how
roll.
indecisive rugs can be.
Yeah, it's going to be random here.
Like,
as to what
is
it
it,
does.
is it going to be the little one, the big one, or the one that it tried to already eat?
I'm going exactly. Maybe it's got a
Hope
taste
it's got a taste for Yana.
Exactly, I was
That's
going
what
to
I'm
say.
thinking, yeah.
All right, we're going to roll a d4 here. I'm going to do it. So
I don't
everybody
look
can see
appetizing
it.
at all. I'm going to be honest.
If it's a 1 to 2, it will attack Yana. If it's a 3 or 4, it will attack Ilarion. So here's the d4. It is a 1.
There you go.
It will attack Yana. So
Aw.
Love that we have a tank. What the hell do we have a tank for?
it's yeah. I mean, like, well, next turn you might be able to get further away. You can get behind Ilarion. Anyway,
It's fine.
it is a it's going to be a 15 as it attempts
That's
to
gonna hit.
surround you again. So it's like, and you're like, so you were again smothered by this thing.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
That's its only attack.
Shit.
It's literally a rug of smothering. That's what it does. It's trying to smother people.
I knew I should have I should have tried to get away from it.
It's doing the same
Stop
thing.
moving this thing around my screen, Roll20. God damn it.
Okay.
Sorry,
so
I can't even click on anything because my UI completely bugged out. Sorry.
Now, also, I'm going to note, Yana, that because you've been smothered once before, now that it's hit you, you're not going to get that extra
Wait a
grace.
minute. Wait a minute. If it
Yeah.
there might I just need to double check something.
Yeah, let me
here.
know if there's something that you need to avoid. It's magic carp, but in rug form, yes.
Ooh.
That's exactly right. Got to catch them all.
No, I guess that doesn't activate this turn.
Don't let it evolve. Angry magic carpet.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
So, what I
become
wanted to let you know,
Fury Rug?
Yana, was that because you've already been affected by it once, that means that you're not going to get that grace period. So that means at the beginning of the target's turn, you were the target. At the beginning of your turn next turn, you were going to get hit for this bludgeoning damage, whatever that is.
Ooh.
So,
Great.
and it is definitely wrapped around you. Okay, that leads us to Merime, and you now... I think Merime, there you were, back there. So you can see down the corridor, and you can see that a rug is now consuming, so to speak, or smothering anyway, Yana. Where did Yana go? Is this Yana?
No, I'm the
Black and white.
purple,
yes,
the purple
yes.
carrot, yeah.
Okay. This won't be the case for too much
Why did
longer,
I
chat.
Generic
lose all of my
character.
music? Why did I lose all the sounds and everything from Roll20? What the hell is going on with this thing?
It's giving you the buffering symbol for you, buddy. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to like
maybe your
reload, I
internet
guess.
might be a little screwy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to log out and log back in.
So Merime, what would you like to do?
Now, I'm going to ask you, in all of the experience that Merime has had, I think that a rug can't hear. I feel like that's a safe assumption.
Yeah, it is. Well, it depends on what you're trying to do to it. Or if you're trying to give it like cutting words or something similar, some bardish cool thing like that. So
wanna
it
be
is
me.
immune to psychic damage.
Okay.
And that's something that you would, I think, know already, that this kind of a creature would probably not be able
Having
to hear.
encountered so many rugs before,
Yeah,
and be able to
many,
rugs in their
rugs, that's true.
lifetime.
All
I
over
feel
the
I've
battlefield.
studied
They're
rugs.
everywhere.
Yeah. It's a long, lifelong struggle
Sure.
here. But do they hear? Like, even if they're immune to psychic damage, okay, never mind. Immune is different
They
from...
sense, but they don't necessarily. Yeah, hearing. I mean, they sense things. So,
Okay.
not so much hearing per se.
Now, I've seen... I don't remember, but what were our hit points at? Were we all like... Were some of us wounded, or... Cause it's been a
No,
while.
you were all in. I think you were all full as I had you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were good to
We'd
go.
only just gotten here.
Yeah.
It's true. Okay, so I can't talk to a... there's not much I can do against the rug. I really want to stab
Just
it.
hit it.
But I don't want to stab Yana. If
I don't care. Just hit the thing.
You just hear from a, just hit it. It's like,
I'm sorry, Yana. And I'm going to go in and stab it.
go ahead and make your attack.
Okay, so I'm going to go beside it. Okay, I am... Oh, hang on. Oh, no, not advantage. I'm giving myself advantage because it's been a while. So I'm going to go to it.
Only
pull
that were possible.
Right? Pull out my rapier and go bloop into it. And roll 20 will eventually catch up to that amazing move of mine.
You're there.
Maybe?
Someday.
Okay, on my map, you're there.
There we go. Okay.
19.
19 will absolutely hit.
Wonderful.
Everything.
So
It hits everything.
1d8 plus 3. So that is 10 points
Okay,
of
so
piercing damage.
What happens here is that the it does in fact take some of that, and Yana's going to take some of that. So mechanically, what that means is that Yana, you take half of that damage, and the rug takes half. So Yana takes
Okay.
5, and the rug takes 5. And it's not immune or anything. It seems to be just as affected as you might expect by piercing damage. So that's fine. But sadly, Yana is also.
So I'm at
pierced.
11.
Right. Yep. Because of the temp. Yep.
Feeling guilty at having felt the squishiness that was definitely not textile.
Yeah, you felt the textile and then and you're like, oh.
Yana will, Merime will scream to Yana, Yana, you have the strength to get out of this again. You've done it before. You will do it again. And I have inspired you, Rob. So you get 1d6
Awesome.
All right.
inspiration.
Thanks, I'll be fine.
Sorry. Lots of guilt.
Okay. Sounds good. And you're going to stay. And let's see. Arudinel has also inspired Yana. Yeah, because this is a different inspiration. This is like the bardic inspiration from Merime. And now Yana has also been inspired separately. So, Yana, you now have inspiration from chat. So thank you, Arudinel.
Are you still playing music in Roll20? Because I can't hear it at all.
I am.
And I have my audio turned on, and I don't know what's happened. I don't know
still-
how to fix it.
I am still playing. Can everybody else in the
I
chat?
can hear it.
You can
I
hear
have it
everything?
turned off, so I never hear it.
Oh.
I just have the I can hear it. I have the master volume. Sometimes it goes down.
I can hear it.
Tren, you don't hear my awesome Kendrick Lamar Tren raps that I typically play for
Give
you.
me a second, I'll turn it up. Yes, I hear it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Turn it back down
it's
again.
stopped playing for me entirely, and I don't know how to fix it. So
Yeah, you can hear it, but it's not terribly loud. No, yeah, I don't want it to overwhelm, so I don't usually put it up super loud. But okay, so anyway, yes. So Rob has got an inspiration from Merime and bardic inspiration, and has got an inspiration from Arudinel, which is your garden
there it
variety
is.
awesome
I got it
inspiration.
now.
So did you get all that, Rob? I'm glad you got that. But did you hear the inspiration?
Sorry, I just hate when stuff's not working. Oh, great. Now stop. Okay, good. Got it.
Okay,
Sorry.
got it. So,
Yeah.
as I was saying, inspiration. Merime has given you bardic inspiration, but also Arudinel has given you regular inspiration. So you are very inspired, Yana. When it
Cool. Watch me not make it out of this rug this time, even with all of that. Like, watch now that
I've
I
done
have
that.
all of that.
I have
now that I
done
have
that,
all of that.
so yeah.
Merime, you're going to stay where you are. I'm sorry if you answered this question already.
I'm going to stay where I am, and I'm going to be like, I'm kind of beside my sister, and I kind of, I know she's getting excited here. She's fighting a rug. I think it's her first rug battle, so I'm going to try to keep her safe as much as I can.
You remember
As
your
opposed
first
to you,
rug battle?
stalwart rug battler of yore.
Okay, Alarian finally comes out of their coma and is now looking and
Apparently,
like,
yeah.
aha. So Alarian, you see the situation, and there's a rug wrapped around Yana.
All right. So wrapped around how? Like it dropped on top of her, or
It literally
tried to coil, try to coil around
like
her?
Beastmaster bird creatures around the.
Like
Yep, exactly.
okay. So it's vertical, basically.
It is
right?
vertical.
And you said it's a large creature.
It is
correct?
large, correct.
And Yana's about what, 5'4", 5'5", correct?
Is that right, Yana?
Rob?
I'm looking it up. It's exactly 5'4". How did you know?
Okay, just a lucky guess.
She's
Well, it's
right
because
there.
so Arv,
Yes.
given that Alarian is 7'10", I feel it should be very easy for me to extend my Star Sword and stab above where Yana is, so I only hit the rug.
So here's the reason that doesn't work in this situation. The rug itself is not just static, right? It is constantly rippling, and in fact, if you can imagine anyone being locked inside it, they are not Zen still, magic.
I get that, but it's still
trick.
a tall, large item.
Yeah.
Look, I'll take a -2 to my roll to do this.
No,
I'm really trying not to hit Yana.
The thing is that the transfer of the damage that we're talking about happens even if you were to stab above it. The issue is that the thing itself is almost like pulling Yana close to off her feet because it's so, it's big enough that it's actually going above it. I might be more inclined to believe that with other creatures that were not, 5'4", but just as an average person, the creature has surrounded it. So it's not, you can't really stab above it. The other way I would say is even if you did, you wouldn't be effective. So
I tried. So
there are other options.
It is squeezing the air out of her, Chenrezig. Yes, there is risk of suffocation for sure.
Well, that's true, and I have an 17 strength. So I guess I will not. So how do I go about trying to extricate Yana from the carpet? A strength check to open it?
Yes, I would say that you could try to release Yana from the grapple by basically ripping it open. Now, you are making yourself vulnerable to it attacking you, but I mean, I don't know. You probably are fine with that.
I mean, I don't breathe, so it can't suffocate me. So there is that.
True.
So, yeah, we've already stabbed her once. I don't want her to go down in here, so that is exactly what they are going to do.
Then I will ask you to make a strength check, please.
Yeah, hold on. And I'll say...
Hold on, Yana.
And we'll make that strength check. That's a 23, Bob.
That's good. Did you make a save again? I just...
I did.
Okay.
But it's a 5. It's the same. It's a 5.
It's all right. I'm just noting it for...
Yep.
Okay, yeah, it definitely doesn't make that. Okay, so you just rip you rip the thing clear, and Yana stumbles out of the rug. Yeah, basically. For the second time.
You just hear her say, "No more."
Yeah, it's like a really awesome sequence outtake out of the abyss. Just you get out of there just in time too, because you would have taken damage at the beginning of your next turn. So yes, Yana sort of falls to her knees in front of this rug, which is now flapping wildly in a very hostile way towards you, Alarian. It does occur to you, by the way, that the rug does damage in two different ways. One way is by smothering. The other is by literally the bludgeoning damage is also that it's beating you up while it's doing this. So that said, Yana would have taken more damage had you not done what you needed to do right there. So good stuff. And I assume, Alarian, you're not going to move anywhere because you're you're hanging out with the rug. Okay. Sounds good.
Yep.
So give me a second. My lights have lost their mind for a second.
That's the beginning of a horror novel, right?
Yes.
Okay,
listen,
just checking.
I do live
Just
in a
moved into the
200-year-old
new
former
house,
sea captain's
and,
house. Yeah,
It's the right month for it.
Has either of your children started talking to imaginary friends recently, Arv?
Does that happen because...
If that background turns from green to purple, we'll know what's going on.
It's just matching yours, Rob.
If it just turns to just black and it's just like the dark saber,
John, I accepted that reality long ago.
Exactly. Hey, what's up, Rogan? Anyone got a lit cigarette burn holes in the rug? Okay. So good work, Larry.
Cthulhu be praised.
We are back up to Yana. All right, Yana, you are in front of this swirling rug that is just released its hold on you thanks to Alarian.
For the love of God, if I back up, is this thing going to get an attack on me?
At the moment, no, because it is currently focused on Alarian. So
okay, I am backing the hell up then.
Okay, so you do so.
That is my first step. First step. I'm going to back up by. Is that that's Nisiana, right?
And Nisiana and Merime right next to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna join my sisters, and we're gonna kick this carpet straight to the curb. And I am going to cast, where are my spells? Somewhere, I don't know. I'm going to cast, Frostbite on the,
rug.
That's not true. I'm going to cast Acid Splash on the rug.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's 1d6, DC versus Dex. So let me cast that now.
right. And what am I looking? What's your DC that I'm looking to beat? What is your spell casting?
I keep forgetting that element. Hold on, and I will tell you it's been a month. 13.
Okay. So it does save just.
Okay, so then it doesn't take any damage.
Okay. You hit Larry there. No, you don't do that. Okay, so it misses the rug, flaps angrily, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, you are now clear of the rug. There's some other people that have to get to now if it wanted to eat you up again. All right, that's going to lead us to Nisiana. You are now standing there with Yana right behind you, and the rug is on Ilarion. Not smothering it, just next to.
So remind me, if it was able to dodge my sacred flame last time, does that mean the DC is just not high enough? It will always be able to dodge it?
No, that doesn't mean that. It just happened to roll well.
All right.
So.
Well, then I am going to call upon Eberron to smite this stupid smothering rug.
Okay.
And hope that this time I roll better.
Oh, yeah. And you'll be happy to know that it critically missed. Apparently, it was too occupied with Ilarion. So the flame hits it, and it takes 8 points of damage. And it will take all of that. Does not like it. Well, you think it doesn't like it. You can't tell, but it waves a tassel at you. So.
Well, when you say that, suddenly I play Pokemon Go, and suddenly I'm seeing like the evolution of the Yamask, which I can't remember the name of. I think Sarcophagus, but they have weird hands. So now I'm seeing that. So we're fighting Pokemon now.
You are fighting Pokemon. Are you going to stay where you are, Nisiana?
Yes, because I can still attack it, and Ilarion's got a hold of it, and I can hide behind Ilarion if I need to.
All right, sounds good. It gives her the middle fringe. That's awesome. Okay, Tantan is up next. Tantan, you hear like maybe you don't even you're still just occupied with the dragon, although they're now right outside your door of the dragon sword. But
two things. One, as soon as you started talking about it, waving a tassel at somebody, all I could imagine was Robert Patrick as the Terminator, the T-1000, going. Oh.
Yeah.
Speaking of creepy hands, but given the fact that Merime was screaming, you got out of this before, you get out of this again. That's the sort of thing, and then the screaming of Yana getting away from the thing. That's the sort of thing that just kind of wiggles its way in, and he's like,
Perhaps I should deal with this.
Right, he turns and looks back towards the door and sees people like, moving away, and he's like, oh.
It's that meme where the guy reaches out of the room and then gives the thumbs up and then goes back into the room, right?
And then Tantan goes back to playing with the dragon.
Yes. Okay, so Tantan having been notified now, Tantan will
finally,
like to do.
He kind of turns to Nimble's like, would you excuse me for just a moment? And he
tilts its head.
He kind of, exactly. He kind of leans out, much like that thing, just sort of leans out the door, sees what's going on. It's like, oh. Is that supposed to be doing that? Right, never mind. And he will.
No one can answer, so.
Right. It's like, you can answer. It's a free action. But he will.
Yana just looks and goes, "No."
That's all he needs. And so he's like, "Oh, all right." And he just pulls out his crossbow and fires at it.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack roll. While we all admire Arudnel's name for the rug as it's familiar, David Tasselhoff. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, David Tasselhoff.
Oh, that's going to take a while to recover from.
That's quality work.
It hurts.
If I weren't sitting down, I would sit down from that one. I'm just gonna.
Good stuff.
So bad.
And by bad, you mean really good.
I wanted to tell you to go to your room.
7.
7 is not going to do it, sadly.
I know.
Misses the rug, which is flapping wildly.
Like Jack Nicholson is the Joker.
Yes, exactly. With little, little smoldering flame kind of off it. Okay, do you want to move from where you are, Tantan, at the door or no?
No, but he kind of looks at Nimble's like, do you breathe fire?
And Nimble's like, yeah, okay.
You know?
Okay. And that's going to lead us to the rug. The rug is going to attempt to attack Alarian, but I think is going to miss horrifically because I don't think a 8 is going to hit Alarian.
Not even close.
Yes. So attempts to, and kind of like throws its fringe at you. Yeah. And Alarian's like, no. Okay. And that's going to lead us to Merime. And Alarian is on deck. Merime, what would you like to do?
I would like to flank the rug with Alarian.
Okay. So, so technically Alarian is kind of to the side at the moment. Because you're kind of holding it from the bottom side of the rug, the south side of the rug. You could try to move around and kind of maneuver, I guess, to do that. I guess it's out at this point in the hallway.
I was just gonna say, if it's coming to get me and I'm where I am, it should. Yeah.
Yeah, it probably could do that. So, all right. I think that's reasonable.
And then I would like to stab it.
All right, proceed.
How free from Yana,
From Alarian's side, it's like sword points.
With less angst this time. I get advantage, right, for the flanking?
So I need to work on the flanking rules again for bards, because technically the flank is something which usually more warriors and fighters have. Yes, do advantage for now, but I need to look into it and confirm, because there are some DMs who don't allow flanking at all. Anyway, yes, so you can do that for now.
Thank you. You're a very kind DM.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be reflected on your Yelp review. Okay, stabbing.
My Yelp review.
Wait till you see what he does with dragons.
Wow.
I like the advantage one.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, that is a critical hit. So that means
I
you're going
hate
to get
carpets.
max damage on this thing. Yeah, right. Several carpets feel the burn.
So D8 plus 3. You do max damage?
I do max damage in my games, yes.
So
do
it's
they, and
11.
if they do it, so it's 11. All right, so you stab, and it looks... You kind of... this thing, as I said, was sort of threadbare already, so it looks like you rip a serious hole into it, and it's kind of flapping, kind of oddly and wildly as the wind, the breeze blows through it. All right, good stuff, Merime. I assume you're staying right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm going to start singing soon.
And that is going to lead us then to Alarian, who, Alarian, you're right there as this rug has had a hole ripped in it.
Okay. Well, if it is flanked, that means I also have advantage on it, supposedly, according to places in other places. So, yes, the Star Sword comes out, and I will also give this a whirl. Before we do, I have to do something last round. I don't think it'll make a difference, but I want to be honest. If I had rolled a 21 on that strength check, would it have made any difference to that roll, Arv, to free Yana?
Well, because that would have been lower?
My strength actually is a +3 bonus. I was mistaken.
Okay, so it wasn't quite the same thing. All right.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't have made a difference.
Okay,
That's okay.
I didn't think so, but I wanted to be upfront about
But thank you for the
because I
honesty.
did make the mistake. Yeah.
You just wanted to see Yana wrapped up again.
Well,
Suffocating.
Apparently, everybody does.
So advantage on the roll.
Hey, I didn't set you on. I didn't sacred flame you.
I just stabbed you a bit.
It's just a love poke.
24.
24 will hit for sure.
And also max damage because it's an 8.
All right, so that's 11 total.
Stabby.
Is that
You stabby.
that is 11 total, right? Is that is right?
Oh yeah, 8 plus 3. Yep.
All right, so you rip through it, and literally the sword almost slashes up through the hole that Merime created, and just and whatever magic was animating this thing, it just and falls in two, like it's held together by a thread, almost literally at its bottom, but it just kind of falls in a heap and on the ground and lies motionless. And we are out of initiative here as it lies there.
Oh, quick question for you, Arv. What did you have my Aegis armor at in terms of points, hit points?
I had your armor at 6 out of 6.
Okay. All right. For some reason, I had it on my character sheet as 1, and I knew that wasn't correct. So
nope.
Just wanted to check with you. Thank you. All right.
Yana, how hurt are you? You are muted.
Yes, I am, because I was trying to figure something out in my character arc. Yana is not even listening to you when you ask that question. She's currently looking at the rug, and she's once again, having had this happen to her twice, she's looking at the thing and she's muttering something guttural in a language I would think most of you have never heard before, unless someone here speaks Quarry.
No.
Or Qari.
QRA.
Wait. I believe I do. I do.
If anyone did.
Nice.
It would be, in fact. yeah.
Now I've got to think of
Picking
what
up
I
some new
actually just said.
profanities.
That's fantastic, because I didn't actually figure out what I was going to say.
I was
so
just
now I
gonna
have to figure
say,
out what I was going to
like,
say.
oh
That's
man.
true.
Do you want me to have the appropriate facial expression of
Yeah, no, it's something to the effect of just a tirade of expletives and just calling that rug every nasty thing you could possibly imagine in the language.
Like the Merovingian.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
It's that. But
Oh,
it's also
yeah.
it depending on how well you know the language, you realize that it sounds like she learned it 3 weeks ago. Like it sounds very rough. It's not either
You
because
are
she's
a
angry.
very bad rug.
Yeah, I'm
No,
very
it's not.
fluent.
Yeah, it's not that she's saying it wrong. It's just that it doesn't sound. Imagine if you learned a language all at once, but did not actually fully have it command of it. That's what it feels like. It feels like she understands what she's saying, but she has no. Like, if you know how it's supposed to sound, it sounds off for some reason.
I will laugh because I enjoy a good expletive insult, and then I will offer you a few more Corey insults that you may enjoy to use against the rug.
She's totally not paying attention to you at all.
That's fair. I'm totally just having fun regardless.
And once she stops, once she comes back to, and she finally like gets control of herself, and actually inside her head, you guys can't hear this, and I'm not going to worry about trying to RP it right now, but Altas is trying to calm her down, like significantly, like, Yana, it is okay. It is okay.
I've
We are
chatted.
okay. and she just kind of looks at the party and goes, I didn't rush in.
You totally did not. You
I
did not.
didn't.
Things happen.
It probably would have hurt me a lot more, and I was ready to walk in front of you. So you saved me. How?
And then she kind of looks around at all of you and she goes, Who stabbed it?
Oh. Sorry, that was me. That's why I inspired you. It's an apology.
And she kind of goes like, and she realizes, yeah, okay. She's not mad at you. She's just kind of like, she's kind of touching where the part hit her a little bit, and is like, heal?
I'll look to my sister. Heal?
Like,
Likely that she would be pulling it off of you.
And when she hears Hilarion start talking, she's like, no, she's not like that at all.
no, I'm sorry. I have a hard time actually understanding Ilarion now. So could you repeat that, please?
Oh, they said it would be unlikely that she would be pulling it off of you.
Yeah. Okay. I will look at Yana and figure out basically if I need to use a spell or if I can use healing on it. So actually, how badly are you hurt?
She
5?
kind of, I'm 5 points.
Okay.
Well, actually,
No,
technically,
3,
I don't have.
'cause you had
I have 3
your
because
temp.
I lost the 2 temporary hit points.
Yeah, so
and
just 11 out of 14.
So if I wanted to use healing, my healing ability on her,
Mm-hmm.
how does that work?
Well, if it's the healing ability that's just to stabilize,
Yeah.
that I mean, she's.
I mean,
not-
I get a plus for using my alchemist.
Yeah, but that she's not in any danger. I mean, that's to stabilize in case of being down and unconscious, or to prevent her from bleeding out, basically. And Yana's nowhere near that state, so it would have to be more of a actual spell of healing that is actually designed to heal hit points as opposed to just stabilizing.
Yeah, I'm like, I think you're okay for the moment, but I'll keep an eye on you.
And she kind of looks at the stab wound.
You're gonna be okay. it's gonna. You can walk this one off.
Yeah, walk it off.
I'll keep an eye
And
on you.
she kind of, starts to try to lift herself back up.
Patch. I mean, I will
And-
like put poultice and stuff on it, but I only have 3 healing spells, and there's gonna be a lot more in here for me to have to deal with.
That's fair.
So I'm just
I mean, I'm not responding that way. Yana's
but-
disappointed in you, but I'm not.
oh,
Yes.
well, just gonna have to walk this one off. I can see that you're moving fine. I'm looking at where the wound is. I'm like, you're okay. Here, let me put a bandage on you.
You're fine.
So when you
It's
finish putting the
fine.
bandage on, she looks both at Nisiana and at Merme and, sort of gives them a nod of like, it's fine, and sort of thanks everybody for helping her get out. And as she gives like another kind of towards the rug, and then sort of goes back to her sort of solitary moment of trying to figure out what the actual F just happened.
Okay.
I'm gonna kick the rug just on GPs.
It's sort of a thick, carpet, but it definitely doesn't move. It just.
Yeah, that's okay. I still kick it because it hurt
Yeah.
people.
No, for sure.
And then I look and see what else is in the room. But I don't actually walk in there because there might be more rugs.
Yeah, well, there are a lot more rugs, but none of them are moving at the moment. In addition to that, though, there's also the dead body of a human that is lying right inside the door, basically right near the entrance, maybe a few feet inside the entrance inside the store, and it is lying face down.
How decomposed does it look?
Not decomposed at all. In fact, since you asked that, Nisiana, please make a medicine check for me, please.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, you said right inside the door, Arv?
Right, Arudinel? Yeah, like a couple of feet inside.
I'll just reach in and drag the damn thing out.
You could definitely do that, yeah.
I think I get advantage on medicine checks.
It would not surprise me.
So I shall. I'm glad I have some.
Yeah, you can see because the body, as Ilarion sort of pulls it, which was sort of half on its side, and as it pulls over, it kind of rolls onto its back, and you can.
I would have done that anyways.
Yeah, you can see that it is the face of a human, and it is definitely the face looks mottled and blue, even without having to go into it. This clearly smothered. Clearly, that's how this human was killed.
Definitely dead.
Oh yeah, unquestionably dead. Not dead for days and days though. Or well, I shouldn't say that. Not dead for months. It's definitely more recent than that. So it really has not decomposed much here at all. And the other thing that you note on it is that he is wearing lots of he has what almost looks kind of like mining equipment. And then as you look closer, not mining equipment, probably scavenging equipment. There's you can see like a little pick at his belt. There's a backpack. There are pouches attached to his belt, and what looks like maybe a dagger or something like that. All of which is still on the person of this one. So
probably one of the gray dogs that's missing.
It seems pretty likely because it definitely looks like a scavenger with the kind of equipment they would carry.
It's like if it's not, there's no rigor mortis, there's a certain amount of time, so it's been past that time, so it's probably past 36 hours, but it hasn't been more than 2 days.
That's right. And it may have been actually preserved for part of the time by the smothering rug until the rug finally released it. So
this has a direct correlation to what I believe John was talking about as we were doing our intros, because I immediately imagined Bones saying in The Wrath of Khan, rigor hasn't set in. This couldn't have happened too long ago, Jim. And so
nice. Outstanding. Yeah.
Tie directly into that.
Good stuff.
Arv, I want to cast detect good and evil on the carpet realm room.
Okay. Yeah, you do. So that's the 10-minute your ritual, right?
Yeah,
I think.
well, no, it's at will.
Right.
Part
but
of
it-
my peer into the soul thing. So it
Right.
lasts for
Oh,
10
yeah.
minutes.
That's right. So, yeah, no, you do not detect any good or evil in this area about it. Good or evil.
Right.
Well, except your party members, I should specify. But yes.
Glowing black Tantan.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know who the gray dogs are, they are a scavenging team that has gone missing that we are also looking for.
Yep. Okay, so
Nothing of interest.
yeah.
By the way, nothing of interest on the body itself.
There is a
besides the
backpack,
jewels.
like that is being worn.
Open it if no one else does.
Inside the backpack, you actually
A
see
smaller smothering backpack.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
exactly. It's a backpack of smothering. No, it's a smaller. It's basically a smaller, kind of like a pouch. And when you open that, you can see that there are what look like 5 vials of some kind of liquid, fairly small vials of liquid, and there's a scrap of parchment as well. So in the backpack, you got a scrap of parchment and also this pouch with these 5 vials of liquid.
Ilarion hands the pouch to Nisiana and opens or unfolds or whatever, looks at the parchment.
Okay. Nisian, I'll come back to you in a second about what those things might be. When you open the parchment, you see that it is got a set of numbers on it. And the numbers on it, Ilarion, are 39238. That's it. Just a series of numbers. 39238.
Okay.
Nisiana, the vials, as you're looking at them, if you want to see what they are, I'm going to give you a chance to make, again, a medicine check, because you will probably be able to determine what these things are. The back of it, it says 8675309. No.
Yeah.
Okay. So
25.
25, I figured. Almost certainly, based on the consistency of these things, these are some kind of potions of healing, if you had to guess. And it looks like
him
they're pretty
zero good whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. They're pretty small. Yeah, we couldn't quite get to it while being smothered.
Yep.
But there are There are 5 of these vials, and they all look to contain pretty much 1 dose. So you're looking at, I think that's 2d4 plus 2, if I'm not mistaken, is what a healing potion normally does. So all of there's each of those vials would do that.
I will actually hand everybody a vial and say this is a healing potion. So everybody's going to get 1 healing potion.
Thank you.
That
Ilarion
way-
looks at the vial and hands it back to you.
Okay. And
And
Sorry,
Tantan
you
can
cut
heal
out there, John.
himself.
Can you do that again?
Just try it again.
I do not drink.
Okay.
Right. Forgot about that. Okay, hold on. Well, I will hold on to the 2 healing vials. Let me get into my. So. 2d4 plus 2.
Yes, I think that's right.
Which is amazing at that 2nd level. Like, that's a game changer for us.
Yep.
That literal lifesaver, exactly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ilarion activates their shield
Okay.
and actually keeps it. They never really sheathed. They never really made the star sword go away. And they say, give it a second.
I'm going to step inside.
Indicating the carpet
fun.
realm room. So,
Okay. You do
and
so.
it goes to the doorway and like half in, kind of half out in a way, like right there.
Okay. Yep.
Anything?
The rugs remain still and unmoving.
Okay.
And they're all, by the way, one thing you can note, Ilarion, is that like the rug you battled, they all look threadbare and water damaged. These things have not been well preserved since the morning hit.
So I know we terminated that rug fairly quickly, but was there any kind of pattern that I could recognize that might be similar to another rug of smothering sitting in this room?
I mean, if you were, because there's many rugs here, probably 50 or so. But from what you can tell, not obviously, they all seem to be of different patterns. And this thing that you defeated doesn't, I mean, it looked pretty much just like another pattern. You know, there's nothing particularly that stood out about it.
Right.
Are you making yourself a giant target? I
Kind
asked.
of. Yeah.
Okay.
They will go entirely inside the room.
Okay.
Still nothing happened.
Nothing happens.
Do they see anything else besides 50 rugs in here?
Make an investigation check for me, please.
Investigation. 12.
Not from what you can tell. It looks like this, at some point there might have been like what looks like maybe the remnants of a table that maybe, you know, might have been where you actually transacted business while there, but the table is long since just splintered, and, you know, there's little bits of wood and stuff here and there, but that's pretty much it. Other than that, no, it seems to be more or less occupied by the rugs themselves.
Okay. They'll do a quick sweep to the back wall.
Okay.
But if nothing else is in here, going to keep moving.
Okay. Yeah, it mostly rugs in here, from what you can tell.
Well, I was more inclined to see if there were any more moving, smothering ones. But if there's not, then
Does not appear to be.
If it looks safe, I'm going to go in and look around too.
Okay.
I will stick with Nisiana.
All right. Nisiana, if you want to look around and do the same thing, I'll have you make an investigation check. Merime, you can do that also if you're sticking with Nisiana. Okay. So we got
It's one of my specialties. Sometimes it works.
I'm very distracted.
Yeah, you're just like, are
I'm
you okay,
working on
Nisiana? Are you okay?
I'm working on a rug song. It's just
Ballad of the Rug
John.
Slayers. Yeah.
Lug.
From a carpet known as... Okay. So, Nisiana, as you're looking around, the thing that is most notable to you is the fact that there is, you may remember, basically a massive tarp above this entire area, like all the rooms basically covering over this kind of market area. But despite that, the kind of moisture and stuff has meant that a lot of this stuff, like a lot of the rugs are moldy. As I said, there's a lot of water damage. They are definitely not really usable as rugs anymore, and they're very threadbare and so on. So there's definitely not a lot extra here that you can find other than just the rugs themselves. And it looks like not a lot of stuff has been inside this place since it was, abandoned. And maybe that's because, there was a rug of smothering hanging out. Who knows? But anyway.
Yeah, it's like, I don't see anything that's useful to us. Nobody's been hanging out here. I think this is a clear room.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So where next for the party then?
Well, I guess. We could keep looking at all the other rooms, or we could.
Going down.
Yana is just going to follow the party. She is still a little. She's not shell shocked from it, but she's looking around, going.
Like, well,
Here's the thing about Yana. She got caught off guard, and that's not something she's very familiar with. And so now she's doubling down on not nervousness, but just trying to be even more aware of what's going on. And she has a very high perception. So
head on a double swivel now, basically.
Yes, pretty much.
So, okay, as you're heading out that way, one thing I want to note is, since you're looking presumably both sides, Alarian, to your north of that spot, because you're nearest to that place, right where that little thing on the map is, that little square. Yeah, exactly. There's a small steel door that's set into the wall there, and it's embossed with a Gorgon seal, and it is a Gorgon seal which Tantan would immediately recognize. I should have asked, actually, if Tantan was going back to go play with the Pseudo Dragon again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, but it's one that even anyone like Nisiana, you would recognize this also, even though it's not your house. This is definitely the seal of House Kenneth, certainly. And there's a sign above it which reads Maintenance Compartment.
Like, Tantan, I think we found something you will be interested in.
Did I open it?
There is no handle. No handle, no lock on the outside at all.
It has your house symbol on it.
You can hear him in there muttering to Nimble. Basically, he's like, "See, I thought perhaps if you breathe fire,
Well,
we could use you as a
I
kind
will
of
go
little
in and, like, be
flamethrower
like-
to
Nimble is
shoot
very focused, like trying to, like listening.
Assuming that Nisiana Jarasco has this under control, I will move to the doorway of the room to the south.
Okay.
I will actually fetch Tantan and be like, look, it's your house symbol.
Where?
Okay. Very quickly, there are this place looks like it's been cleaned out almost completely, Ilarion. There's lots of like, wood and little metal bits and stuff like that all over the place. Impossible to tell what kind of place this would have been. Maybe like a general store-y type of stall, but there's nothing. I mean, it's just like flinders and, like remnants and scraps at this
Junk
point.
and more junk.
A lot of junk. To go back to Tantan, yeah. So you see this thing that I've just described here, which is that definitely this is the door itself has the Gorgon seal of House Cannith on it, and it says maintenance compartment and a sign above that door.
And he has very, very, very reluctantly told Nimble, "I'll be right back," before he heads out. Is the
He's
door
pulled out of the room.
basically is the hatch here, or is it in here in the carpet?
No, it's next
In
to
the
it.
hallway.
And the only reason that you would note it does correspond with what you saw on the map that they were marking, which is the one that you're working with. But yeah, but it's just a steel door. As I said, no handle, no lock, nothing on the outside of it, just the embossed seal and the sign above it.
Yes, this is definitely the house Cannith sigil. Yes. Very good. I wonder what's inside. Should probably try to open it.
What are you waiting for?
Oh, good question. And he will try to utilize his tools to open it.
Okay, so now what because there's no mechanism at all, so what are you going to try, like, are you going to try, like, prying it open? Because there's no obvious...
No, but he's like using his tools to go around the edges and see if there's...
Gotcha.
For doing a physical examination before he even attempts to try anything magical.
Do an investigation check for me, please.
It should go very poorly.
Do I know the House Cannith's secret knock? Yeah.
No, it won't go very much. That's the wrong... Beep. 13.
Okay. Yeah. If you had to guess, other times that the House Cannith has been asked to put things like this in, there are often things that other houses and places ask Cannith to do that will be sort of automated. So if you had to guess, this is the kind of thing that isn't meant to be open from the outside. It's something that when certain circumstances are met, then when certain conditions are met, then the door will open and whatever it's supposed to do, it will do. Some kind of maintenance, obviously. But getting into it is not something that is intended to be done. So you either you'd have to break open the door, basically, or maybe figure out some kind of magical means to get it open. But certainly any kind of physical prying or anything like that is not likely to work. House Cannith makes quite a virtue out of not, making things easy to fool with and fiddle with.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do. So basically, Tantan relays as much of that as he feels, folks are going to get, and I mean, we could, by we, I mean you. Could force it if you wish, but if it was meant to open, it would have done so by now.
Body on the floor didn't bring it out. I wonder exactly what kind of maintenance or emergency would take to actually get it moving.
See that face Jen's making? That's how I feel too. That voice is getting harder and harder to understand the more you use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to switch that up.
It's really
I'm really
cool, but
sorry. I literally can't.
No, if it's
understand the
not
words.
working, yeah, it's not. If it's not working, it's not working. So we'll have to figure out
It's
something.
got way too much warble to it, and it's just distorting everything you're saying too far out of range for me to pick up on.
yeah. So it'll have to be modified, but it is cool. Like it's a cool,
Yes,
cool
very much.
conceptually.
Well,
I
figure
love
out.
it. I just wish I could understand it.
Just,
Yeah.
I would maybe cut down the wet dry on it and bring more of your natural voice
Yeah.
through it, as opposed to being just all the effect.
Someone told
You
me.
were speaking English, but again, I don't understand it.
Someone told me to crank the wet dry up to 100. So.
Well, it was too low. It was too low the opposite direction. It just sounded like you under. It just sounded like you like. It just sounded like you before.
Bring it
Try
down by
that.
a third and try that.
How's that? Any better?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yep.
We're hearing a lot more of your voice through it.
That's fine.
Way better.
Yeah, much better.
Way. Now I can actually understand the words.
Now, say what you said before.
The hell did I say? Oh,
Suck it,
No,
Trebek.
that's why I wanted you to say it again.
Suck it, Trebek. Clearly, what he said.
Right.
Bird and Ferguson. What they said was, if a body on the floor didn't activate it, I wonder what kind of emergency it would actually take to get that, whatever it is, moving.
Oh, well, you see, the body there has nothing to do with the workings of the place. So, I mean, if there was, damage to the lighting, which doesn't seem to be working all that well, ironic, I know, but it's also entirely possible that it's just everything's down.
Reminds me of
Except
playing
the carpets.
Except for the carpet, yes.
Planetfall. Are these, we're in rock walls? Is that correct?
The inside of these are not. No, they're not rock. The inside of this area is basically there's a canopy above the top of it, and you're dealing. So it's like a canvas canopy. This is really a kind of. It's really more like brick. There is like there's some part of it which is probably like rough stone. Yes, but it's not like it's not very strong stone, I guess is what I would say.
That's my point.
And
Exactly.
the walls
So
are
I-
kind of thin.
Yeah, so I go back into the carpet room, start moving carpets out of the way of that what would that be, the southeastern corner, and kind of tapping on the brick, which should give back kind of a hollow noise, and then start punching it. 'Cause
Okay.
it should break.
It does not seem to be breaking. In fact, you don't really understand why, because it should be breaking.
Well, does it seem like I'm hitting something harder underneath the brick, like
That's it.
more metal?
That's right.
okay.
Could be metal. Yes, exactly.
It's a reinforced layer.
You got it.
Okay. And they come back out and nods to me, Tantan. You are correct. They do not wish anyone to enter unless some preordained condition has been met, apparently.
Ilarion just hitting it, by the way, it reminded me of the let me see, can I say this? There's a sequence in The Mandalorian where creatures are trying to get into something and they're pounding away at this metal door. And it just reminded me, I'm like, exactly like that, except not quite as Terminator-like, with Ilarion being the one doing it. So,
Shall we move on? And without waiting for an answer, they do move on to the next room.
when you look south into that room, you see there is a sign above the store, which reads Grand Attire. And looking inside, you see shelves that are weighed down by moldy clothes, gloves, and hats. This looks like it must have been a clothing store at some point, Ilarion, if you had to guess. And to your east, of course, to the east, the passageway is kind of there are these three passageways that split, very much the way the map shows it as well. They are, again, kind of stone brick, so they're sort of, their consistency is the same, but they are three different passageways that lead off to the east. Sorry, you were going to say.
No. I'm very sorry for jumping in the middle of your description there.
Okay.
But as we start walking forward, Yana, in maybe the most complete sentence you've ever heard her say, just utters, "Can't wait to see what piece of furniture attacks me next."
Just think of the songs that Mary May's going to sing about it.
I'd like to be alive
You
to
will be
hear
alive.
them.
I will keep you alive.
There are clothes
And
in
when
this
you
one.
say "I'll keep you alive," considering you just didn't heal her, she looks at you like,
I'm being discerning with my spells. I have 3. 3.
and she just looks at you right in the face, like the biggest cat eyes you've ever seen. Just like,
Not that you know
Oh,
what
you are
cat
not
eyes
me
look
yet. You are way, way stronger than me yet. So
And I'll just Merimi will kind of walk like a bit like not being too attention. She'll go, you know, Yana, if you can get attacked by a trumpet, that would really help out the song. just suggesting it, but I don't want to like impede your style here. So just an idea.
and when you say that to her, she turns to you and she goes, "And what should I attack you with if you get attacked by a trumpet?"
Well, I imagine you'll use your claws because that's what you usually use, and I can work with that.
And she gives you the most wide-eyed, teeth-baring, cat-grinning smile you've ever seen. And she just kind of goes, and that's all she says.
So one note, by the way, quickly, 2 notes here. First of all, Chenrazi asked if Tantan can cast Detect Magic at will. And
Not at will. No.
Not at will, right? It's so not.
Well,
I mean,
yes and no. Ritual
ritualistically,
casting,
yeah.
yes, which is exactly what he's doing.
Right.
I was just waiting for a moment.
That's what I figured. Yeah. So Chenrazi, he can do ritual casting. Alarian has a faster version of that, which can do at will, which is the good and evil one. The other thing I wanted to mention is that right here, I wanted to point this out because this is again the map that you're using, but this is also the map that you're going through. Right here, there is what looks to be some kind of like a dried up fountain, if you had to guess, just before these 3 passageways that I mentioned extend off to the east.
This map sucks.
So there's like a little fountain right there.
Okay. I've stepped into the room.
Yeah. As soon as you step into the room, Alarian,
The clothes fly up and smother me.
I was
not
gonna say,
exactly.
grabs a
Mother-
hold of your head.
but you
Mother
see
Weave Bazaar is where we are.
over in the corner of this room with all the clothing, you hear a kind of and something is like extricating itself. And then you see walking over to you is a suit of armor. And the suit of armor walks right up to you, Alarian, and looks down and says, "Welcome! You're just in time. I'm so happy to be able to show you our wares. What you need, sir, is a good hat." Now, again, this thing is just speaking out of its visor, basically, right? Speaking out of its helmet. So
Wait, I'm sorry, where is
I
this?
should give it a little bit of an echo, actually. Welcome.
In front of
Wait,
me,
I'm
I
sorry,
walked
what is-
into the clothing
Yeah, in the
bazaar,
clothing store.
and apparently an ambulatory suit of armor just walked up and said, "I need a hat."
Can we hear that outside? Because we're not
Oh,
in
yeah.
there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
Oh, good. The 2 echo machines will be talking to each other. I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Well, for someone of your particular height, you need to have the right kind of cloak. Here, let me find something for you. And it turns and walks over, and its movements as it walks over looks almost eager, like its arms are moving like this. And it walks over and it picks up from the rack this rotted, so think about what you did to the rug. This is far worse than the condition the rug was left in. This thing is just falling apart, and it brings it over and just, "This is exactly what all of them are wearing this year in Metro. Very much the in thing. Perhaps I can ask you to try this, good sir." And it brings it back over to you and expertly holds it up as if ready to, like, kind of measuring it against your person.
I have a feeling if I touch it, it's going to fall apart. So that's what I do because I wanted to see its face again.
And it does fall apart.
Yeah, and he says-
so it like crumbles and it's like, oh, well, I'm sorry about that. That clearly is a misunderstanding. I can't even, here, let me find something that would work better. That's not exactly the quality that we strive for here. And
Is that a
You
warforged?
mentioned a hat.
yes, oh why, yes indeed. And so it goes over and it picks up. So
The higher the hat, the closer to the gods.
it's a top hat,
Oh,
but
Lord.
it's
Oh, Lord.
it's a okay. So it's a top hat that is one, like the top of it is clearly stove in, if you will. It is bent in, it is wrinkled, it is some weird, it must have been black at some point, but now is just faded to a dust gray. There is like a bizarre kind of moldy ribbon around the base of the hat where the brim is, and the armor turns around with it and brings it back. There you are, sir. Exactly what you need. If you wouldn't mind bending down a little bit, I can place this upon your head, and you will be the finest dressed warforged in all of Seer. And he waits for you to bend down.
That's
Oh,
not
thank
an
you.
actual warforge, is it?
No, it's an ambulatory. It's an animated suit of armor.
I'm sorry. Nisiana's looking around going, that's not actually a warforge, is it?
No.
Do you bend
Is
a
there
I'll
little?
poke on the other side. Please take the hat. It would look great on you.
Because you've now entered, yeah.
That hat is disgusting.
Oh,
Disgustingly
and then-
Is there
fashionable,
anything in here
sir.
that
And
looks
then Yana
reasonable?
leans around the corner and goes, "Would you prefer a carpet?"
And the
Despite
animated
what
armor
you've
says,
tried, one does not wear a carpet.
there is in fact a new carpet bag fashion, however, that I could give you some wonderful information on. Accessories are all the rage in Northern Seer. But first, let's deal with this hat problem. I think you need something to cover your head, sir, to give you that extra height. And it kind of looks up at you at your
Is there-
7'10" frame,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
but it's,
And
it's still,
Yana-
floating 3 inches off the ground.
and it's holding, the hat.
Is there anything here that looks even remotely wearable?
No. I mean, well, you could put it on. I mean, it's not fallen apart yet.
No, then leather's gonna rot here. All right.
Yana kind of
Larian's
leans
outta
over
here.
to Yana kind of leans over to Nisiana and Merame in a much more playful moment than she's had of late, and just kind of goes, "Yes, that's what Alarian needs, to be taller."
Great, the top hat. We should get him one.
And you see that when Alarian turns and leaves the shop without doing anything, like the armor lowers its arms. It's the most disappointed arm lowering you've ever seen. Just lowers it down to the ground and says, "Well, I suppose that wasn't the right item after all. That's unfortunate. Perhaps one of you could use something." And sees both of you, Nisiana and Merame, and says, "This
Yana's
might
there too.
complement," and Yana too, and says, "This might complement your eyes beautifully." And it looks at you, Merame, and then floats, or walks over, I shouldn't say not floats, walks over and pulls out what clearly at one point was a dress. This dress has been, so there's this thing, chat, about passing through the process of nature. And you get to this stage where you have decay, right? And things begin to collapse. And then you have that stage where we've clearly left behind decay and we've entered something else. And that's kind of what this dress is like. It picks it up, and even as it brings it over, the fringe is starting to fall off of it. And it looks like an off white. Like it was white maybe millennia ago. No, not that long, but it's a mess. And he brings it over and says, "This would be perfect, I think, for you. Exactly what the well-dressed bard is going to be wearing now."
Yana kind of pushes both of them inside and kind of takes a step back. It's just like, "You two go. You two have fun. This is not."
And it's holding
This
it in
is
front of
not my-
Merame. And,
Yana doesn't shop.
it's lovely. How long have you been tending this fine shop?
"Oh, for as long as I can remember. I was created to tend it, of course. Here at the Grand Attire, we take pride in being able to render everything necessary for the most well-dressed people in Seer. And I take pride in being capable of bringing everyone their right match.
What's your name?
My name? Why, I don't have a name. I am simply the attendant here at the Grand Attire.
Every good attendant needs a name.
Well, I don't know, I suppose. Perhaps just think of me as your fashion consultant to the stars. You're the stars, I'm the consultant, and here is the dress, which is already like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree shed more of its cloth and fringe and stuff just on the ground.
Yana has decided to lean back up against the opposite wall and just watch this, because this is by far the silliest thing she's ever seen. And in fact, when he says the fashion consultant thing, she kind of just snort like it is after the carpet thing is just having the most fun watching these two deal with this.
Mary May, this one's all you. I'm gonna back out.
We have a dressing room for you right over here that you could try this on. First of all, happy birthday, JD Matters. I just saw that. We have a dressing room for you. But wait, good halfling. I have some special belts that are designed particularly for the little people, and I have just the right one. And the armor points to a rack of what looks like there are belts on it, except all of these belts look like they've basically melded into the rack. Like they're just sort of not melted, but they're essentially one part of the other. Like they're kind of, you don't really know whether they would come loose from the rack at this point. And he points over there and looks back at you and then tilts its armor. And again, it tilts its helmet. And so looking for all the world like a jaunty tailor waiting to be acknowledged.
I can't wait to see what Mary May does.
Those belts would look great on you, Nisiana.
And turns back to you, Mary May. But wait, first, your dress.
There's more.
How long has it been since you've served clients? Have you had anyone else come through this fine shop recently?
Oh, yes, indeed. There was just a little, what was that? Was it a day, a week, a year? The time rather blends together for me, I'm afraid. I don't remember. It was but they were very friendly. They seemed to keep looking for other things. I tried to give this one person a vest, but he wasn't interested, just kept looking for something saying treasure, and I pointed at the entire shop and said, "Here we have the treasure of good fashion and looks." I looked at him and said, "Be my guest, be our guest," but then he just walked away out of it, left behind, and I felt, I suppose I hadn't matched it properly again, but I'm sure it was just a slight aberration. You, I can tell, will be perfectly well suited for this dress, which has now become a skirt while he's been waiting there, as it just keeps
Arv, I thought we were trying not to get sued by Disney tonight.
Like how much is that dress?
He says,
Piece of cloth.
We don't like here at
It's
the
a
Grand
piece of
Attire to
cloth.
speak in terms of monetary compensation until the fitting has been done. First, we must know that it matches you perfectly, so you know the quality of our clothing before we start talking about remuneration.
So, Greg, I'm actually saying that for a reason. I kind of want to see if there's a cash register somewhere in here that we could, I don't know, loot.
Right. Yeah. No, I know. I wasn't.
Nisiana!
I've got this idea that perhaps maybe we could do something, but we may have to kill the attendant.
Little do you know, he is the cash register. So that's the part you
we
haven't
may find
accounted
this
for
out,
yet.
but I'm like, I've just got this thought that maybe
Yeah,
there's money still
he
there.
doesn't seem to be. He seems very interested in just trying clothes on. Like the money thing is like, yeah, but he literally waves his armored arm, kind of like dismissively, like, oh, what really matters first is the fashion, second the finances.
I'll pink Nisiana and say, "You look around. I'm gonna keep him busy."
I will look around. I will investigate while she keeps him busy.
Okay, make an investigation.
I will
check,
watch the
please.
two of them do whatever this is that they're doing.
And I will start to head towards the fitting room and just engage him in deep
I will
Like-
fail to
There is a Misiana, there's with that 8, I can tell you there's a lot of crap there. You do successfully find some shoes. They clearly were shoes. Now they appear to be flats. You think they might have had heels, but they're now flats, and they're now extremely moldy. And as you're kind of looking at it, you can see that they seem to have a hole eaten in them, perhaps from the mold. You can see as well that there are some once beautiful and now kind of dust-covered scarves that when you pick them up, you realize it's not covered in dust. It's that they are dust. They literally like crumble into dust. And,
when I fail at this, I'm actually going to retreat and make Yana look, because Yana has got sharper eyes than I. I will say, I'm looking for the cash register. Can you find it?
And when you say the words cash register,
The place where they put the money.
when you say the place where they put the money,
You are smarter than this. You know what I mean.
let me finish. She knows what you mean, but she doesn't understand what it is you're looking for. She looks at you and she goes, "But what do you want?"
If there is money still here that nobody has found, we can use it because we need the money.
Merime, the armor has brought over a parasol for you to use, except the parasol now is kind of half broken apart, and some of the wires stick out alarmingly.
I
You
am
have very
waxing
good eyes.
lyrics.
And when she finally understands, you know, again, she's not dumb. She just, this is not a thing that would cross her mind. She kind of looks at you like, "Are you serious? Like, do you really want me to do this?"
Yes, I do. There's nothing in here that's going to attack you.
That you know.
And what she basically looks her right in the eye and says, "Okay, next time you heal. Deal?"
If you get hurt anymore, yes, absolutely, I heal. But I have to be conservative because we don't know what else is here.
And she just kind of rolls her eyes and nods and starts heading towards the door.
Oh my God, Yana has become Miette. If you don't know what Miette is, I will link you a link.
She's tired of getting injured.
No. Miette is a cat on the internet. It's a Twitter thing.
Okay, I mean, she literally is a shifter
You're only
cat.
three hit points down.
She's more giving you a hard time because of what you're asking her to do, not because of the healing.
I know.
Arv, while this is going on,
yes,
what is
sorry.
happening with the fountain? If anything?
When you come up to the fountain, and then I'll come back to what Merime, although you're the armor now is weighed down with multiple aspects of clothing that recommending. It's apparently it keeps
I said
talking
encumbered
about
it.
the ensemble. So you keep hearing about an ensemble that he wants for you, Merime, which looks like a bunch of moldy clothes. While Yana and Nisiana are
I don't
inside
even
there.
acknowledge the fashionista. I just keep going into the room and just start looking around at things, looking like I'm looking at clothing, but actually looking for where the money is.
Okay, I'm going to have you make an investigation check in a minute. Yana, remind me about that. But,
Okay.
Ilarion, as you approach the dried-up fountain in the middle of the marketplace, you're walking up to it, and suddenly, right next to the fountain, excuse me, a glowing elf in flamboyant clothes winks into being nearby and says, "Welcome to the Fireweave Bazaar. Your attire is our..." And the illusory fragment flickers and then says, "Welcome to the Fireweave Bazaar. Your attire is our..." "Welcome to the Fireweave Bazaar. Your attire is our..." And it keeps flickering and repeating that same message. And every time that it says "R," your attire is R, there's a pause. Your attire is R, and then bzzz.
Okay, anything else of note about the fountain?
No, it doesn't look like it. The fountain just appears to be a dried up fountain. You can also see, by the way, now that the 3 passageways to the east
Yes.
are odd looking, Ilarion. They look reflective. In fact, you think they might be made of glass.
That's different. different.
Mirrored glass.
Okay.
Tires are.
The fountain has no central figurehead, little cherub or
No.
something, dragon, something. Just it's dried up. Is it broken? Does it look like if it had water, it would work?
It looks like if it had water, it could theoretically work if there was the magic to kind of, let it flow.
If
But
only we had Weller Pale with us.
yes,
Oh, wait,
exactly.
he can't create water. He can just move it. Shoot. Never mind.
I will be able to eventually do both, but I can't yet.
But not now.
No.
You'll
Not
make
for
a note
another,
and return to this place.
12 levels.
5 levels. Yeah, I was gonna say. So yes. But one thing I want to point out is that no, it does not look like it's there's anything unique about it in terms of its design. It is fairly well preserved, Delarian. I mean, it does not look like there's been a lot of damage to it, from what you can tell. And meanwhile, as you're sort of looking at the fountain, you keep hearing, "Welcome to the Fireweek Bazaar. Your attire is our."
Yep, I just filtered that out after a few seconds. And all right. I mean, we've got freaking sales shop armor tailor guy over there coming to my left ear. Welcome to the Fiery Bazaar, my right ear. I mean, Jesus. I will wait for the rest to catch up, basically.
But do you have like
Perhaps
actual
this
filters
sash
inside your
would work.
head that can
There, maybe
actually
so, yeah.
like filter that out?
I wish. No, not really. Just
These
ignoring it.
gloves would be perfect for you, I think. The gloves, which are basically 2 fingers now, because the rest of the glove is, and it is like sort of shooing you. I mean, like gesticulating that you should go towards this dressing room, and it has a pile of clothes that it's got there, a pile of dust, basically, but.
Oh, and what's like, these are all very fine wares. You should be very proud. Do you
Thank
have
you.
one item amongst all others that were I to say, I got this at the Grand Attire and I wish to show it off? What would be that one item special more so than any other?
You have, I guess, I can see, the perception of a poet. Yes, we do have such an item. And the armor turns and almost reverently, slowly marches to the back and slides to the left and slides to the right and slides to the left again, a bunch of clothing that's on the ground, and then stands and slowly turns, and you see what appears to be a I mean, from the best way that you can look at it, it looks like a cummerbund is what it looks like. It looks like a cummerbund. And it is kind of, you can see that it looks like a regular cummerbund, and there is a withered, and when I say withered, I mean withered flower, gray flower that's attached to it. It says, "This was one of our finest items. There was a time when this could command almost any price. But now, well, now we don't have many customers to use it anymore, but you seem to me as someone who understands the value of this clothing. And so," and he walks over to you, "I am happy to present to you the finest item in the Grand Attire, our cummerbund." And he lowers to one knee and literally lifts up with his helmet bowed, holding this gray, withered, dusty, moldy cummerbund.
It is the finest, most beautiful piece of cummerbund that I have ever seen, and I am flattered beyond belief that you would present this lovely piece to me, but surely I am not worthy of such a finery.
Nonsense. I've never met anyone more well-suited for it. Someone who understands the majesty of this cummerbund certainly would be well-suited to wear it. Indeed, if you were to go forth wearing this item, it would bring, I think, glory back to the shop of the Grand Attire. There goes the Grand Attire cummerbund. We call it the Grandambund.
While this cumberbundery is going on, should I be rolling for the see if
So
I can
now
find
I'll
the
have you make an
gold?
investigation check. Yes, Yana.
Is it investigation or
You do better than
perception?
me.
It is investigation in this
It
case.
is investigation?
Well,
Okay.
well, let me see. Yeah, no,
You
it is
something
investigation. No, it is
specific.
investigation. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Oh, I thought it was like perception because she's really perceptive.
No, that would be the kind of thing. It's not a matter. It's a matter of finding it as you're having plenty of time to look around while Merime is doing this thing.
Yep. So it was crap. I rolled it.
Well,
I
you
rolled
did better than me.
Oh, I rolled a 15. I rolled a
15 isn't
15
that bad.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot to add the number to it.
Yeah,
I thought
Yana,
the
you're-
9 was the one.
Yana, you're pretty sure that unless this is hidden somewhere, like behind a secret door or something, you're pretty confident there's no obvious cash register anymore. There is one place that looks like it might have been a counter, which was at one point maybe bowed under the weight of 1,000 type of, pants and stuff like that, and socks and suspenders, but now that's all crumbled into dust, so now there's just a pile of clothes there. You do, however, find some suspenders and what look to be like possibly very rusted cufflinks, perhaps, over in one side, and you find what looks like must have at one point been a jaunty bow tie. So you find that.
A jaunty bow tie.
So she starts walking out, and as she passes by these two fools doing the cummerbund dance.
Grandamund, please, Grandamund.
Grandamund. Okay. Like I said, it's
the proper term.
It's a very interesting instance of cumberbundery.
It's the worst gap ever, Proximate. Yeah. This is not Forever 21, all right? No, this is like, Brooks Brothers, like very, like,
Hey, this is Forever Cummerbund. Get it right.
This is some Kmart clothing shopping right here. But yeah, so she doesn't say anything, but she looks at the bowing Warforged. She looks at Merime, and she looks at the item, and she just kind of goes, and she just walks back to Nisiana, and without saying another word, just kind of goes, and she goes back to leaning against the wall.
The TJ Maxx discount store of Eberron, yes. That's right. And as you're standing there, like looking at this cummerbund, the helmet lifts up and looks at you, and it kind of tilts its head as if to say, like, and it kind of pushes the cummerbund forward, like, I mean, the cummerbund, like, here.
I'm going to mage hand. Don't know that I want to touch it. Say this is so fine and lovely. I will only wear it at the best occasions in the finest halls.
But wait, it must be measured though. And drawing forth from one part of its armor, it pulls forth this. They look like it just looks like one big strip with a smudge on it, and like holds it open and then begins to measure the cummerbund and says, yes, that looks good, but you must try it to see whether it has the quality of what is necessary.
I don't think you should touch it.
I have my penicillin shot. I should be okay.
As Yana leans back against the wall, she hears Altus ask this question. Yana, why do we not proceed? And Yana just says, ask them.
She could.
So it's holding it up to you. Just quickly, I want to check in with Tantan. Tantan, what are you doing?
Ask
What is
them.
this happening?
Well, he was kind of kneeling in front of the access panel while he was ritual casting detect magic. So I imagine if there
It's been
is
10
any
minutes
magic
now,
there,
for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're just wasting time for Tantan.
Yeah, we're
Right.
useful.
So I imagine if there is any magic involved there, it would immediately.
There
light
sure
up to
is.
him.
Yes.
Okay. So he figured there was, but
Yep.
he's now turning and for the first time really sees the suit of armor and watching what it's doing, because he's walking in and sort of walking around like anytime it starts moving or whatever, he sort of steps around it, but he's basically walking around it in a circle, kind of analyzing, because this thing is like, this is our greatest blah blah blah, and he's like, something is wrong with its detection algorithms. He's just making a list of shit he needs to check to make sure it needs to be repaired.
I thought you were going to try to open the vault thing.
So he's checking out this animated suit of armor, and
And as you go around one side of it, at one point it says, "I'll be right with you, sir, right with you. I can already tell you're a man of discernment and taste, and I have some of the best, freshest new goggles just in from the continent." You don't really know what the continent means. Like that's not a thing. Yeah, but he's just like, you know.
He's just analyzing. He's in full CSI mode.
Okay. So after it's measured for a little bit, then it's up to you, Marame, as to what you want to do. The armor seems extraordinarily eager for you to actually wear this thing, but it's not, of course, going to force you to do that. So
I will put on my best performance face, which is amazing, and I will put on the cummerbund.
Oh Lord.
Now,
I'm gonna have to do the thing against poison and disease.
Yeah, disease. I wondered
Watcher
actually
get like
if you were
3+ AC.
I wondered if you were making like a persuasion check or a deception check for this one. It's great. Okay. So you put this thing on. So there's a moment's silence, and then the armor sort of like gets up, steps back, and does this. Like sort of looks like, and like the helmet just moves up and down like this with its one gloved hand holding it, and then it says, "Magnificent. Yes, it clearly belongs on you. That cummerbund, it was made for the person to wear it at this moment." Now, the cummerbund, Marame, you're having to kind of hold on because the elastic that at some point would have held this thing on is long since disintegrated. So you're like holding it as it's sort of almost falling off, you know, like to this, and the flower, as you touch it, like several petals fall off the gray flower, but the armor doesn't seem to notice, and it just says, "This is a wonderful moment for all of us here at Grand Attire. We knew someday the chosen one would come to have this cummerbund, and it is my great pleasure to present to you, for you to wear, the Grandambund."
I am flattered and in my emotions. I will have to move on with my friends, I fear, but please, how much do I owe you for such a great honor?
For the joy. Yes, exactly. Huge cloud of dust goes up. For the great joy you have brought me in being able to reveal the wonderment of this spectacular garment, I will not charge you. I would ask you simply, as you go forth into the bazaar and out beyond into Seer, that every so often you say, "I am wearing the Grandambund from Grand Attire at the Fireweave Bazaar at Seer," and ask them to come and see us. We can make these fashion miracles happen every day.
I will weave it into a song and sing it for all of the people to hear, my friend, as I proudly wear this. Thank you.
It is my great, great pleasure. And he stands up and kind of like almost Blues Brothers style, kind of like almost looks like he's floating back like the nun at the top of the stairs. Just so like as you're all there. And he says, "I bid you adieu, and may fashion always find you."
I feel like if I am fashion now, thank you. And I'll kind of grab Tantan and just kind of gently nudge him along the way before he gets snapped by this thing.
As you do, he's like, it needs to be fixed.
No, there's nothing to be done, my friend.
He's got tools stuck between every finger. He's like, no, it needs to be fixed. It's broken.
Is it right?
I thought you were opening the vault thing.
Wait, what?
The little vault thing. That was why we were wasting all the time. That's what I thought Tantan was doing.
He got distracted.
Oh, he already said it would be very difficult to open.
I missed that part, clearly. So that's why we were doing all this.
I thought you were involved with a clothing armor tailor.
I was expecting one of you to go into the dressing room and get killed.
You know, it's funny considering I'm the one that went in there and really explored it. It should have been me, because it should have been Yana, because that's the way this area has been treating Yana so far.
See?
I'm amazed. Nisiana, I'm amazed you were able to convince her. All it took is not hoarding your healing spells anymore. I'm kidding.
I handed you a healing spell.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah, that's true. You do have a healing potion now.
I'm just.
Not only that, you are totally being Niet right now.
Oh shit!
Oh,
the hands
yeah.
are on the hips. You are fucked.
10,000 years for jail for Nisiana for not healing you 3 measly hit points.
She'll get over it. She's just having a little fun at your expense.
Yeah.
I mean, she
No.
was inside a rug getting stabbed. Let's give Yana the
I
benefit
didn't
of
do
the
the
doubt.
stabbing.
Not the
I
rug.
she's giving Nisiana 10
Oh
times
no! Don't
more
worry.
crap
She's
than Merime.
don't worry. She's giving no. She's not done giving crap to Merime yet. Did you hear the trumpet joke? That was.
I did.
That
Yes.
was great.
So Merime emerges, dragging Tantan, holding with on one hand the cummerbund, like just kind of like hanging.
And as she walks
roughly.
by, this is what you hear from Yana. from having to deal with the smell of the cummerbund.
I am going to have to make sure you are not poisoned.
Oh, I'm fine. Do
No,
you have a
I'm-
Claritin?
Yeah.
Claritin.
Is that like a trumpet?
Yes.
As all of you, by the way, come
it.
out and come close to the fountain, you're there in front of the fountain, and then this appearance of this strange elf, glowing elf in clothes, appears and says, "Welcome to the Fireweave Bazaar.
Thank
Your
you so
attire
much."
is our..." And then it flickers, and then, "Welcome to the
I will-
Fireweave Bazaar. Your
Oh, thank
attire
you.
is our..."
Oh,
Welcome.
I was-
Valerian, are we going?
After the third time, Alarian just stares at Mia Tantan.
Kitty tail.
There's always a pause
broken.
when it says
And-
R, Tantan. by
Yeah,
the way.
exactly. Everybody's looking at you, Tantan,
No.
like.
You do know that is an illusion, correct?
of course. And it's clearly a broken illusion, and so he
Still has his tools,
like Wolverine claws sticking out from between his fingers.
I'm ready.
Some goddamn thing is getting fixed in this goddamn bazaar
Telling you.
tonight, and I'm
Telling you.
like,
that access hatch is working perfectly fine. He's not gonna mess with that. This is broken.
Welcome.
Tantan
to
is
the
cast right to
Fireweave
repair at
Bazaar.
level 5,
Your
so.
attire is our.
Mia Tantan, Takasha, to Kenneth, I have a more interesting puzzle for you. And they indicate the 3 mirrored passageways that lie beyond the fountain.
Yeah. And you could like
That's a
walk.
puzzle.
Yeah, you could walk up if you wanted. That was closer. Get close to him if you want to see it.
Pick the best one for us to go through. By the way, Arv, do these look like they are actually supposed to be part of this mall? Because this seems very odd.
I'll do better than that. When you look into the side of, let's say, the middle one, because you're like right at the edge of all of them.
Yeah.
You see there
Is there like a
are.
reflection of us that's going, no, go the other
Yes.
way. No, that was Curse of Strahd. Never.
No,
never.
I already did it.
That's right.
Dude, I already did the callback. You can have two.
There are these 3 mirrored glass corridors, and you see there are ghost-like illusions flickering across the curved panes and lighting up the dark. And just from even where you stand, you can see that there are what look like models wearing maybe they were the latest fashions. They certainly don't look fashionable now, but the latest fashions at some point. Pouncing animals, swirls of flame, all these things passing along these curved panes of glass.
Yana just looks at that and goes, I'm not going first.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that one. And I look at Alarian.
So hold on a second. I'm a bit confused. I thought you said these were mirrored,
That's right.
but they're also illusions on
Within
them?
the glass.
Within the glass. Within the mirrors.
Yana points to the illusion and looks at Tantan and says, does it say more?
Oh, don't do that to him.
That's what I was going to try to find out, but apparently these are a more important puzzle.
But it's saying hello. But
It's
only
an ad
hello.
for the attire shop.
Welcome to the Fireweave Bazaar.
Hello.
Your attire is our...
Well, no,
Or the bazaar
whole
as a whole?
No, the Fireweave Bazaar is known for its cloths. That's the whole thing. The whole thing is known to dress people. Well, okay, when it was actually living, not in the gray, not like this. It was very important. And I mean, it even had specific types of silk you used to heal people. Well, help heal flesh without magic. It was really interesting. But that's what this bazaar does. It's all about fabric. Rugs, dress.
Books.
Books on how to make fabrics.
Musk.
Stuff to make fabrics, treasure.
Hounds.
Were gray dogs that we're looking for?
No, the map says there's a Hounds V.A. Baracus.
What? Oh,
Demonetized.
I don't actually know what that is.
Committed for a
Trent,
crime
you
they just didn't
outdadded
commit.
R. That's amazing.
I did-
Absolutely amazing.
I did. I don't know what that is, so we should go look and see.
Maybe it's for animal clothing.
Or maybe it's a particular motif.
And having not gotten any answer that makes her feel any better about the illusion or the glass, not glass mirrored pathways, she just kind of goes, and
You
just
don't-
goes back to whatever she was doing.
Alarian can go first. I'm hoping that when Alarian goes first, Alarian will show up in the mirrors dressed in these fashions. That's what I'm hoping.
That would be amazing.
You know, if
The
you want him
hat.
to wear clothing, you could just ask him to.
No. That's not the point of this.
Welcome to the Fireweave Bazaar. Your
Yes, I know.
attire
Thank
is
you.
our.
Alarian, walk forward so that you're reflected in the mirror.
Yes, quickly, walk into the mirrored intestine tunnel.
We should pick a side, like right-hand method.
The illusions that we're seeing, other than the animals, the ones that are wearing clothes, I can't even going to say this in a D&D game. Are they like striking poses?
Yes, they're absolutely.
That's the weirdest sentence you've ever said in a game
They're
of
like,
D&D.
you know,
It's one
they're
of
like,
them, yeah.
They're like runway. You know what I mean? Like they're
Uh-huh.
doing that. Yeah, absolutely.
Shay, Shantae,
Yeah,
I got
totally
it.
can
I
see
got it.
Alarian doing that. It's morphing into Alarian doing that.
I mean, it doesn't seem like this shouldn't be unless it's. And there's no other sign above these tunnels. There's nothing like, the halls of fashion, the tunnels
Correct.
of tailoring or whatever nonsense like that. No.
You're only
Alimentary
allowed.
canal.
You're only allowed to pass through these hallways if you do your little turn on the catwalk.
That's right.
I'm not an ambi-turner.
You know what I mean.
Now, Arv, I will step into the middle passageway.
When you walk into the middle passageway, the rest of you watching look with interest as at first Alarian walks by and nothing shows up. But about 5 seconds after he goes by, after they go by, after about 5 seconds, I don't know what you mean, Trent. After 5 seconds after they go by, you see Alarian's reflection appear in the mirror, like on a delay, and walks past, and is doing more or less what Alarian was doing, is walking by. Not dressed in any like of the model clothing or whatever,
Aw, damn it.
but following Alarian down the passageway as they walk. And
Sure,
that is
that's
a good
fine.
spot for us, I think, to take our break. Chat, you are watching Day 8 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Voice of the
Oh
Machine,
my
the
God.
Fashion Edition. If
The
you,
quest for fashion. The quest for fashion.
if you are
yes.
enjoying this, please make sure to follow the
On
channel.
our way to the
Please-
Met Gala.
and please support all of the things that all of these wonderful players are doing. We're going to take here about a 5-minute break, roughly speaking. When we come back, we'll see what is on the other side of these passageways and whether or not we can actually get Alarian to do some modeling. Until then, everybody, make sure that you stick with us. We'll be right back.
God, what is happening?
All right. We are back, everybody. Welcome, chat, and thank you all for being here as a part of Day 8 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, Part 2 of Voice in the Machine. And I hope everyone is enjoying this awesome session that we have
Supermarket
had so far.
sweep.
A supermarket sweep, exactly. It's been a lot of fun to see them go through the shopping episode. The Price is Right, Eberron edition.
It's not day
But
8.
the items are wrong.
Say again.
Not day 8.
Yeah, they
it's,
are.
It's date,
Date.
not
Yes.
day 8.
Date.
And yes, Chenrazi, some of us have been playing since the 80s.
Oh, wow.
I believe it is
just saw the thing.
pronounced date. Thank you.
You could step through the skull and find yourself in a small room. That sounds very familiar to me, Chenrazi. I think that's probably, I'm guessing that's a second edition thing. But that sounds very familiar to me. And I think later on they made something of that where it was like kind of like a rope trick, kind of played off the same idea.
Oh, the rope trick.
Dimensional, which actually gets used in the Esper Genesis game. The dimensional pocket is basically rope trick. Zach uses that all the time for his character. Anyway, so welcome back, everybody, to Day 8 of D&D with INB. When we left our heroes, they were standing on the edge of these mirrored corridors, these mirrored passageways, watching reflections, and when Alarian stepped in, Alarian walked by, and about 5 seconds later, Alarian's reflection appeared in the glass, the mirrored glass, and followed Alarian down the corridor. And so,
But it wasn't
that's where we
in
left
fashion accessories.
it was sadly not in fashion accessories.
Why?
know.
Oh, I wanted to see that.
I know. Missed opportunity.
When nothing happens, Alarian stops as if kind of thinking about something and goes back to Mia Tantan.
And about 5 seconds later, it goes back the other way, by the way.
What were you saying when you came out of that room? Pointing to the clothes room.
That room there.
Yes.
I believe I was shouting that I need to fix it. It's broken. It's broken. Wait, no, I need to fix it. There may have been some variation on a theme there, but something along those lines.
Can you fix it so that it comes with us?
I don't know.
Try.
Why would you want it to come with us?
A suit of armor that goes ahead of us and draws out any, I don't know, rugs or other creatures or beings lying in wait would be a good distraction.
Point. I don't have to heal a armor that gets smothered by a rug.
Correct.
It's extremely
Okay.
likely that-
Why would it help us?
Programming.
Bait.
I didn't hear that, John. What?
Bait.
Eight.
A lure. A lure.
Why would we use? He's great.
This would give him purpose beyond carrying around moldy tatters of whatever is in there. The attempted
Yana has no
action
comment on this.
decaf. Are you going to?
I can, certainly. I can try. It's,
Why are you still standing?
I believe, as the kids these days say, you're not the boss of me.
You were practically begging to fix it not a minute ago. Now suddenly you are recalcitrant.
No, I have the normal amount of calcium. It's just a question of oh. And he turns in.
Okay. So when you entered the shop, Tantan, the armor, which had gone back to its position. Welcome. Oh, sorry. Wrong voice. That was the.
Here begins another half-hour-long shopping session.
This is,
Yes.
Welcome to the grand attire. Exactly what I can see already exactly what's needed for you. Perhaps a pocket watch I can
And
see would be just...
his dragon mark tattoos light up as he holds up his hand. He's like, "Stop!"
Oh. So he stops.
Mutanten Tagador, House de Canith. I am here to do a servicing check on you.
And there's a pause, and then, very well.
And the tools come back out, and he starts going around looking for the whatever access.
And when
hatches there
when
may
Ilarion
be.
hears this exchange, they go to the door and kind of look in like, huh.
So it does look to be basically a magically animated suit of armor, not mechanical. There are,
No
many
access
places where.
hatches.
Sorry, say again.
I said there are no access hatches. but
Access
there are
hatches as
probably-
such, right? Except maybe the helmet. But like there's nothing that's obviously, open or not open. I mean, it's like someone wearing the armor, but of course with nobody inside it. And the armor just kind of stands there, calmly as you are walking around it and sort of taking stock of what it is and what's wrong with it. Thank you for the sub, Sticker Glue, 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sticker Glue, so much. Thank you. Welcome back. And it's just kind of standing there.
And he grabs a piece of some finery that is nearby.
Yeah.
And holds it up before him. Is like, identify.
And it looks at, well, that of course is a spectacular sash. The newest model, newest fashion, actually.
This is new.
Absolutely. Can't you see the brand new inscriptions upon the outside of it? The embroidery is exquisite.
This
Now-
is rotted.
Rotted? I don't understand what you mean. It's exactly the way that it should appear, and he gives you a year. Now, the year that he gives you, which I have to
Standing
go
here
and
for a year
look for.
talking to this robot.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, he gives you. He actually gives you a. Let's see. This would be. Hold on a second. I need my timeline. So he gives the.
We only have one sacred timeline. Shout out to the TVA. Woo!
Okay, I'm trying to see whether it's this book or the other one that has the timeline. It's important for a reason I'm about to tell you.
I would expect so. Otherwise, you wouldn't tell me.
Yes.
We're going to give us trouble.
These are excellent points. Okay, here we go. So he says that this is perfectly suited for this this time, and the time that he gives you it's the best that 994 YK has to offer. Now, 994 YK is interesting for two reasons. Number one, it is 4 years approximately before the date where you now are. Number two, it is the exact date when the morning occurred.
Oh.
And so he says, it's exactly what 994 YK has to offer.
That was 4 years ago.
I don't understand what you mean. It's right
And
now, good
that's
sir.
the problem. No, I guarantee you it is not.
I'm sorry, but that's not accurate. This place here is from the year 994, as we all are.
Are you familiar with the phrase, the customer is always right?
Well, certainly, sir, but I'm also...
Then stop arguing with me.
Well, it depends on, are you buying any clothing?
A friend of mine just did. And
Yes.
she knows tales of the last 4 years that wouldn't really make your hair stand on end. I suspect you probably don't have that much hair, really. I mean, there could be a plume on it. But never mind, that's not the point. The fact is, this entire shop is filled with nothing but rot and ruin, save you.
So the armor slowly kind of turns around and kind of surveys the store, and then I don't understand what you mean, and I must say it's quite impolite of you to suggest that my store is a ruin. And for the first time, you hear just the slight trembling of, maybe a slight emotion in the voice of the strange, hollow-voiced armor.
I'll tell you what. Can you leave this shop?
Well, no, my charge is here. I've never even tried.
So you don't know whether you can or not.
Well, no, I'm tasked to remain here and to sell the finery that we possess here.
So you don't know whether you can or not.
And the strange, the helmet just sort of stares at you for a while and then,
No, I don't know.
I'll tell you what. You come with us for a short distance outside of this shop. And I will purchase.
And he grabs one of the gray flowers that fell off the
grandmother bun or whatever the fuck it was.
Yep.
And I will purchase this.
And he sort of pauses and he says, "Whilst I appreciate this offer, sir, someone must tend the store. It cannot be left unattended."
Let Nimble do it.
Nimble? Who is Nimble?
Nimble, your next door merchant.
I wouldn't know. Is it a person? Perhaps
I
a
believe
fashion
so.
expert?
Oh. His sense of fashion is beyond imagine.
Well, I would need to see this person for myself and make sure that it was well suited for this and all.
And again, we come to the customer is always right. So I offer to buy this. Therefore, I am a customer. Therefore, I am always right. Plus, my house built you.
And he kind of looks and then, I recognize the symbol of House Cannith and acknowledge the house was responsible, but I was given a charge that no one, not even someone else from the House Cannith, can easily remove, even if you are a customer, and you are, of course, always right. I have, well, a restriction set upon me, what I must be allowed to do, and that cannot be overridden simply because you are from the House Cannith as well. You are not my actual creator.
True. Have you
Who
heard
asked
of
to
the
be
morning?
created?
Sorry if you heard the what?
The morning.
The morning. Well, certainly morning, afternoon, and evening, of course.
Wrong spelling. See, you're malfunctioning.
What?
As in what one does when a compatriot dies. Mourning.
Oh, I suppose I've heard of morning things, yes.
But I said the morning. This
have-
is no longer seeing. This is part of what is now called the Mournland.
And it kind of looks around the helmet and then, the what?
Precisely. There was a catastrophe 4 years ago. Virtually the exact date you mentioned these things being so fantastical. Since then, the lands around this place have fallen into such disarray as to be nightmarish. Magic does not function properly here, which is possibly part of why you are not functioning properly. You will have no further customers after I leave, unless it is something horrible that walks in.
I will sell clothing to anyone who
Will
comes
sell
in.
clothing to no one.
I
All that I ask is that you come with us and see for yourself. Once you have, you may absolutely return here should you wish. All I'm telling you is that the charge that you are subject to is null and void. I invite you to see for yourself.
But my charge is to serve and to sell. To see
Then
for
come with
myself
us and
is-
do so.
And there's
You would
sort of a
sell
pause.
this.
Well, I suppose I can try to follow you out and see if
I can perhaps sell to your companions, or all right.
It's a start. And he lays the glowing hand on his shoulders like it's a start. Come.
Okay. So when you walk out of the store, the armor follows you. And as soon as it passes through the doors, it says, I see that I've found... Ah, yes. And then it falls into the dust as pieces. And just hits the ground.
No, he can't come with us.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh.
Pity.
And Tantan just turns and walks away.
I basically had money on that. There was no way.
Will it be okay if we just put him back inside his store, or is this
No, don't
enchantment
do that
over?
to him.
It's gone. Whatever was, I'm betting money. I mean, we can try it, but I'm betting money. Whatever was keeping him there was gone
I
the
don't
minute he
think
walked through
we
the door.
should, because
No.
there's no customers for him to serve.
It was a lonely existence, and we will enjoy this cummerbund in his memory,
Its life cycle is done.
like this
Tantan-
cummerbuns.
Tantan has this look of, okay, on his face, and he just walks towards the
Mirrors.
the mirrored hallways. Yes, I was going to say intestines, but you guys seem to keep flinching every time I say that.
When
So,
Tantan gets by Yana, she just kind of looks at him and says, "What did you say to him?
I invited him to come with us.
Did you know that would happen?"
It was very likely.
And she just kind of like turns white. She's like, but sort of within moments kind of realizes
it wasn't actually alive.
it's not that it surprises her because it's not a creature she's ever encountered before, not because she's not seen death. It's just like she knows it's dead, but she doesn't get it. It just seems sudden. That was just like and then gone. So
Well, yeah, that was a little startling. All right.
So which tunnel do we take?
Might as well continue down the middle.
Okay.
They start walking down the middle tunnel.
I'm playing a sad little
shouldn't
like
someone
note.
Okay.
shouldn't someone try a different Actually, no,
You
never
really
mind.
wanna split
She
the
wouldn't say that.
party?
She wouldn't say that. She wouldn't say that. She never mind.
I was like,
She wouldn't say
no.
that. She wouldn't say that.
I think two and one,
yeah.
one and another, one and another.
No, the answer is no.
I mean, I do think splitting the party is something we haven't done nearly enough this session. So
Agree.
it's
Hard
probably,
agree.
yeah. Well, you would. Trent, can you hold up that shirt again?
For
Yeah.
those
How much
of
would you
you
like
who-
us to go down different hallways, Arv? On a scale of 1 to shirt, other
Exactly.
direction.
Darkness.
Yeah, the ones who can't read that, it says when the GM is smiling,
Still
it's already
darkness.
too late.
Still darkness.
And of course, it's still not correct.
There we go.
But
There it is. There.
there we go.
I mean, the shirt that I got at Origins has a 20-sided die with a 20 on it saying "can confirm," so I was very pleased with that. You know.
The husband bought a when the GM is smiling, it's too late
It's
t-shirt.
too late. Yes.
Mhm.
So no, but in all seriousness, so what passageway are you all taking the middle one? I know Larian's walking down that. Or the rest of you?
I am following Illyrian. I am not actually going to split the party this time.
Okay.
I am following my sister.
And this is important, as you're going, so it's going to be Alarian, Nisiana, Merime, and then Tantan and Yana last, or Yana and Tantan
Yes, I'm
last?
going through last because because Yana hates all of this.
Okay. As you're going, I'm curious about what...
Still got a few minutes on detect magic as well.
Okay. I was going to say, well, you definitely detect magic around here, Tantan, for sure. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's the scene from Man
It's a
of
miracle
Steel
you
where
don't
like,
detect
you could-
anything else.
How does
Yeah.
it feel? You feel all of it. All of it's on. Okay.
All
so
I see are shadows of people walking through because
Yes.
they're not magic and you're not magic.
and since Tantan is coming, since Yana is last, Yana, you can see the same thing I described, which is that as everyone passes through, about 5 seconds after they walk past a point, their reflection goes, walks in the same direction on both sides, in the mirrors on both sides, following along. Basically.
Oh, so wait, we have mirrors on the sides of us?
Yes, the whole passageway, both sides of it is mirrored. It's like you're walking through a mirrored glass passage. And
this
as you
is
walk
freaking her out
Yeah.
big time. She does not like this one bit.
Yep.
Think of like a cat. Think of a cat when you put them in front of mirrors. She does not like this at all.
My cats don't particularly care about mirrors, but
That's
Is it possible for Tantan to lay an illusory cucumber behind Yana?
No.
okay. She can. She's shifting. She's a cat shifter. She's not actually a cat, but a laser pointer, yes, that would work.
Oh, you don't want
Those
to
are
fire
just
off
fun.
a laser pointer in a mirrored cylinder.
I was
You
just
don't
going to
wanna do
say, all of a sudden it's like
I
J.
didn't mean
Thomas
here.
Crown Affair, Mission Impossible.
I didn't mean here, but if
so
you want her to
bad.
burn off some steam later, that's the way to get her some energy out of her system.
But in any case, everybody but Ilarion is able to see that the person that they're following, their reflection is, following along behind them in both sides and as they go along. And other than that, it's just you see, these other reflections besides them. You see these other reflections as they pass by. Once they go by, then the previously existing pictures of models like walking along, or videos almost, right? These images of models walking along, and then occasionally swirls of flame and animals pouncing. It all feels very like, to jump out of game for just a second, like Times Square, Louis Vuitton, perfume commercials, right? Which are
Duran
all
Duran
completely
video.
incomprehensible. Like no one has any. It's like there's a white tiger, and then like someone punches someone in the face, and then a guy on a swimming pool is like, illusion or something. Like that's what it feels like.
Hello, Siegfried.
it's a D&D commercial for fashion.
Yes, exactly. And so, Ilarion, you make all the way through, and you could like take other the map that you see is exactly what it looks like. So you
I
could
stopped in the middle. I stopped
Okay.
where these apparently come together as an intersection, which
They do.
makes it odd for them. So they stop there, kind of thinking, what is the point of this?
At which point you see your reflection coming up, Ilarion, and sort of standing there the way that you're standing there as well.
This would
But
be
it
the
actually
duodenum.
walked up and then stopped where I am.
Correct.
It's very odd.
We'll mispronounce it duodenum, but it's duodenum, but it's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I can't wait. Make sure everyone. First of all, make sure everyone's with us. We haven't lost anyone along the way for some mysterious reason. Okay. And then they'll still take the middle one, because this actually it has, again, these offshoots, which is very odd, but they're going to keep going until they come out the other side, assuming nothing happens.
Yeah. Nothing else seems to happen. And when you come out the other side, you find yourself in an area that looked exactly like, at least in terms of the wall design and everything like this. And the area here, there's a couple things you note here, which is that a lot of the stores, like the little, thing down here that you're passing, this looks very much more like the ruined store that you saw on the other side of the passages, Ilarion, the one where it's like it was completely destroyed and it was like there's nothing, just flinders and splinters and all that. That's pretty much what these look like as well, at least as far as you can see. Obviously you haven't looked in them, but they look utterly annihilated pretty much. So there is, however, one thing that's different here, which is that there is a balcony here, and there's a balcony you can just see the edge of here. And I would like you to make a perception check for me, please.
Everyone or just Ilarion?
Just Ilarion at the moment. I will, depending on what people do when they come out, I may or may not give them a chance.
Roll 2D Rapunzel.
18.
Okay. On the not on this balcony here, but on this one, which is about 10 feet above the rest of the ground, by the way.
I'm sorry, which one? The far one?
Sorry, so
Yeah.
this one here and
Yeah.
this one here are both 10 feet above the ground.
Correct.
And on the far end of this one, Ilarion, you are able to see the following. Give me just a
The
second.
Tauran chieftains. No, sorry, that's
You see multiple cannons set up. No.
That would be interesting.
You don't see those
Very
things.
brief period.
Hmm.
Okay. You see. No. No. Oh, there we go. Yes.
What am I?
Okay. Standing on one end of the balcony and sort of peering over it, kind of it may almost be kneeling because there's a railing above this balcony, or sorry, around this balcony. So almost kneeling on one side of it, you see what very clearly looks like a warforged. It is looking down on the passageway in front of it, on the sort of ground in front of it. And every so often it looks like left and right and down. It's obviously looking as if it's on watch. And it also looks armored because in one of its hands you see it has a crossbow.
It's patrolling the crenellations.
And one of the gray dogs is the Warforged. Just since it's been a month since we've played.
Yeah,
was-
thank you.
I had forgotten that myself.
It was a dwarf, a male dwarf, a female halfling, a male human, and a Warforged.
Okay.
And you
I
think,
actually,
hi, Prince Justin. And you think you've seen that, you think, Alarian, you've seen the Warforged before it saw you, but you're, if you go much further, you would like walk right into its, vision path. So
yeah, exactly. So I hold up my hand. There is a Warforged on the balcony ahead. It may be from the dogs, but I'm not sure.
Do we hail them? We're looking for them.
I see no reason not to, but I suggest we use caution.
Which? Oh, I see. It's the one up there at the back. Okay.
and it does
Our-
look like it's trying to, it was trying to conceal itself, Alarian, from what you could tell. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Arv, I'm scanning for good and evil, of course, from where I'm standing right now.
Also, if it's looking for something, there must be something else of danger out here.
It could merely be on guard duty while the rest asleep.
what's the range on that good and evil, Alarian?
30 feet.
Okay. Yeah, you don't sense anything of good or evil at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but glancing at Yana, I'm like, yeah, maybe, but
I suggest I advance enough to be partially seen.
They're on the lookout for us?
No, they have no idea we're coming. As far as
I don't
they're
mean
concerned-
I
as
don't
far as
mean
they're
us.
concerned, they could be bandits come to slay them and take what they have.
oh,
Yeah.
They are looking for others. Not them, is what I mean.
Do you care to rephrase that? They are
What
on
was
the
on-
lookout for any potential enemies, of which we should be considered because they
That's-
don't know us.
It's exactly what I said.
If you say so.
Others, not them. What is unclear about that?
Many things that we don't have time to get into right now.
Should we approach it? Them?
I would prefer to keep our numbers a secret for now, which is why I'm suggesting that I approach. If the Warforged does attack, I will be better able to potentially take the hit, so to speak, until we ascertain exactly what their motives are.
As she did before, the last time Alarian talked to her that way, she goes,
And before he gets out of range, the tattoos light up again, and Tantan basically draws a small glyph on the back of Valerian's shoulder and grants it guidance.
Okay.
or I could do it. Okay,
Thank you.
Six of one, half a dozen of the other.
that's okay. One of us did it.
So they will edge out enough to be partially visible, In game terms, trying to keep the partial cover in case the Warforged is trigger happy.
Okay.
So like probably about, given the angle, probably about just about there.
Okay.
I think is what's reasonable.
So the Warforged you see kind of is like, down and then looks up, and when you can see very clearly there's a moment where it looks at you and then vanishes below the railing of the balcony.
Okay. I don't hear any movement as if it's trying to retreat or something. It just ducks down and it's quiet.
Make a perception check for me, please. All answers are at the land of leather. Yes.
It's a 13.
No, you don't hear anything in particular in terms
You
of
have
movement.
guidance. You can add a D4.
Oh, that's true.
If you want.
How long does that last, Trent?
1 minute.
You know what? That seems like a good time to do it. Yeah. A D4?
D4.
A D4. A D4! Well, that's a
Nice.
14. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear any movement, but it does. The face has vanished.
It's there. I look back at them and say, I'm going to move to here, pointing to this doorway here,
Mm-hmm.
right there. Wait for my signal. Actually, so that in voice, but okay. And they move to here, which should give him cover from the balcony there.
Okay.
When Alarian
Inside
moves
the
out
door.
of Alarian moves out of earshot, Yana just says under her breath, "I hate when he thinks he's so smart."
Nisiana just shrugs at you.
I nod. I'm like,
Yeah.
Wait for his signal to what?
I'm just ready to either sacred flame or heal. It's like hurt or harm, one or the other. I'm just
So
like,
in this room are what's here.
More again, same exact destroyed flinders and splinters and all that stuff. Was
Okay.
clearly a store at some point, but has been destroyed, completely now.
Obviously, since you would have told me if it had, my movement does not attract any crossbow bolts
Correct.
or anything else.
That's right.
From this vantage point, I can now see directly to. Does the corridor look clear?
The corridor leading up to the balcony, you mean?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Yeah. Or yes, it does. Dude, nothing is in the way. That's correct.
And it doesn't seem to be. There's no stairway leading up to the other balcony.
That's
inside
right.
this-
It has to. That's right. There may be something hidden, like on the other side of the railing, perhaps. But there doesn't
Or
seem
maybe
to be
in the
any
room to the
obvious-
north.
It could
Yeah.
be.
Because I would have seen the doorway as I crossed over.
Right.
And okay, all right, and then they move into this room.
Okay. So again, same situation in terms of the the area that's there. There's kind of a destroyed, devastated thing. One thing to note as well, Alarian, is that and I would say that probably Nisiana can, and those of you who are like, since you're right here, you might be able to look in and see that these destroyed areas. So the whole place kind of, reeks of decay and rot. We talked about that before. There's, but this looks, if you had to guess, a little bit more recent. Like the other places, the other stores you've been to were a little bit better preserved, and they just seem to have fallen apart from natural decay and whatever, the passage of time, albeit accelerated based upon, the morning. But these places do not look like that. These places look like people went in there and actively tore it up. And that's
like they were searching or like they were destroying.
hard to say. Hard to say.
Okay.
But definitely it was like intentional and not decay. And Larian, you would note that also, that this is definitely not just decay. This is someone is, either, as you said, Nisiana, tearing it up to find something or tearing it up because it was destroying stuff.
So, real quick, Arv, just because it has been a month since we last played,
Yeah.
as I recall, the Grey Dogs were hired by What's-Her-Face. Is that
Aurelian.
correct?
Right, Bellalore, right?
Yeah,
No,
Bellalore.
wait. I thought the Grey Dogs were hired by Aurelian Karnak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's right. But the Bellalore, though. Wait, hold on a second. Let me confirm.
Now the Ashhounds were hired by Aurelian. The Grey Dogs are the ones who are missing.
No, it was. It was correct. That's right. It was Bellalore who hired them. The Grey Dogs have worked for Aurelian before as freelance, but they were working for Bellalore on this one, and she was the one who sent them to find this marketplace.
Excellent.
And
that actually makes my job easier. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. All right. In that case, then.
Black Friday level destruction. Yeah, no, so to speak. And there was nothing in there, Chenrizi, other than just the same stuff they saw.
And besides Chenrizi, not enough bodies.
Yeah.
So. Okay. In that case, then they will call out. Grey Dogs. We come from Bellalore. We've been tasked with finding you.
Okay. How? And when you said call out, are you like
Like
yelling
calling
it
out,
pretty
I mean,
loudly?
from
Like,
here, what is this? 30 feet at the most.
yeah, you're calling out basically up to this balcony.
Balcony. Oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And hopefully, since it looks like there's a passageway underneath it, anyone in that room should be able to hear me too.
Yo, Juliet.
Let down your hair. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's a different thing.
Wherefore art thou?
Deny thy father and refuse thy name, and I shall
Exactly.
no longer be a Capulet.
Lee Punzel.
Silence.
Yeah.
Neither Rapunzian or Shakespearean references have any effect.
Damn it.
But every time I move forward, though, there's no movement from the balcony.
Correct.
Odd.
It's quite possible that whatever was on top of the balcony is not there now.
This is true. Or just waiting for me to come closer to Potshot.
And then drop the elbow. Yes, that could be.
Or that person is waiting for the cue to sing the opera from Final Fantasy VI. So
If they come out here, if they come out
Obviously-
here, I can see them.
Jesus. What do we have, a
Here.
chorus here suddenly?
yes.
By the way, and all you guys will have heard that too, I'm sure, because they weren't quite trying to be quiet about it.
Okay. Yeah. So that you would,
Yeah.
those of you down here hear
So,
Ilarian's
an
voice.
arm sticks out and like waves you forward.
Wait, what did you say, Jen?
I said if they were coming out here, I would be able to see them.
Right.
And then
This
if
is
Ilarian
true.
sticks out an arm here and says come down, we can see
Yep.
here.
Mhm.
So when he tells us to come forward, I will start moving forward.
Okay.
And then
Yeah. And still
they'll
no
actually-
movement from
they
the
will
balcony.
actually step out to make sure that you do have cover, and in case someone is trying to attack, they'll attack me. The shield is up, by the way, Arv.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But
nothing
I haven't
happens.
my sword is not out.
Okay.
Okay. And still, nothing happens.
Okay.
I mean,
Nothing. Yeah. No.
unless-
No movement at
no.
all.
Yeah.
Because this is the only open door here that I can see right now until I get here, and then I can see this door.
Right. And that again is more or less the same thing as you've seen. This whole area so far has been a lot of destroyed, devastated storefronts, basically, as opposed to what you saw earlier in the place where it was decayed but not destroyed. So
I'm gonna
same
guess
deal
that
here.
that was searched. Tossed.
Valerian looks at Marame. Do you feel like doing a bit of a recon?
I love doing recon.
Well, if I were to boost you to that balcony, you'd be able to see inside much better than we would be able to. But
And I
it is
can-
your choice.
I can cast invisible on myself.
Even better.
Nobody tosses a bard. Sorry.
She casts
Maybe everyone
invisible on herself.
tosses a bard, actually.
How about tossing a friend?
She casts invisible on herself. Now that he can't see her, he grabs her around the neck. Oh, sorry.
I'll wait until he picks me up, and then I'll tell Nisiana, don't worry, I will contact you as soon as I'm close enough.
No matter
I'll
what it
settle
comes.
her on my shoulders so when she does cast, she can just evacuate herself, basically.
You. Oh,
Not like that.
okay. Just
Look, Synonym boy. Oh, wait a minute.
Perfect. So yeah, I'm excited by that. What a great song that will be. I can make new friends.
Oh, the
That
one thing I
always
do-
turns
the
out
one-
well.
Arv, the one thing I do want to do is be careful around that doorway.
Which doorway?
Um,
This.
This thing right here.
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That is a doorway, right?
Yes, kind of. Yeah, basically.
So all right, so making sure and he kind of they whisper up. In case we are attacked at the doorway, I'm just gonna fall backwards, so be ready.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Are you invisible now or not yet?
I'm gonna cast invisibility as soon as I feel like I might be coming to be seen, and I'll tell you. You just keep an eye on my sister and keep her safe.
I will.
Thank you.
I will peek around the corner of the door.
Okay. You see again, same kind of devastated store that you've seen all the way. The other thing I do want to note here as well, actually, there is one different thing about this. There are also some what look like overturned tables that have been set on their side. And there's a
That's
couple
not a
of them
good
there.
sign.
Like here and here.
Barricade.
They're
Cover.
barricades,
Well,
yeah.
cover, yeah.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that, please? I didn't see the link.
Sure.
The-
Like here and here, there are a few
Oh.
tables that are on their side.
Okay, so this room might be full of people who are attempting to be protected.
Could be.
As quickly as I can, I'm going to cross to here,
Okay.
and then since we're right next to the, I'll tap her thigh.
Yeah, and I
basically,
will-
say, mhm.
I'll pull myself up.
So
And
when
you're,
you're,
and you're invisible now, right?
I am invisible.
Correct.
Okay. so when you pull yourself onto the balcony, you see that it is in fact deserted, and there's no one on it. However, there is what looks like a basically like a little sort of a spiral staircase almost, which starts from back here and literally goes into from behind it, like into what? Sorry, Valerian, let me move it for a second. Into here, almost like something into what on the map would look like part of the wall. But there's a staircase angling downwards from the balcony, down possibly towards this room.
Yeah, I'm going to just ping, because I'm assuming that the mind link, because it's not technically casting a spell, I can still use it even if I'm invisible.
Yeah, I would say that's true. Although invisibility, because invisibility is not concentration either, so it should be fine. Yeah.
It is concentration.
Is the pinging? I'm wondering about whether you need to concentrate to send the mental.
I'm not sure. I think that'll have to be your call, because there's.
I would say not. Unless I don't think it does. It's not an ongoing effect, so I think it's probably okay to do that. Yeah.
It's also
Okay.
the two of them pretty much spend a lot of time in each other's heads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's unpack that one.
Someone got-
Yana's like same, hard, same.
Yeah.
Have you not seen sisters together where they just look at each other and like they know what they're thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's true.
Is Triffid and Configuration Queen both here? They can confirm. Okay.
So I'm going to just ping Nisiana quickly and say I'm okay, don't worry. And then I'm going to ping Ilarion and say there's a staircase, I'm following down. I'll report back.
Careful.
I will be. Sing a jaunty adventure song as I go down.
Well, I was going to ask that. Are you singing, or I assume you're being stealthy, right?
No, I'm being stealthy.
She's up
Okay.
on the balcony. She just starts singing. There was a boy, a very strange enchanted boy.
I was actually waiting for her to be like Romeo and Juliet. The
I
time
feel
was
a
wrong.
monologue coming on.
The Dire Straits. Yeah, exactly.
I would think it'd be more like singing a song, sneaking along, side by side, that kind of thing.
What void beyond yonder window?
Have we really become Eberron Hudson Hawk edition?
Eberron,
Is
oh my
that what
God.
we're-
So,
I love
make a
Hudson
stealth check
Hawk.
for me, please, Marimay, as you make your way down the stairs.
It's +1. I didn't know how to add my Jack of all trades.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So you just vanish completely. Like, you don't even know where you are. No. So you were able to
You're
make your way
listening at
down
home.
the stairs and it's completely silently. And you actually exit out here, which is what you had thought might be the case. And you find yourself in this room, which again is devastated, destroyed room. And there is one little door here on the side of the wall that's actually behind a bunch of debris. You have to push some debris out to get out. And that is where the stairs exit.
For those of you listening at home, that was a natural 20.
Yes,
I'm very stealthy.
Super
I can go through time. So do I see, because I know that the Warforge just went by, do I see where the Warforge might be? Do I get an indication of where I should go?
Not yet. But you know that since the Warforge didn't pass through this way, or you would have seen them, unless the Warforge can turn invisible, then it stands to reason that it would have had to go this way. Because remember, it was right here, or no, actually right here, where Ilarion, was revealed, or where the Warforged saw it. So right here, it could easily have gone this way, and you wouldn't have seen anything yet.
Okay, I will then follow the logical way.
Okay, so when you get up to this point here, I'm not gonna have you make another stealth check till you get to here.
Okay.
I will have you make one here though. And when you get up to there, you can actually see at that point that there is. So actually, yeah, let me have you make a stealth check actually when you get here, Maramé.
Just because you're mad at my natural 20.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
what's happening?
No. It only lasts for so long. It doesn't like just stick forever. The stealth, it's like a sonar
That's
ping.
fair. Oh, plus 1.
There's a
So that's
2
an
in it.
8.
It's
not a 1.
You're feeling so good about yourself.
Yeah,
okay.
I am so good. I'll sing about it. Oh.
No one's ever been stealthier. All right. So
Strike a pose.
you get to this spot, and as you get there, there's a moment where, but I mean, it helps to be invisible, regardless of whether you're being stealthy.
I get advantage on stealth checks when I'm invisible.
Oh, that's right. Well, then make the other check. I forgot.
Please make the other one.
Roll a natural 1.
I should know. I was gonna
It's
say.
better.
It's better. It's 14 because you gotta add my plus 1 jack of all trades. So
It's better than it was. So
Tren, I was on team natural 1. I wanted to see it too.
I break out into an epic.
Eaten by a carpet tonight, so I'm looking for any other thing that goes sideways tonight.
Okay. When you look down into this, so the 13 is not horrific. That's a lot better than
It's 14 technically.
Oh, 14. I beg your pardon. Well, that changes
Thank
nothing.
you.
Okay, so when you're looking down here into this area, there's a very large open area. It's a circular plaza, which is ringed by these ruined stores. And there are 2 premises that are facing each other across the plaza. Over here, there is something with a rune above it that you recognize as a rune of House Civis. Now, House Civis is responsible for communication and messaging. It was the one that was basically used to transfer messages across, various places within on the continent of Corvair. So there's that. And then on this side, there is what you can just sort of see down below here are some broken glass bottles and things like that. But you also notice something else, and that is 2 things actually that I want to point out. One thing that you notice over here, hold on a second. Let me confirm the right one. Okay, yes. Here. There's a door the door that leads to this place is closed, but you can note that the windows to this thing are broken, and the walls and the door are pockmarked by crossbow bolts. In fact, some of them are still sitting in the door or lying at the ground next to the wall, but you can see all the marks where the crossbow bolts hit. So you can see that over here. And on this side, just visible to you, is a cloaked and sort of lithe warforged that has a cloak around it, and it is pointing a crossbow directly at you. Now, so for a moment you're like, ugh, but then you realize that it's actually staring right at where you would be, but it obviously doesn't see you because it hasn't fired anything. And as you look more closely, you can see that there's more than one. In fact, now you have to be careful about how gutsy you want to get, but if you were to just move a little bit into the plaza, you can see that there are a few with crossbows aimed here. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to do this on OBS.
A few
aimed
Warforges?
More Warforged, that's right, with crossbows aimed here. and a Warforge, again, a couple of Warforged with crossbows aimed here at this passageway. And they seem to be on alert.
Do I see any markings that would let me know where they're from? Like, because if there's more than one Warforged, now I'm thinking they might not be the Greyhounds.
Yeah, you do not.
Grey dogs.
You do not. They are all cloaked and covered, and as I say, kind of lie. These might be like sort of Warforged scout types. Warforged were created, of course, for all sorts of purposes, and this might be like a Warforged scout or something of that nature.
Okay, and there's how many of them do I see?
There's what you can see from your vantage point there. There's a minimum of 4. There could well be way more than that though, because you can only see like into this part of the store. Like to get further, you'd need to walk into the plaza, which you can try doing if you want. But like from what you can see, there's at least 4.
And I don't see anyone inside the message station. I just get the impression that there's someone probably hiding in there.
Possibly.
Or something.
Windows broken and the doors like pockmarked with a couple of bolts sticking in it. But yeah, it's a pretty likely guess.
Okay. Well, I feel like I was a very extremely successful scout. Personally, patting myself on the back, I am going to walk back towards the others and not,
make any noise. One note also, by the way, I'm sorry, one last thing, Mermaid. Over on this side here, that's again another store that's mostly burned down, but the Gorgon seal of House Kenneth is still visible above the door, and you can just make out the shop's name, and it says, as you can see from this thing, indeed, there's a sign that says Hounds of Baracus. Inside there, like right through the door, because it's open, you can make out a pair of scorched iron crates, which are protruding from the mounds of ash. So basically you've got burned down store with 2 iron crates. You've got this closed down, windows broken, pockmarked, crossbow hit message station. And then you've got some Warforged, at least 4, possibly more, you don't know, that are facing both here and over here with their crossbows. And now you can go back and do what you want, but I wanted to make sure you had that info.
I'm gonna walk back till I'm close enough to Alarian to just kind of describe the scene. I don't want to drop my invisibility spell yet.
Okay. So Alarian, all of a sudden someone's like, guess what? Like,
Well, she's probably done this before, so I shouldn't be too surprised.
Often for fun, even, I imagine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you give me the lowdown. Basically, we'll just summarize.
Yeah, I'll describe all of it, and then I'll be like, I can go in further and try to scout more. But I wanted to make sure what the plan was before I did that. We can confer with the others as well.
Let's quietly. Let's pull back.
Okay. So we'll pull back. I'll poke my sister before I poke up.
Wait, down here, like. Right, I suggest, like, so no one, if they happen to look down this corridor, they can't see anything. Yeah, that'd be good, I think. Including...
I keep invisible. It's good for an hour, so.
Yeah, you might as well. All right, so you can now share with everyone else, which you told me.
Yeah, and I will. I'm very, I'm gesticulating too and describing things with gestures that none of you can see. Great. Very useful.
So the one question,
So
when you're finished,
how many Warforged are there?
There were 4 that I could see. And it looked like they were covering the corridor where we came in. There might be another way in, but I didn't see it. And they were also covering the message station, where I think somebody's in there, kind of hunkering down. But I'm not sure.
And you didn't see any markings on the Warforged that would identify them as a band of some kind? No?
Nothing.
Huh.
Nothing at all. I can try to find out more, but I'm certainly not going to go so without a backup plan.
It's a high-risk endeavor, as far as I'm concerned.
Look at Tanith and ask him if anything about the Hounds of Baracus reminds him of anything from his family lore. because that's the only thing I can think of at this point.
I was
Is
thinking of having you make a history check. I think have you make a history check, but I think this for you would be +3, Tantan, because this is your house.
Eberron, let Eberron clear your mind. Guidance.
Okay.
I love guidance so much.
Unnatural 20.
Nice.
So you do, yes. If there is one thing that sort of tickles your memory a little bit, and that is that one of the things, of course, that the House Cannith often did was it would provide mechanical servants for various endeavors. And one of those sets of servants that it would do, especially, were these things that were essentially iron hounds. They were iron defenders, and they were iron hounds which were fiercely loyal and quite dangerous. They looked something like mastiffs, basically, and they were designed to obey whoever was wearing their command amulets. And they were mass produced at one point to be able to be sent around to various places. You could just be like, guard in a box, right? Like just pop it open and then you're good to go. So yes, you do remember that was a fairly common thing that especially places that were like, merchant areas, stores, malls, things like that would use.
And I'll relay that.
And suddenly Black Mirror comes to mind, and I am terrified.
Black Bear?
Black Mirror.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I was going to say Black Bear's a diner near here. And it's
No. Black Mirror. How do I?
The show.
Yes, the show. Do you
Oh, yeah,
remember?
no, I know what the show is.
Yeah.
As soon as I
And
got the name,
you saw the episode?
Yeah.
I refuse to watch it. The world is fucked up enough as it is. I don't
I
need a
agree.
show
I
to
actually
remind
stopped
me.
watching after that particular episode. So
Yeah.
It could be worse. You could watch AXL, which, if you imagine, in the same way that Mac and Me was like a shitty remake of E.T., Axel is a shitty remake of something that was never made because no one is stupid enough to make a movie about this.
Right. This all sounds wonderful.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got this robotic dog that's supposed to be like a partner to like soldiers on motorcycles, so that like it sits down and arches its back and they do like a bike jump over something for some reason, and it has
Okay.
like jets and shit. The dog is really cool. The rest of the movie sucks.
Not so good.
It's God, it's awful.
It could be the mechanical hound from Fahrenheit 451. That thing's
To the point of Black Mirror, though, I will not watch that show for the same reason I won't watch Squid Game, which I know everybody loves, because I don't need to watch media that reminds me that the world is becoming the Hunger Games or Fortnite in real life,
Just
or
go back and watch
PUBG
The
in
Running
real
Man.
life.
Yeah.
right, exactly.
All right.
Who loves you? And who do you love? Right. So, go ahead.
Just for Richard Dawson alone, man.
Yeah.
Anywho,
I'll just go watch Mad Max and cry.
We need a few years for that. Anyways, yeah. Okay, so I assume Tantan shared that with us.
Yep.
Okay. So what Illyrian says is, so if someone were to locate an amulet, they would be granted safe passage?
Well, they could control one of the dogs.
Except, wait a minute, I'm puzzled. The Warforged did not attack me when it had a clear shot, and interesting.
It fell back.
Correct. Maybe safety in numbers?
I would think so. You always run with a pack.
Illyrian nods again. And Maramy Hawksmoor, you said they all were armed with distance weapons, correct?
Yes, crossbows, many crossbows. It looks like they fired quite a few bolts, but I'm sure they still have quite a few as well.
And you said the message station appeared to be under siege in a way?
I believe so. The windows were all broken. The door was closed, however, and there were a lot of crossbow bolts in it. So I'm guessing someone might be hunkering down in there. It's just a guess. I can go try and poke them telepathically, but I need to see them. So it's of limited use. Unless I stick my head in the window.
If they're not the dogs, what are they?
That was my question. That's a very good question.
It might be another salvage team or something.
Of all
Maybe.
Warforges?
Maybe. I mean, maybe it's like a little, a little party of Warforge.
Or maybe all that's left.
Of what?
Whatever this place is.
That is a good point. Perhaps they are bizarre security,
They're certainly bizarre.
which would make sense as to why they also won't. Except typically we have free will. Why would they stay here when there's nothing left to guard? Not saying your point is not valid.
If there is
Because
a
it may be-
specific purpose, if you have a purpose or a goal, you are tenacious about it.
They are not like the suits of armor.
And then all of a sudden, not in Yana's voice, but more in Altus's voice, you hear this. Why stay in a store when you have no one to sell to?
Well, exactly. As me and Tantan, Takasha, the Kenneth found out, that construct was programmed to do only that. Once it left the confines of its perceived world, it was done.
There is a simpler answer. Because it is their store.
This is their territory.
Yes.
Is there a way to just tell them we're looking for someone?
And then you stop hearing his voice.
We could try just talking to them. I mean, they didn't shoot when they saw us around the corner. I mean, we're assuming violence will be incoming, but perhaps it's not a correct assumption.
It's true. It's true, but who goes first and says hello?
I don't mind going to say hello knowing you're all there to help. And also I can get out really fast.
I would actually have you stay invisible, and I will go, as we are somewhat related.
And
I
almost
may have an
immediately
easier
after you...
time of it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm done.
And almost immediately as you say that, Yana says, I also think Alarian should go. The fastest you've ever heard her say anything ever.
I'm just
Okay.
like, well,
They just look at you and don't say anything.
Well, if you say hi to them, Alarian, I'm kind of like, I'm trying not to laugh at Yana's answer there. If you go say hi to them, Alarian, and engage them while you keep them distracting, I can go see if I can peek in the window, and I'll be there as backup, and then just come back because if they're
But-
distracted.
That
Didn't
I
you say-
could go with.
didn't you say there was the symbol of House Kenneth over one of the doors?
Over the Hounds of Baracas.
What do you think, Tantan? Do you think it would be wisest to send Alarian first?
Potentially, I think I should be waiting in the wings, as it were, just in case. If he does manage to make non-violent contact, you can inform that someone of House Kenneth is right over there, and then if they allow, I can step out, and if they shoot him, I won't.
Okay, then I guess then Alarian should go first, while Mary May looks to see who is being besieged, and the rest of us will back the two of them up.
And the message is that we are looking for people that we wish to remove from here. Correct?
Correct.
And we want nothing else. Yeah, we're here in peace.
Not pieces.
Damn it, I was about to say the same thing.
All right, can you
go in pieces?
So can you position yourself where you would like to be then?
Oh, Lord. Okay. So, I guess I'm going to be behind with you.
I'm going to be with Ilarion and...
Yana, where are you going to be?
From what she's told us, this is where the four... Oh, come on. This is where the four are hanging out?
That's right.
Okay. Okay.
The ones that she
makes
saw,
my job easier. That's actually a good thing. Okay.
Arv, may I add one extra thing before we make this action?
Sure.
So inside of Yana's head, she asks this. Why do you speak with me? And Altus replies, well, they cannot hear me yet. But they will. They will. In time. That's it.
Okay. Yana, where are you going to place yourself?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Because it looks like you're on the balcony. You're like, I climbed the balcony.
Exactly. And now I'm on the balcony, and actually, well, I probably can't do anything from here. So if I stand in between the entrance, if I stand in the doorway of the Land of Leather, can I get a clear shot?
It's a quote that I want to use.
This
if
way?
I stand in the Land of Leather.
If I stand, there's a whole lot. Look,
so
you
many
could write
things.
a whole.
I just gonna
Look, Merime could write a whole song out of all the names of these places.
I'm working on it.
These are literally the lyrics to her next #1 hit.
If only there was a place you could sell that jingle.
I know.
I would like to do one more thing before we split up.
Just one sec. Just one sec, Jen. Yeah, you can get a clear shot, just so you know, Yana.
Yeah, because I just want to be able to get a line straight into the plaza if something walks through that.
You can do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Not to the door of Musk, but to things across.
Yeah, to like here.
I'm really fine with not heading to the door of Musk. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm basically going to tell Merime to get next to me or touch me so that I can give her guidance for whatever next action she does. And Tantan can give Ilarion guidance because, Lord, this could be really bad.
Okay.
My sister gets guidance from me.
And Ilarion gets guidance from me.
And I will lean into Merime, into Nisiana's ear, and I will say, don't worry, this is exactly like the time that we snuck into the farmer's house and we tried to steal the rooster. Remember that? And it was way too early, and then there was such a mess, and then the raccoon got away. It's exactly like that. We've got this. And you have 1d6 of inspiration.
And now 30 seconds of your 1 minute of guidance are gone.
Yeah.
I just love these interlocking. Okay. Right. Okay.
Oh God.
So Ilarion is as I understand it, Ilarion is going first here to speak to them, and then Merime is going to sneak across invisibly to here and look in the windows, basically, right? And the other three are sitting, Yana in the Land of Leather here, and then
I'm sitting on my spells in case things go wrong.
Right, and then Tantan and Nisiana basically where I see you on the map to kind of
basically.
All right.
So I can just heal from afar.
Sounds good.
One slight adjustment to your plan there, Arv. I'm not stepping out into the plaza.
Oh, okay.
This is about as close as I care to get in case someone gets twangy.
Gotcha.
And
like four of them.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Sorry. Arv.
Yes.
Clarification. Sure. Distance from where I am to the A and the plaza, the middle one.
Okay.
I was I'm
right,
way ahead of you, Trent. I saw that it had
I will tell you exactly. Hold on.
Please tell me it's not more than 60.
Ooh, it's gonna be close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be more like 80 to that A.
Yeah.
Oh,
shit. All right.
A big plaza.
Yep.
All right. So I am going to. If I move.
Right.
Oh, dang it. Dang it. What are my? Do I have anything that I just need to double check this real quick before we go? All right. So what would be max range 60 from that center A? About where Ilarion is?
Let's see. From the A, 60 would be about. Would
That
be
really
a
leaves
yes
me
where Larian is.
exposed.
Yes, where
It
Larian
leaves
is.
me really exposed.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it.
If you stay up against the south wall, the people in Musk won't get a clear shot on you.
That's what I was thinking. If I lean up against here, I should be okay
That's
because
from Musk, it's true. Yeah.
yeah. Well, there's somebody. You said there's somebody in messaging station and in.
Well, I mean, no, you don't know. That's a
We
guess about the
suspect
message
there's someone in
station.
messaging station. We
Oh,
don't
the
know
only
for
place that we
sure.
saw people from was from Musk.
Correct, but
Right,
message station had a bunch of crossbow bolts as if.
Oh,
And remember, there's two
frick.
people at least in Musk that are facing the message station as if they were like watching it basically.
Yeah, and I reported all of that too.
Yeah.
So you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna. I hate this so much. And also I'm down my shifter ability, so that's gone. And I'm not at max health for reasons that I won't go into. I know.
Stop being me Ed. I will heal you if you get hurt
You're
again.
making you've made it way too easy for me. It's just I'm gonna keep going after
You know what?
because
I
it's
can
funny.
make it hurt.
Do not piss off the healer.
I can make you walk it off. Wait, why the hell? What just happened here?
There is a scene in The Sleeping Dragon where they're in a marketplace and the cleric leans over to a shopkeeper's like, "Are you familiar with healing spells? Have you ever seen one work in reverse?" And I was just like,
It's true. You don't want to mess with harm. That's right.
or even inflict wounds or vampiric healing.
I wouldn't do that. Nisian is way too nice for that, honestly.
For now.
She's just thinking she's gonna have to spend a lot of healing, and
wait
she
till
All
her
right,
pendulum
I'm gonna hug
swing
this
gets-
wall and hope to God there's no people. Like, I just don't want to be in a clear line of arrows from message station. That's from massage station.
Okay, are we
I could
ready?
use a massage right now.
I think so. So, are you waiting until you giving Maramé a chance to get across and look before you peek out or whatever, Ilarion?
Well,
Or
I don't know
how about you
when
figure
that's
that
going to
out?
happen because I can't see her. I could give her a 60 count.
Well, I'm sure I don't know, darling.
Yes, exactly.
No tips.
So
I'm gonna
know.
ping to Ilarion just mentally and just say I'm starting across now.
Okay.
All you get is like a modem.
Make a stealth check for me, please, Maramé, while you cross.
Maria,
At
you're gonna
advantage.
be out of range of me. I think it's only 30 feet, right?
It's 20 feet right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang on, I'm totally on this, so I get advantage on this, and I click this thing, and I'm gonna do great, and I have guidance too, so I'm gonna
Yes,
do
you
so
do.
good.
Oh, those ones were so close.
They were. I was watching
Oh my
them
God, they were
come.
both heading towards one. I was like, this is impossible. This can't
Oh.
actually happen.
Snake
good.
eyes are good somehow.
We have seen this before.
Yep. So you
So-
silently move across the way to the message station while Ilarion, I imagine, counts to whatever.
I'll give her 60. She's
probably.
probably. I know she's pretty quick when she needs to be. So.
And when you get over to the other side, Maramé, you look through the broken windows. And what you see there are, first of all, you can look inside to see that against the front door, because the windows are broken, but they're next to obviously the wooden door that's closed with the crossbow bolts in it. And you can see that there is a bunch of what looks like furniture that has been piled up against the front door. And right there, sitting in basically towards the back wall of this station, you see a female halfling. You see what looks like a warforged, actually, whose right arm is sort of holding a crossbow, but occasionally the right arm twitches a little bit. And then you also see someone extremely familiar. It is the grim face of Lieutenant Hilar Brissal looking at you, of course not seeing you, but looking at you with crossbow trained at the window. And as you look at these things, and Ilarion, you sort of see them sort of waiting. They're very intently looking at the windows. Ilarion, you're able to say whatever it is you're going to say. This is happening not quite simultaneous.
Yeah, exactly. So the party of Warforged that I know is here. We are a recovery group seeking to remove any other beings from the bazaar. All we wish is to take them alive and unhurt and leave this place.
And
If you let us do this, you will not be interfered with any longer.
So there's a pause.
Oh, real quick, just in case. I'm sorry. I have my shield is up, and I have a javelin in my hand.
Okay. Trust but verify. So there is a pause, and then walking carefully out with crossbows aimed in your direction is two of the ones seen before. 3, 4, 5,
Oh shit.
6,
Ah damn.
7, 8. All with crossbows. And 2 more emerge from the bottom.
Oh,
10
Lord.
total.
There's
2
one
of
in
them.
the wall up there.
Sorry?
There's one in the wall up there.
Well, that one.
Trapped
I know, don't worry
forever.
about it.
Never mind that one. So, several of them take up positions here by the wall and keep their crossbows trained on, I would say 3 of them actually. Keep their
Yana
crossbows
starts going
trained on the message station. And the other 7 all have their crossbows aimed at you. And they are all, as I said, warforged in cloaks. And there's a moment where just a silence kind of settles in on the bazaar. The wind blows and the breeze sort of blows. You can get that smell that I mentioned before. And then
where Sergio
one of
Leone
them,
song
and it might
wafts
be
on
the
the
same
wind.
one, might be the same one that you saw at the balcony, steps forward and it says,
I don't know why you're serving with them, but you've chosen the wrong ones to back.
Damn it.
You give it up, scum. This is the land of the Lord of Blades, and you and everyone else will answer to our master.
they raise their crossbows, and that's where we will bring our session to a close for this
Oh,
evening.
damn it.
We're so dead.
We
Yes,
are.
a tumbleweed rolled between the 2 groups. Yes, absolutely, Div. I should have had that moment, you know. So
not dead yet. We're not
it's
dead
just
yet.
as like, God damn it.
Jeez.
Ah.
So great
Ten of
stuff,
them?
everybody.
Then he says, deploy the carpet fleet.
Yeah, exactly.
And Yana's like, no!
Activate Carpet Initiative 5. No. Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Is it
did
too late to
everybody
change-
miss? Did everybody miss the obvious one there? Carpet bomb them?
Yeah, carpet bomb
No,
them. That's
I
a good.
didn't-
Oh,
did
that's
not
good.
miss it.
Yeah, Chen Razi is like, is it too late to change sides? Hilarious, just like, excellent point. Like, sort of. Anyway,
Destroy,
good stuff today,
destroy.
man. So much fun stuff with tension building and everyone being like, who are these people? And then there's Halar, but then wait.
You are
and stuff.
really just
The
trying
Lord
to
of
get us all
Blades.
killed. You just want us to make a new party of characters.
I
That's
do not.
all you're
I
trying to
I
do.
enjoy this
Arv.
party very much. I am enjoying all of you going through what is a very tense moment. And guess what? That's what the Western setting with a bunch of awesome King Citadel people are supposed to be able to do. You do the jobs that others can't do, man. And that's what we're
Assuming
going
we
to see here.
We
survive.
die trying.
It-
Well, we'll
yeah.
see. We'll see what happens. I am very excited to see how things go down.
Before
So
things get
You
really
are
crazy,
GM.
Yana's just like chugging that potion in the back. Just like, I need all the battle points.
I have this image of Yana running back and wrapping the now broken rug around her. Like, never mind, just take me back, right?
She's about to go climb a tree, is what she's about to go
I live
do.
at the rug now.
Really, really
You're
great stuff.
here. You're out of luck.
And exactly, Lone Wolf, be ready to launch your inspirations at appropriate targets. Listen,
Everybody.
Yes,
there's going to be a lot of
Inspiration's
stuff
ready.
there, so
Look,
you'll
we
have to talk
don't
it over
actually
with the other
know that
people.
this is a combat yet. I mean, it's very close. It's very.
Really?
There might be a chance to get
Yeah,
out
they're
of
going to
this
give
without
us a
getting
7
into combat.
crossbow
The
salute. I'm sure
Lord
that's what's
of
happening.
Blades?
The Lord
you
of
not hear
Blades.
that part?
Dude.
Do
Maybe
you really
they're-
think we're going to survive a fight with 10 Warforged?
No, I
Well,
think we're
there
going
are
to be
3
taken
people in the
captive and
station.
It's going to suck.
So
I'm gonna stay invisible.
the odds.
Mary's like, I will survive. I'll just,
I
you
mean,
know.
Mermaid's the only one who knows there's 3 people in the station, but that gives us 8. So it's not. Yeah.
Nisiana Duck, I'll come find you.
See,
maybe
this
they're
is why
like
I
the-
still save my healing potion, my healing spells.
What are you going to say, Trent?
Maybe they're like the Minbari. They approach with gun ports open as a sign of strength and respect, and they're not actually firing their crossbow bolts at it. They're just like, "See, we respect you."
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's 100% what it is. Plot twist, they're all holograms.
There.
That
All
would be
right,
pretty
somebody
awesome.
clip that. You heard him say it. Clip it. If he tries to kill us next time.
Yeah.
So he's going to try to kill us.
Remember,
When
it's
he
not
tries
me
to
trying to
kill
kill
us.
you. I am the messenger. It's the
Uh-huh,
Warforged.
yeah,
You have to answer to them. There are multiple avenues that to think about. The fact that they don't know what the deal is with Alarion. They sort of obviously put Alarion in a different category. You got those iron crates. You got the people in the message station. You got all kinds of. You got places you can run to. You can. I mean, there's just it's a environment rich of possibility. Is what I would say.
And blood.
Hate all
Lots
of
and
it.
lots
Thanks.
of blood.
Thanks, Arv. I hate it.
And it
Thanks,
was
Arv. I
great
hate
to
it.
see all of it. And I'm going to start as usual on the right side, and I'm going to switch back to my. No, actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to keep it on the map one for now, so we can just all marvel at the number of Warforged there.
Oh no! Please put the pain away.
So
put
put
the pain away. Please, we don't need to.
I'm going to start with Rob as usual. Rob,
I was playing Yana. See who I get to play next time after this encounter.
It was a fun session to watch Yana do a lot of different things. Actually, first of all, obviously you had the carpet situation, which fortunately you were saved from by a good use of yourself getting out and then Alarion getting you out.
That was hilarious.
That was lucky. That worked out for you. But then we also had different moments. There was obviously a little bit of tension built in with Alarion there, which is kind of interesting to see how that's going to play out. There is Yana starting to feel like every time, whether or not Yana's in front or not, there's always just a moment where Yana's somehow going to be exposed to something. Although you also got the comic relief of getting to watch a fashion show going on down there with Nisiana and Merime. So that's always a good time. So it was multiple things. And we got a little bit of backstory development too with Yana and with Altus also. So it was a variety of things, and it ends with a nice as they say, a Western Mexican
opportunity
standoff,
for me to not survive this next encounter. Yes,
I'm sure
exactly.
It'll be fine. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks see you next?
Well, I started this encounter with full health. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to stop doing that anyway. This was a lot of fun. This was there. I'm glad that we had some really funny moments in this campaign. I think the synergy between the party is still we're not a well-oiled unit by any stretch of the imagination. We are a motley crew, and there's definitely a lot of strange stuff going on with this party. And that kind of makes for a better situation, I think. It makes for funnier, weirder, more awkward, but more interesting moments, and they're fun to play out. And I think there's also, there's a lot of stuff with Yana, playing out camaraderie-wise that she's learning, she's not used to, but also it's just she's a young girl. There's other young girls in this party, and that allows her to sometimes forget herself and just have fun being who she is. Even though afterwards she kind of remembers that she's still not quite in the same, she's not in the same sphere as the rest of the party. She has a different outlook on all this stuff. And there are definitely things that she kind of looks at wait, you want to steal from the rope? What the hell? That's just she really is just kind of you steal if you have to. You don't steal because there's, the opportunistic, she's chaotic good for a reason. Chaos happens around her, but ultimately she's not a thief. She's not a thief. So that was a fun moment to play out. Also just being I looked, whatever. And also, I don't want to basically fly the flag of here's something to keep, but I have, I've been saying from the beginning with this character, I like creating characters that have if you look at these moments, why these things happen the way they do, they're little clues as to the things that I find interesting about making these characters, which is the stuff you don't know. And I planted a bunch of seeds tonight with that, with a couple of scenes where she was a little bit more verbose, a little more eloquent, speaking a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't even come up with the words right now. But she was just she wasn't speaking as in such truncated sentences as she was in earlier times. And part of that is, she's evolving, she's learning, she's gaining she's trusting the party a little bit more. But there's also something else going on. And also, while I'm trying not to play two separate characters here, like I have in other campaigns, I am very interested in Altus and Yana and their relationship together with the party. So I did want to make him a part of the party tonight. And I think I did so in a way that highlights he's not quite here yet, but we know he's here and he can make himself known when he wants to. And that's all I'll say about that. And I had a lot of fun playing with that stuff and a lot of fun with this party because I don't think this party quite gets me yet. And that's cool. That's exactly what I wanted with this character. I wanted to play something that's like, oh, she's Yana. Yeah, she's Yana, all right. New ways. And it's I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm and also these people are these individuals are very fun to RP with and play with, and hopefully not die in the next session together with. Because
this is a great eulogy too. Like, and it was so good.
Yeah, this is a great. It's been great with this group. I can't wait to see what everybody rolls after the next session. So. If you want to see what I'm doing, my name is Darkside Rob. I am a variety caster here on Twitch TV. I will be casting on my channel tomorrow. I'll be doing Darkside Rob of the Damn Month, which is a blah, 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 horror thing. Other casters have done similar, but they suck. Come watch my channel. And I'll be playing some Little Nightmares 2 on my channel tomorrow. I also have some audiobooks out. Audible, Shadowrun. Go find them. You'll find them. My name is on those works. Neat and Shaken by Russell Zimmerman. You should definitely check them out. They're great. Sign up for Audible. You get a free token, I think. Or if you don't, then I'm sorry, I lied. But you should go check out those books and find some way, see if someone can give you a token or you just buy them. Just buy them, just buy stuff. Buy all that. Be a consumer. That's all that, that's all that people ask of you. Consume things.
Consume things.
Is it really that hard?
Do what America does best.
And on top of that, you can find out everything else that I'm doing by following me on all my links on my Twitch channel. And I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow and in the future and back here. Next time I'm on this channel, which will probably be for, if it's not for our vocalist, then we'll be back here in 2 weeks for more Infinity. Wait. Infinity and beyond.
Outstanding. Thank you, Rob. Always a pleasure. Good stuff tonight.
Yes.
Nisiana, I thought Jen had, first of all, I mean, the obviously for me, the sort of funniest moment is Nisiana and Merime in there doing this like fashion thing with the armor, but then at one point Merime sort of being like accosted and trying to deal with this guy who I felt like vaguely, Merime sort of semi, liked the armor as being, I was like, he seems like a nice person. And Nisiana was like, that's great. Now can we find like where all the money might be so we can use this and kind of repurpose things for the good of humanity and society and the halflings and everywhere. And so there was a lot of that going on. And yeah, I like the idea that Nisiana is building up for as much healing as conceivably possible in things, because it was like, at some point there's going to be this moment where now we have to go heal everybody. And Nisiana, I felt like, was gearing up for that the entire session. So we got a little bit of humor and quite a bit of...
Y'all are going to be happy I did that next session.
I was going to say healing prep leading up to that. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Oh, I had a lot of fun. The Nisiana does have some very practical moments to her, as I am finding. I mean, she may be kind of wide-eyed and naive from here and there, but she's got, it's just a scratch. Walk it off. You'll be fine. I'll heal you later when it gets worse. Also, I've got this new spell that takes 10 minutes, but heals like 6 of you at once. I'm really excited about that one, but it takes 10 minutes.
I think you're going to have a chance to use it.
I don't know if we're going to have a chance to use it. It takes 10 minutes. But I'm excited about it. I really
Merime, sing a song. Sing a song to all of them, and let's see if we can keep them stalled for 10 minutes.
I don't want to be pin-cushioned or anybody being pin-cushioned. I'm really excited about this whole Lord of Blades thing. Well, excited and trepidatious. We'll put that there.
I'm excited without the trepidation, so it all works out.
Yes, when the GM is smiling, things are bad. Yes.
My smiling, remember though, my smiling is actually, as longtime players of mine will know, my smiling is actually never because I'm rooting for the party to die. My smiling is because I absolutely love intrigue moments where the party's like, I wonder what this is. And I'm like, I actually do know. I want to see what happens when you find out. That's my smiling moment. So I'm not rooting for death. I am rooting for mystery.
Well, at this point, there's with all the signs of the House Kenneth stuff around.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really interested in seeing what Mia Tantan does, because like she's always been interested in his house anyway, because biomechanical and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, can he call the dogs? Can he figure that out? Can we get help? You know, is there a vault? Are there things that are useful in this world? I am interested in all this. I'm also interested in not being a pincushion. Otherwise, I'm enjoying things a lot. And this is my favorite season of the year, spooky season. If you are on my Twitter account, I'm doing a daily flash fiction podcast of my 5-minute stories. They're all kind of creepy stories. So if you want a little bit of flash fiction each day, just follow me on Twitter for the entire month of October. Otherwise, follow on Twitter, because there will be a Kickstarter very soon here, as soon as it goes live and is approved, of 99 Tiny Terrors, where I have authors from around the world, it's 5 continents, doing flash fiction, including Marie is also in it. So I'm very excited about this anthology. It's done, and a certain voice actor actually did the video overlay for it, so it'll be good.
Who could that possibly be?
I don't know. Somebody. I don't know. I mean, just
the whole game has become a Shadowrun love infest every day. I swear to God. You know,
well, you know what? When you meet all these people who are really talented.
I know, this is my life, Jen. This is what I'm saying.
99 Tiny Terrors was a completely separate.
You choose to be surrounded by us.
I know,
multiple times a month.
As I keep telling my mentees, networking is just talking to each other.
That's it.
So come by, say hello, enjoy some podcasting. Otherwise, I'll see you in 2 weeks, and hopefully we're not pincushions.
I look forward to seeing everything that happens with all of that. Yes, always a pleasure, Jen.
I have all my healing spells.
I will say there will be the prettiest, best dressed pin cushions anyone's ever seen, though. After our previous,
I love this. This matches your eyes. Yes, happy Canadian Thanksgiving, by the way, to Marie and Shadow Mage. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to Shadow Mage. I'm glad you had family dinner for Canadian Thanksgiving. But Jen, always a pleasure. Thank you, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Moving right on down the pyramid to John and Ilarion. Ilarion had a couple of interesting things here, I thought. First of all, Ilarion and his relationship to the other Warforged here is going to be interesting, I think. And Ilarion having to navigate what is, I mean, this whole area is creepy in the first place, right? This deserted bazaar with these strange stores and the mirrored stuff. And there's a lot of weirdness going on. And I will say that I've always been kind of fascinated by, and also alternately a little troubled by, deserted shopping malls, the ones with all the stores that have closed down, and they have a few of them, like there's a couple stores that are left, but everything else. I've always found that really kind of a fascinating setting as a concept from a modern point of view. And so there's some feel of that, I think, with this also. And I bring that up because Ilarion actually was the one who had to kind of go forward and sort of take the lead as the tank that was involved here. But also then is trying to figure out the circumstances around, noticing the House Kenneth thing, noticing the other Warforged that are there, everyone immediately Ilarion thinking that it was the Grey Dogs also, but then being like, well, wait a minute, is there another group? And then and all that stuff, and having to figure out how to manage that while still, there's a little tension that pops up with Ilarion and Yana, which I think Yana definitely feels and Ilarion doesn't really notice, is my guess, is what it feels like, because Ilarion's just focused on, job ahead. So I'm really curious to see how things go down and how the tanking / I'm a Warforged and they're not quality has an effect on next session. How did you feel about today, John, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, I'm dying to know what your definition of interesting is, first of all. So, because that
It's
doesn't.
in the old Chinese curse, my friend.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. So, no, this was a lot of fun, of course. Everything about it, including our 30-minute shopping spree, was
That's really
just
awesome.
hilarious.
Oh, and your voice was good too. I should have mentioned. We got the. I like
thank
that.
you.
Voice.
Well, we're
Yeah.
gonna tweak that a bit. I
But
think
still,
got-
it's cool.
Yeah,
Like, I like the concept.
yeah. Thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed it. It took long enough to get this damn thing going, but it actually wasn't as bad as I thought. I was a little worried about having to be like feel trapped by the mic, but it seems already very natural to me, so it's a good thing. This is a lot of fun as usual. Of course, this group is great to RP off of for various things, and Alarian doing Alarian stuff as usual. Little concerned about next session. Not gonna lie. I'm not sure how. I don't think talking is going to be getting our way out of this one. So we'll see how this plays out. But it'll be fun, and might have to take Trent's advice and start. Well, let's see if I have a backup. What's that going to be? Because I'm not sure. This seems pretty heavy. The only advantage we have is that we have them in a quote unquote crossfire, sort of. So yeah. But hopefully, what's his face? Harlian, whatever his name is, Hilar recognized my voice, so we came to rescue his ass.
I'm gonna ping him too first thing. Like I'm assuming I'm doing that while you're talking.
And that will be the signal to if you want to get out of here in one piece, sucker, you come out of that door, crossbow twanging. Let's put it that way. It should be fun. It's always been fun. This group is great. Chat is awesome. Welcome to the new folks. A couple names there, which I hope you guys will come back.
Yeah.
And see if we survive in 2 weeks. It should be great. Everyone's great. As in the words of a famous other RPer, we got this. So, yeah.
Good stuff, John. Anything you want to talk about writing wise, / editing wise, /
No, everyone else does things for me. I'm just the editor. So, and you can find me. I'm still Radio Johnny Penn on Twitter for some strange reason. But otherwise, I'm here twice a month playing with these great people. So that's pretty much it.
It's going to be good stuff. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. And moving right on up to Marame. I mean, Marie, first of all, so the whole sequence in the store was just, for me, comedy gold. I was really enjoying, because the thing is, like, Marame's like, yeah, that's, I really, and because it was the part is that clearly Marame didn't want to make the armor feel bad, sort of like it was partly that, and then also partly trying to figure out, is there anything of value here, but probably not. So you had that whole first opening section, which was really the be my guest type of thing. That was a lot of fun to watch you play through. And then the second half, where the invisibility thing was hugely important because it allowed you to set up. I mean, yes, you didn't know all the details of the odds you were facing, but having the opportunity to walk across the plaza and see that you've got 3 people there, one of whom you know for sure, and then being able to still be unnoticed, obviously, by the other ones that are there, that, gives you obviously a significant advantage to what is about to happen, and you will need that advantage, as has already been pointed out. There are ways that you'll be able to work this through, all of you, but you'll definitely have to think through it. So anyway, so we really had kind of a tale of two halves for me, watching Marame do stuff that was sort of funnier at the beginning, and then obviously was more serious, kind of tactical, benefit of the character towards the end. How did you? Oh, and your ability to communicate with people telepathically doesn't hurt either. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun today's session. It was a lot of good interplay amongst the characters too for the RP, which was a lot of fun. And I mean, that poor little armor here, I thought I was clever when I said, give me your finest wear. And I thought, oh, maybe I'll get a magical item. No.
The Grandabund.
Don't
mock the
Are you
Grandabund.
saying that wasn't magic?
Yeah, I mean, really. Jeez.
I felt the magic.
It made you cough instantly. It was amazing.
It's because Marie's all over here with fashion and glitter, and Marie's like, oh, a cummerbund, please. That's dusty and rotting with mold. Why would I pay any attention to that?
But I can't say no, because poor little Banam has been abandoned for so long.
That's true.
But I know it was a lot of fun. I loved how everybody played together and just kind of enjoyed the comedic effect and then the more serious side of it too, which was lovely. Where
I loved
next,
how Alarian was in and out in like 30 seconds and you were there for like 10 times. Like
Hey!
Alarian was like, no. And you're like, show me everything. I'll write a song.
this treasure trove, I must witness it. But Nisiana said for me to like divert him so that she could look around. What am I supposed to do? What can I do but do that with fashion? It was glorious. The songs that will come out of this will be just positively spectacular.
I can't wait. We're expecting an album from you, just so you know, Marie. Like, you're going to have to, so.
I've got the first song for the Mornland ready. So,
Awesome.
Working on it. Where you can find me next on Friday. I just, like I said, I've been to the cottage. It was lovely. I did absolutely nothing on social media, nothing on email. I've got my out of office. I'm not here, but I have a book coming out on Friday. So I'm going to mention it now because I need to start talking about it again. I'm going to put in the chat the series link, but it's The Heirs of Broken Land, epic fantasy. Book 1 is coming out, Princess of Light. They're re-releases. They used to be published. They were published by a small medium press back in the day. They were my first book. So Princess of Light, Warrior of Darkness, Sorceress of Shadows are coming out a month apart. Please read them, enjoy them. I'm very proud of them. I hope you enjoyed them like I did. And also, I want to invite you all, if you're so interested, whether you're Canadian or not, we do have next weekend the Aurora Awards, which are the premier science fiction and fantasy awards for Canadian creators and fans. We are hosting it. I'm the co-chair of CanCon, Ottawa's local con. We are virtually hosting it. It is on Saturday night at 7 p.m. We have a wonderful lineup. The way we look at it, it's like we can put some really cool people up in front of other people and give awards. And so I am putting the link here. We have some cool people like Kevin Earn is there, Silvia Moreno Garcia is there. If you like, I'm looking Wabashig Rice. We have everyone here at school, Suyi Davis Okanbawa, Amala Motar, Primi Mohammed. Like, we have a lot of great presenters here. So please come, enjoy, grab some popcorn, join the chat. It should be a great time. And we're just celebrating Canadian creation. So please come. It's at 7 p.m. on Saturday. And that is my pitch for the Aurora Awards, which was, I think, more motivated than my pitch for my books, which means I suck at selling my own books. So please just buy it.
You should get Marie's stuff because Marie's an excellent writer. So you should get Marie's stuff for that reason. Also, I'll mention that Marie and I are both, we're pretty confident, going to be at World Fantasy.
Yes.
Now, World Fantasy is physically being held in Montreal. There is a virtual section. I may end up doing my part of it virtually because of travel reasons and other stuff, because I'm already doing WorldCon in person in DC in December, so I have to kind of, be careful. Anyway,
but it's Montreal.
Regardless, regardless, I'm hoping that we get a chance to either be on panels or chat or whatever. And, Marie and I see each other a couple times a month virtually, but soon in person, I hope. But regardless, the point is you should check out all the Marie stuff. She is awesome. While Marie was talking, I do want to say hi to the raiders and say hi to Panda Pandemic. Thank you for the raid. We are actually wrapping up, so I'll send you on to someone else excellent. But thank you so much, Panda. And folks should follow Panda Pandemic. I have raided before Panda as well. But thank you, Marie. Good stuff. And I look forward to seeing the new series coming out and all that kind of good stuff. And of course, as you say, the Aurora Awards. So always a pleasure. And last but certainly not least, Tren, this actually was a session that had quite a bit of Cannith stuff going on. There are a number of things there that are sort of these seeded bits of things for House Cannith, which you definitely had a particular advantage on knowing something about, and stuff that would directly tie into it. So it started obviously with you hanging out with Nimble and playing with the pseudo dragon, but then as time went on, more and more of these things like the maintenance cabinet, and then what is this Houses of Baracus thing, and like all this stuff. So it feels like we got a lot more house stuff anyway today, these references to houses, but especially with House Cannith having a significant play into the mechanical items. Oh, and of course the animated armor. And I thought your reaction to it, which didn't surprise me, which is, it's a machine, so or whatever, the equivalent, and so it's not alive, and so no big deal. But it was interesting to me to see how Tantan was going to handle all of these Cannith seeds, if you will, that have been planted across the bazaar. How did you feel about today's session? Where would lovely folks find you next?
Well, I as usual, I loved it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I don't auction. No, I don't auction really.
Hey, no, 20,
I hate speaking that fast. It's just when I first started narrating audiobooks, people were like, "You need to slow down." There are people listening to this thing. English is not their first language. You've got to slow down. I was like, oh, right. Okay. So I slowed it down and then things started getting better. So now I can't read as fast as I used to. Thanks. Anyway, it's like my housemate was showing me something. He's like going through this like a comic on his phone. He's like, see? And I'm like, wait, back up. I haven't finished reading it. And I'm like halfway through the page. And he's like, what's taking you so long? I don't read that.
Trent, when I finished my first book for CGL, I went and I listened to some of your audiobooks, and for like a half a second, I was like, oh, fuck, I talked way too fast.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that's not been a complaint that anybody has given, but I'm a fast talker anyway. So definitely on the more recent books, I've been like, okay.
Hi, everybody. No.
Yes, the characters in the latest book start drunk, so that's really been
exactly awesome. Like I don't often get I often get the chance, but I don't often play Tantan in his more serious side. Like when most of the time he's when I describe him as Santa Claus, that's he's got this hyper jovial, it's like, oh, that's fascinating, and just go and dive into. But when it's time to work, it's time to work, and most of that gets shelved until he finishes doing what he needs to do, and then he'll be like, oh, wait, and he'll get an idea, and then all of a sudden he's playing again, and so that, I think that element finally came up, because I was like, what am I going to do with this maintenance thing? I'm like, what would he do with this well, he figures there's probably little automaton drones in there that fix things when they're broken, and if they're not out, they don't recognize anything's broken, so clearly it's working as intended, so I'm not going to fuck with it. And so he left it alone. And then right now his main concern, he's not really thinking that much about Nimble, but after what happened with the armor, there's a split second where he was like, what if Nimble isn't a real pseudo dragon? What if I come back here to try to convince Nimble to leave with us, and he gets to the hearth, not the hearth, the
doorway,
the threshold,
yeah,
and crosses it and just
yeah,
and he might,
because that would be different for Tantan, right? Like that wouldn't be, yeah.
May I ask a quick question on that? I know I was the one saying like I don't want this to whatever. But this was something that struck me as really odd about that particular moment when you were trying to convince him to come through the door. And this is a mechanical thing from a D&D dumbass. I thought it was very interesting. The reason I thought you were not going to be able to get him out of, or that character outside the door, was because you didn't ask him to roll for anything. Arv. And there was a moment where I was like, you didn't do a persuasion check. You didn't do any kind of check at all. And I thought for a split second, he hasn't asked for any check here. And I was wondering if anybody else in the chat felt that too, because I was like, there is no way he's going to be able to walk through this door without some kind of reason to do so. And when he collapsed, I was like, of course that was going to happen. But I don't know, like, is that, I'm kind of asking for a peel behind the curtain, just a flat, is that normal, or is that just this particular instance?
That honestly, it's a good question. It completely depends on the situation. Like, there are, without getting too far into it, and you don't know which one of these applies, but there are some creature or some constructs which are basically tied to a particular area. And if they leave that area of magic, then the stuff collapses. Interestingly enough, one of the ways to have dealt with that rug of smothering would be to put up an anti-magic field, which literally like undercuts it because the whole thing is infused with magic. But in this case, it works in the reverse, right? It's inside this magic bubble, and when it departs, then, it would break down after that. But it really depends. There are some creatures that might be or might not be persuaded. One of the things that I think was coming clear is both through Nisiana and Merime's dealings with the armor, and then Tantan sort of like doing the equivalent of what was reminding me about the Adventures of Middle-earth campaign. It's a dream. Like trying to basically convince the armor that, you know, it doesn't exist. And the armor has no way to process that. I mean, the armor was just like, wait,
Right.
what? Like, but it was so, you know, there was this seed of doubt in this creature, which was only ever created to serve this area, right? And so there was a little bit of it kind of being like, okay, well, I guess the customer's always right, and, you know, why not? Like, it had never been told that it would fall apart if it ever left that area, but in a way there
Right.
might have been a kind of a, well, does it even matter if it doesn't, if I'm not really going to have customers? Not that it could really process all of that, but that was kind of the way that I imagined it. I will admit that this is coming from someone who, in my video game writing hat, I'm the lead writer of a video game called Chosen Heart, and one of the main characters at the beginning is itself a hollow suit of armor, which I really called a seam, which I really, really enjoyed writing, and myself felt a little sympathy for. So there was a little bit of a seam maybe sneaking into this animated armor, but
It's just so funny you say that, because Trent, I loved that moment with you and the armor tonight.
Yeah, so did I.
I thought that was so nice. And then the fact that I was like, there's no way this is going to work out. And then I was found to be correct on that call when it collapsed. I was like, damn it, he did such a good job getting it out.
Yeah,
of the
Tantan the
door.
Kenneth, shattering
Oh.
constructs worlds.
And then your reaction to it was perfect. Nope, can't be fixed. Moving on. I was like,
It was-
what?
for me, the moment that decision was made was when it was walking over to Tantan and like, oh, well, have you basically being Tantan. It was like, oh, let me find something for you. No, shut up. And you know, Tantan holds up his hand, and the dragon mark tattoos light up, and he's like, stop. And for me, it playing in that moment, if Arv had been like, it just keeps talking, let me find you such and such, that would have shattered everything that I had in mind.
mm-hmm.
And the fact that it stopped and actually, because with Merime and Nisiana, it didn't stop. It just kept going and going
Right.
and going. And so if it reacted to Tantan the way I felt like it should, then I would be like, okay, it recognizes House to Kenneth. It's, you know, I've got some opportunities here to do some stuff. I may not be able to get him to go with us, like I was asked to try to get him to go with us so we could use him for bait, you know, kind of thing. But at that moment, when, you know, it was like, he's bait, he's a lure. At that moment, Tantan was like, okay, clearly Ilarion feels the same way about this thing that I do. It's a tool. And as soon as it stops working, right?
It is bait.
Yes.
Yeah, it is bait. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that scene too, because it's not so much that he's heartless. It's just that this is a thing. And it's
Right.
now
It's what he
non-functional,
invests
and
his value in, right?
Despite
Like,
all
which
the
is-
fun that Nisiana and Merime had with it.
Mhm, yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tool.
And that was
You're
why
exact-
Yana
you're
was,
exactly
that's
right.
why Yana was like, what did you say to it? Because
Right.
it was like, for to just go like,
You're a terrible
Yeah.
tailor and a worse salesman, and you
He
deserve
used the
nothing.
killing word.
Yeah.
to quote Star Trek a couple more ways, it's like Kirk at the end of Generations going, oh my.
Oh my.
And then it's just,
Yeah. As he's walking out, he's just like, bell bottoms are coming back. Oh, you know. Sorry, Trent. On you go.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You know, the hearing about the hounds of B.A. Baracus.
Yeah, I know. Also, a
You are
character in
seriously
Mortal
dating
Kombat, I
yourself,
think.
sir.
Baracus.
That's going to be interesting,
Baraka.
because the Iron Defender is much more like what's her goblin had with her
Yep.
when
Yep.
when we
Yep.
went to out the first time.
Yeah. Pelinda.
Yeah. And so he's like, okay, yes, I know what those are. The one thing that I didn't do with the animated suit of armor that I was thinking about doing, but we were getting pushed, you know, to move forward, was I was thinking about just tearing a piece of the armor off and sticking it in the bag of holding. Like, I'll need this later. But I was like, that might be a little too heartless seeming. You know, it's like, all right, it's whatever. It's resources now. Just pull it off. And
I almost thought of taking that. It's like, well, it's plate. I think I was going to actually see if it was actually real armor or decorative. Like, that's not who.
For
Valerian
something like
is.
that, you would use a decorative suit of armor.
That's what I'm
You wouldn't
thinking.
use a
Yeah.
real- But who knows? Maybe the shopkeeper was just crazy.
Got a
and
deal.
decided- Yeah,
Or-
maybe.
But
Something.
anyways,
Anyway, so I had a great time. I thought it was a lot of fun. Really looking forward to just as everybody's moving in to deal with the Warforged and whatnot, Tantan sneaking back down the thing and getting the fuck out of Dodge and just going like, they're all dead. I don't know what happened to them. I'm going back to Sharn. Bye. Kind of thing.
Well, so
Oh.
much for the King Citadel.
Damn. Well, it always sounds too big. The King's Citadel, it sounds huge. There's 5 of us. It's just no big deal. Anyway, so
we're not all the King Citadel, sir.
Oh, sure. Right. We've been trying to reach you, but your car's extended warranty. Whatever. So
I don't even know you people. I'm from a completely different part of this into the woods. I don't know where you found me.
We just went in to find the 6th member. We're all good now. Remember? It's all fine. Yeah.
I would also
Okay.
note that there was no Warforged in the message thing, so clearly he got reprogrammed and he's hanging out with the other guys. Going, my God, you're right. I
No,
should kill everybody.
There is a Warforged. It's not true. There is a
Warforged in there?
Warforged
I
in the
didn't
message
hear.
area.
I didn't hear that in your description. You only described
It
3
is.
people.
No, there,
I
there
said the
is
thing
a
about the
Warforged.
right
There's-
arm trembling and stuff like
Trembly arm and a
Yeah.
But you
crossbow.
only described 3 people.
that. Right.
One of them was a Warforged.
One of them was Warforged.
Yeah, the
Okay,
human. This
Oh
one
no,
got strangled.
no, I'm sorry. There should, you know what? There's 4 because
Oh.
it was because it's the human, the halfling, the Warforged, and Hilar.
The coward.
So
I
it's
still
just-
remember the Warforged.
Yeah,
though.
so 4, not 3. But I did mention
The
the
butcher,
Warforged
the
for
baker,
sure.
the candlestick maker, and the
Right.
Warforged. Yes, got it.
So there you go. See, 4. It's even
See?
better. You
Okay,
have 9
now
against
it's
10.
Right.
Now
exactly.
everything's
It's
fine.
totally even. I should add some
We got
people.
this.
We have a quorum of 4 is totally not unbalanced or whatever. So where will people see me next? Here, actually, on Tuesday, unless you're in Australia, then it will be Wednesday. But where we're doing Adventures in Middle Earth, Erebor Adventures.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
that's definitely ramping up. Also, we got like
just a skosh.
they got to rescue a dwarven scholar, and there's all these orcs and goblins and humans, and yeah, it's crazy.
And it's Orktober, so we have to kill
It's
them.
Orktober.
Yeah. Aside from that, I saw earlier Shinrazi talking about, you do BattleTech? Yes, she does. And I narrate a lot of BattleTech as actually you mostly do Shadowrun. don't you?
I mostly do Shadowrun.
Right. So
Yes.
mostly Shadowrun.
I do
mostly
Shadowrun.
BattleTech.
Trend does BattleTech.
Yeah. So I narrate BattleTech, which I have a lot lined up to do now that I have the feedback I've been waiting for.
As do I in the
And-
Shadowrun universe.
And I have to finish editing a short story for Pseudopod podcast, which I thought was due on October 1st. No, it's due on November 1st. I'm like, oh, I'm freaking out trying to get this thing recorded in time, and I've got another month. Not that I'm complaining about having extra time, but, anyway.
You
Which
can
I
wrap
was
up one of
going-
those novellas for me then in that extra time you have.
And all your copious amounts of free
I was
time
gonna
that
say,
we all
yeah.
have.
Montage forward, October 31st. I'm freaking out again. Like, how did this
Right,
happen?
exactly.
What
Scramble
the hell
panic.
is free time? I don't know what
Yeah.
this free time is you're talking about.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I have D&D here at the house tomorrow, but none of you are invited to that. So.
Well,
We
It's
see
okay.
how
All right
it
then.
is.
Yeah.
No, this wonderfully, it's true. And everybody, you sort of rattle off all the things that everyone's doing. And it's, this is what good, talented people can do when they're all brought together in this amazing
Good, talented
group. So,
people. And
Tren, your test bed are these streams, and then you do the right stuff. You do
do
the
the
stuff
right
that
stuff
keeps
this
you
way, right.
alive in the main
Absolutely.
campaign.
the group has 2 authors, 2 narrators, and an editor. I guess that's true. I
2
guess
editors.
there's really, I was gonna say, and John also is an author.
And I'm an
Um,
editor
and
of a
so-
different kind.
Well, that's a whole.
True.
Yes, that's a whole.
And
different
I
matter,
kind of
yeah.
help with editing as well.
Yes.
Yes.
actually, yes. Side proofer, I guess.
Side proofer.
The
Yes.
side.
I
But a
have,
good
I have
one.
seen
But a
some.
good
I have
one.
seen some of
This is a
Trent's writing.
side, yes.
I have seen some of Trent's writing as well. So anyway,
poor
regardless, it was everybody does a lot of cool stuff, and you will see them in a couple of weeks back here for Eberron Oracle of War as they go to part 3 of Voice in the Machine. And I love the
this
name
party.
of it because there's been a lot of voices and a lot of machines we've been dealing with. So it's all building up thematically. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? Trending Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. And I will see these lovely people either here or in other fashions coming up over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Good stuff all, and bye for now.
Good night, good night, good
Thanks,
night, good night.
everyone.
night.
Take care.
Bye.
And that is going to do it for, whoops, not that one. That is going to do it for us for tonight. And yeah, I really, really enjoyed tonight a lot. This thing is just like I told everyone before that this was something that was going to just continue to build, and that is exactly what is going to what has been happening and what is going to continue to happen. The campaign ahead is going to have twists and turns. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that you will not necessarily be expecting, and just there's going to be so much cool stuff that's going to be set up. And again, this is basically season 1, which has 4 parts to it. The first one, which was Into the Nightland. And then we've got, of course, now that we're doing Voice in the Machine. And then the last 2 parts of that. And there will be something else in the middle of that, which I won't be able to talk about yet, but soon. So there's all that. And then we've also got, then we'll be moving on to the next 4 parts, which is season 2 and on and on. So it's going to be great. I'm super excited, and it's going to be amazing. Also, I want to give Chad a pop tonight because, I mean, Chad is always great. You folks know that you're the best viewers on Twitch, as I've said many times. But you folks did a really good job today being invested in it. A lot of good communication back and forth, and we love that. You know, when we have a lively chat of people talking to each other, of people talking to the players, and of being able to just kind of build up the excitement and hype in chat, that's always a great time also. And it really helps, I think, I mean, the players I know appreciate it. I really love it. I love to see this sort of investment of everyone being there. It's really cool. So I am excited to see how things go. In answer to that question, Chenrezzy, Ghosts of Saltmarsh is going to be up next a week from this Tuesday. So Tuesday, I've got on this channel Adventures of Middle-earth, and then over on GogCom's Twitch channel, I'm going to be doing some Talisman Adventures, which is the sponsored campaign from Pegasus Spiele. And then the week after that, we will have not 1 but 2 Ghosts of Saltmarsh sessions that we will be doing there. So that's what we're looking at. So I am very excited for all of those things. I'm also, excited for tomorrow when the Blades in the Dark crew is going to return, our joint Speculate/channel event featuring Blades in the Dark with Case of the Cindered Seal, and featuring players Valerie Valdez, Yoi Gawain Lin, Yori Casano, and Brandon O'Brien with Mike Underwood. Sorry, reverse that. Mike Underwood with Brandon O'Brien as the GM. That's been a long-running campaign for a couple of years now, I think, on this channel, and that's going to be continuing tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, so that's very exciting. Then we're off on Monday. Tuesday, again, we have Adventures of Middle-earth, and then we've got Talisman Adventures. Wednesday, we have Community D&D with the Shadow Crew, so Shadowed Mage will be here at you, having recovered from Canadian Thanksgiving by then, and then we will have, of course, the Shadow Crew of Rock God, of Triffity Mets, of Echo Alpha X5, and of Hoodie as your players playing Dragon of Icespire Peak. We'll be off on Thursday, then we'll be back on Friday with Esper Genesis, and on Saturday, yeah, I love the Crossroads character. On Saturday, we will have, where's my calendar at? Saturday Friday the 15th is Esper Genesis, and then Saturday the 16th is actually the epic conclusion of The Forgotten City, which I've been playing, and I really have enjoyed that a lot. So I'm going to be playing the epic conclusion of The Forgotten City. If there's any extra time left over, I'm going to move back into Neverwinter Nights 2 Mask of the Betrayer after that. I'm going to be playing Neverwinter Nights 2 Mask of the Betrayer until it finishes, and then we'll be moving on, not all in one day, but I mean overall. Then I will be moving on to Metroid Dread, which, yes, I know it's out there. Yes, I know it's been released. Yes, I'm all about it. Yes, I totally want to play it. And I am looking forward to doing so, but I'm not going to do it until after Mask of the Betrayer because I don't want to keep taking time off from Mask of the Betrayer and coming back to it because I've really had a great time with Mask of the Betrayer. So we're going to be doing this, and then we're going to be doing Mask of the Betrayer, and then we will move into Metroid Dread from there. So it's going to be good stuff, and I am excited for all of that. I also want to mention that there there are a couple of other special things happening on Sundays. We will have, of course, this, as I said, Blades in the Dark this Sunday. Then we were going to have next Sunday, we will have Soundclash The Clampdown will make its return after a couple-month hiatus. Brandon O'Brien is GMing that. Then on October 31st, Sunday is on October 31st is Halloween this year. And so for that, we are going to have possibly a special event of some kind. And definitely, I always do my reading of Edgar Allan Poe. I'm going to do The Raven, as I always do. And I'm going to start with some other short story by Edgar Allan Poe. I've read a number of them over the years, but I'll pick something else to read of his. So that's going to be coming up on the 31st. And on the 24th, we have a special event planned, which I cannot announce yet, but you will not want to miss it if you are at all interested in people who have appeared on this channel, in writing, in even game related stuff. If you like any of the stuff that we typically do on this channel, you will not want to miss what we're doing here on Sunday the 24th. So it's going to be a busy month to come. Yeah, The Raven is great, and I always read that for Halloween because it's Poe and Halloween go together like chocolate and peanut butter, if you know what I'm saying. So that's what I got going on. It's going to be very exciting, and a lot of cool stuff to come. But I'm going to rise up on out of here, but we are going to do a raid today because we have a good crew. I do want to thank the Panda Pandemic for coming by and for all of the people for stopping by. I hope that you like what you saw and heard, even though I know you came in at the end. We do a lot of this tabletop stuff all the time. The Simpsons version was great, yes. Absolutely. A lot of Simpsons versions before the last 5 years where they kind of fell off a cliff were pretty good. So for sure. So we are going to do a raid. The way we do raids are very simple. When you were brought over, it was good last year. I'm glad you liked it, Live Suing. When you were brought over, you're going to be doing this. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, and then you've got a bunch of the Arvany emotes. You've got Arvany Hype, you've got Twitch Raid, you've got Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany What, Arvany Love, all the Arvanys that you can do, Arvany Hype, when you are brought over automatically to the channel that we are going to be raiding. Please do that because that's always good for both the channel we're raiding and for us. So please consider doing that. And also please consider supporting us on this channel by following the channel, by checking out our YouTube, which is !ArvTube. Our Discord is !ArvCord. Our Twitter, which is !ArvTweets. And our website for all of that is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. If you want to get stuff like this, the Infinity and Beyond merchandise, if you want to get some of that, just like we wear, you can get that there. That supports the channel. We also have Adventures of Middle-earth merchandise there. That also supports the channel, as I said. And we're going to have Esper Genesis stuff there as well soon in the not-too-distant future. Then we have, of course, the Patreon, !ArvTreon, currently sitting at 22 patrons, $2.18 per month. Really the financial backbone of the channel, and the support there is really appreciated. Would love to get that higher so that we can get some of those things like the Arvanaut Idol contest, like the Talisman tournament and stuff like that back in play. Plus, you can get stuff individually, inspirations to help the players, for example, and you can get a copy of one of my band's albums, and you can get an epic character background written for you, and an epic poem written about you, etc., etc. So there's a lot of good stuff there if you are willing to support us by supporting the Patreon. And subbing to the channel, of course. So you can get those custom sub badges and emotes. We now have custom sub badges, thanks to Shadow Mage, all the way out for a few years from now, a couple of years from now. So that is really, really appreciated that Shadow was able to do that. And that means that you're going to have a lot of cool, unique stuff as you continue to support the channel through subbing. And you can also, of course, have those inspirations to help the players through there as well. On the publishing side, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is my award-winning graphic novel from them. More stuff coming from Athos and me shortly. Really great press. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which sponsors our Esper Genesis campaign as well. That has gone very well since it's come out in print. It's available in digital right now on DriveThruRPG, but it's also available to you in digital form there. And also, as I say, print copies for the Kickstarter backers or at your friendly local game store, or if you're willing to wait another 2 months or so, it'll come out eventually to the sort of regular retail audience, but any of that stuff would be part of it. So That is, I think, all I need to say about those things. I do want to mention exclamation point Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter, which will have both Alligator Rally and Athos Arts contributing to it. More details about that coming soon. And as always, last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Oh my goodness, a Rudinell who has been far too generous as always, but lately especially even more. Rudinell, thank you so much. 50 subs in the channel, my goodness. Thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub to Chenrazi, who I actually know from the comments on the YouTube channel. So I hope you enjoyed it, Chenrazi, and had a good time here. And yeah, we're happy to have you as part of this. Thank you again, Rudinell. That was very kind of you. Yeah, so we've got that. BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. With all that said, as I said, we are going to do a raid. I told you how to do it. And let me just double check and see where we're going to raid and make sure I've got a suitable candidate for the raid possibilities. Yes. This is a good possibility. I think there's 2 possibilities here. Let me check one of them. Okay, yes, I know who we're going to raid. So I know who we're going to raid, and it's going to be awesome. So stick around. You're going to want to raid this person that we're about to raid. That is going to do it for me for this evening. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you, too, as I come over here to see the screen. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, and Triffity Mats, best mods in the business. Thank you to my subscribers and Patreon supporters. Thank you to Arudinel, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, Darkside Rob, Blackberry Bear, Chenrazi now, thanks to Arudinel, Lone Wolf 67, Marinda, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, and of course Trendane. Thank you as well to my viewers. Thank you to Baconic. Thank you to Bulgaris, to Cinder XP. Thank you to Divinorium, Gigafrost, Gikgok. Thank you to Goldamir. Thank you to JD Metters. Happy birthday, JD. Thank you to Lily Red Wolf. Thank you to Live Suing, Lycanthrope 70. Thank you to Magnus. Thank you to Majestic Muse. Thank you to let's see. Thank you to Mackie Machine. Thank you to Mrs. Epi. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to No Grunt Only. Nonstop's actually a sub. I'm not sure where it showed up there, but whatever. Thank you to Paul Lisson. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Schoolbeth. Thank you to Spike Trap. Thank you to Stygian Sticks. Thank you to Toto Herbs, you Christensen, Wenchkin, X Rogan, and thank you to Zanash Sakuke. Wow. Zaneo Chinosuke, I think is how you do that. Thank you to all of those lovely people, and a special thanks tonight to my wonderful players. Thank you to Infinity and Beyond, composed now of Trendane, of Marie, of Jen, of Rob, and of John. Thank you to the lovely, amazing Infinity and Beyond crew for their amazing play tonight. That's it for me. Don't forget to stop back tomorrow here, Sunday, the 10th of October, for Blades in the Dark, Case the Cindered Seal with Brandon O'Brien and company. And I will be back here myself on this channel on Tuesday at noon for Adventures of Middle-earth. But don't go to me yet. First, go to Brandon O'Brien and company tomorrow night for some awesome Blades in the Dark play. Thanks, everyone. Stick around for the raid, and much love. I will see all of you wonderful folks soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Braylon's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.